Chapter 1, Pregnant Overnight. Under the dim and blurry light, young faces are reflected. A drop of sweat hits the smooth skin, leaving ambiguous traces. Strings of brilliant fireworks exploded in the night sky, one after another, and the night was still very long, very long. The early morning sun shone on Lin Chen's face. With a hangover, he opened his eyes tiredly. In the unfamiliar environment, what happened last night suddenly flooded into his mind. Yesterday, because his supervisor Wang Chao stole his credit and made things difficult for him, he felt so depressed that he went to the bar to relieve his anger. Just because he saw a hooligan molesting a single girl, he, under the influence of alcohol, acted as a hero to save the girl. After beating up the gangster, the beauty asked him to help her take her to the hotel to rest. How could such an uncontrollable thing happen out of nowhere? Hotel? Yes. And beautiful women. Lin Chen looked around, but the beautiful woman with whom he had made love was nowhere to be seen. There were Mao Zedong notes on the bedside table. Lin Chen picked up the 200 yuan and couldn't believe it. Are you treating him like a prostitute? The point is, even though he is a novice, his service last night was very good. It shouldn't be that the price is just these 200, right? When he saw a streak of red on the bedsheet, he suddenly felt that it seemed that he was not at a disadvantage. The Bund Center apartment. Xiao Muxue quickly opened the door of her house, ran straight to the bathroom, turned on the shower, and the warm water brought her back to her senses. She was so ashamed. As a good girl from a big family, the coldest school beauty of S University, she always followed the rules and never crossed the line. Last night, she kept pulling a strange boy, shouting, "I want a hug, a kiss, and I want you to lift me up high." Or she took the initiative to kiss the man on the lips. Any man would think she was too bold and would not be able to resist having sex with her. Xiao Muxue recalled the strong arms and the exclusive man scent from last night. I feel ashamed and annoyed, but I don't regret it. Why should she be married to Lu Yan from the Lu family when the Xiao family is in trouble? Let this be her first shot in resisting the business marriage. The first shot was very loud, and it was the beginning. She had absolute confidence that she would fight to the end. I just don't know if he will think the 200 yuan she left is too little. There's no way, she usually pays by credit card and rarely carries cash. Xiao Muxue looked at the business card in her hand. When she saw it sticking out of his coat pocket, she took the business card and left. Botsai Investment Bank, Lin Chen. See you later. As soon as Lin Chen arrived at the company, he saw the smug supervisor Wang Chao. His fists were clenched tightly, and his heart was filled with disdain. Be patient with him for now, I will find a chance to deal with him later. Lin Chen joined Botsai Investment Bank right after graduation. He did a good job in investment proposals and was quickly promoted from an intern to a full-time employee. Unexpectedly, after being assigned to work under Wang Chao, he was suppressed by him everywhere. He talked about a good project, did all the preliminary work, and confirmed that it was a dark horse, so he snatched the project and took the credit. Wang Chao has now become a discerning investor in the eyes of his boss. Botsai Investment Bank is also a company that many people are scrambling to get into. Lin Chen comes from an ordinary family and does not have the strength to fight against Wang Chaoxian. I don't want to have disputes with him, nor do I want to flatter him. I just want to get along with him in a plain and peaceful way. He could only work harder and harder to get out of the predicament. 1.5 months later. Xiao Muxue looked at the 2 bars on the pregnancy test stick in her hand, and then looked up what the 2 bars meant on Baidu on her phone. Well, 2 bars mean you've won the prize. So, the first time she indulged herself in her 20 years of life, someone died. Xiao Muxue's eyes were filled with tears, and a feeling of helplessness filled her heart. She has been at odds with her family for the past 2 months, and her father has even said that a marriage with the Lu family is inevitable. Even if she had to be tied up and taken to the ceremony hall, this marriage had to be confirmed. With the help of her younger sister Xiao Muyu, she secretly ran away from home, moved out to live on her own, and hid herself. Now that there is pregnancy, the already tense situation has become even more complicated. In order to confirm again whether she was pregnant, Xiao Muxue went to the hospital. The obstetric director placed the smooth ultrasound machine on Xiao Muxue's flat belly and said in surprise, "Oh, beauty, you are so lucky, it's twins." Xiao Muxue was also stunned, and asked in a daze, "Doctor, is it true?" "It's absolutely true. Look, this is the shape of the embryo. It's now 6+ weeks old and you can already hear the heartbeats of your 2 babies," the director of obstetrics amplified the heartbeat sound. Xiao Muxue's wavering heart was calmed by the baby's heartbeats. This is her baby, connected to her by blood, the closest person to her, and a twin. Xiao Muxue listened to the baby's heartbeat, stopped hesitating, and made up her mind. She wants to drop out of school, leave home, and give birth to the babies safely. Xiao Muxue was walking slowly in the house with her huge belly. From the time she made up her mind to give birth to a baby, she was already 9 months pregnant. When she was doing a major fetal abnormality screening at 32 weeks, she already knew she was carrying twins, a boy and a girl, and she was looking forward to the baby's arrival even more. Normal twins may show symptoms of labor when they are about 8 months old. I didn't expect the babies to be so great and lasted until 9 months. Babies who can stay in their mother's belly for 10 months will have stronger physical resistance. 1 day in mother's belly is equivalent to 1 week of childbirth outside. Oh no, why is it getting wet down there? Xiao Muxue touched it and felt something wet. Seeing blood. Anchen, please call 120 quickly and send me to the hospital. Please talk to my sister Muyu. Xiao Muxue endured the pain and shouted loudly to the nanny Anchen. The first hospital of Shanghai. Obstetrician Dr. Mo hurried out of the delivery room and asked Xiao Muyu and Anchen, who were circling anxiously at the door, "Are you the mother's family?" Xiao Muyu quickly said, I am the biological sister of the child's mother. One of the babies is in the transverse position and needs a cesarean section as soon as possible. Please notify your parents or her husband immediately, and we can only perform the operation after they sign. Dr. Mo looked reproachful. What's going on? A grown-up person gave birth to a child, but no one showed up, just a little girl. Ah. Everything was fine in the previous physical examination, Doctor. Xiao Muyu was panicked. Hurry up and call your parents or your brother-in-law to come. If they don't come, the woman in labor will be in danger. Xiao Muyu knew that she must not ask their parents to come at this time, so she could only ask that person. But she didn't have that person's contact information, and her sister only told her that she was pregnant. She still doesn't know whose child she is pregnant with. You guys are treating children as a joke. Dr. Mo was very angry when he saw that Xiao Muyu had not called the family. Doctor, can you please help me talk to my sister and ask her to give me my brother-in-law's phone number? Xiao Muyu pleaded. Chapter 2: The Birth of Twins. In the hospital, Dr. Mo has long been accustomed to all kinds of human conditions. He nodded silently and quickly turned and entered the delivery room. Xiao Muxue was already in so much pain that she was losing consciousness, and Dr. Mo quickly explained the situation to her. A cesarean section is necessary, and her parents or the child's father must sign before the operation can be performed. Family members, no, my parents must not know about this. Xiao Muxue subconsciously touched her pocket, paused, and then took out the business card and gave it to the doctor. The child's father, Xiao Muxue said, and fell into even greater pain. Dr. Mo immediately gave his business card to Xiao Muyu. Lin Chen was preparing to go out to visit a client when he suddenly received a call. Hello, your wife, my sister is in the hospital with difficult labor. Please come to the hospital as soon as possible to sign for the surgery. A clear and urgent girl's voice came from the phone. What wife, what children? What a 21st century joke, he has been single since birth. Are scammers now trying so hard to trick people into working as bricklayers in illegal kills? Lin Chen hung up the phone without saying anything. The phone rang again, and Lin Chen answered it. Use this trick to deceive brainless people. My time is precious. Xiao Muyu was so anxious that he jumped up and asked, Are you Lin Chen? Lin Chen was stunned. This guy did a good job on his homework and even reported his name directly. My sister Xiao Muxue is in the obstetrics department of the first hospital of Magic City right now. She is having a difficult birth of twins. If you are a man, come here. No matter what happened between you and my sister in the past, put it aside. Human life is at stake, do you understand? Xiao Muyu said anxiously. At this moment, for some reason, Lin Chen's mind suddenly flashed with the shy face of the woman that night. Damn it, he couldn't have really caused a death. If that's true, why didn't you contact him before? Lin Chen immediately replied, I'll be there now and will be there in 10 minutes. It just so happened that his company was not far from the first hospital of Shanghai, and it only took 10 minutes by taxi. There was no time to take care of the customers at this moment. Lin Chen believed what Xiao Muyu said and rushed to the hospital immediately. After signing, Lin Chen only saw Xiao Muxue's face before she was sent to the operating room. When he had some free time, Lin Chen regained consciousness. He took out his cell phone and checked his bank balance. He had just gotten off a taxi and now had only $221 left. I never thought that in one day, I would have a wife and 2 children. It was a surprise. But also a shock. He was more worried about how he could support 3 people with his current financial ability. He himself can't even get enough to eat, and the project bonus is nowhere in sight. He doesn't know when it will come. Lin Chen's eyes were bright, and Xiao Mushue's face just now overlapped with the face of the woman that night. He had no doubt that the child was his. After all, he has the ability to create 2 babies at once. I am very confident about this. In my heart, I admire Xiao Mushue a little. How much courage does a girl need to decide to raise a child alone? If it wasn't for the difficult birth that required the child's father's signature, would she have been prepared to be a single mother? No intention of telling him about this? This woman. She makes me feel distressed, annoyed, and angry. Xiao Muyu paced back and forth nervously outside the operating room door. She didn't want to ask Lin Chen anything at all. Her sister must have her own reasons for not telling her and not contacting him. As sisters, we must form a united front and wait until the elder sister gives birth to the baby before we talk about anything else. Lin Chen touched his nose and stood quietly outside the operating room. Aunt Chen was standing nearby. She glanced at Lin Chen and hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and asking, "Are you Miss Zhao's husband?" With some doubts, although his signature had just been approved by the doctor, why had she never seen him before? Yes, Lin Chen still has the responsibility, and that woman is still working hard to give birth to a child for him. Aunt Chen felt a lot more at ease seeing how determined he was. Aunt Chen said to Xiao Muyu, "Second Miss Xiao, I'll go back and make the soup first. Auntie Chen, go and check the delivery bag to see if anything is leaking. If there is any, remember to bring it here," Xiao Muyu ordered. This sister-in-law is easy to get along with. Although she is young, she cares about her sister and is very considerate. Lin Chen commented secretly. At this time, Supervisor Wang Chao called. Lin Chen, you are so bold that you even stand up your clients. If you don't want to do this, just pack up and leave. Lin Chen said, "Manager Wang, I have already communicated with the client and changed the time." I wonder whose client you are talking about is so angry. As soon as he saw the phone call, Lin Chen knew that someone had reported him and Wang Chao wanted to take the opportunity to punish him. He added, "How about I call Mr. Chen of Fulong Group and ask him if it's your turn to discuss this project?" Hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. Wang Chao fell silent now. He said angrily, "You better not make any mistakes, kid." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This Wang Chao was so bold and shameless. Last time when we were discussing a project, he kept staring at Mr. Chen's secretary's thighs and breasts. Mr. Chen asked him without giving him any face, "Does it look good? Are the 2 eyeballs enough to see?" Wang Chao was so scared that he dared not appear in front of Mr. Chen again. Unfortunately, Xiao Muyu's phone also rang. It's her father. She was very nervous, and held the microphone with her hand, pretending to chat casually. "Dad, why are you free to look for me today?" "Yeah, I'm shopping with my classmates." "Any news about my sister?" "Oh, I'll go back now." Xiao Muyu twisted her fingers in embarrassment and could only call out to Lin Chen, "Something has happened at home, you take good care of my sister. If anything goes wrong with my sister, I will settle the score with you." Lin Chen was a little confused as to why his sister-in-law left so suddenly at this time. But he was not the kind of person who would ask about other people's private affairs, so he nodded. "Don't worry, you have my phone number too. I'll text you when your sister comes out." Xiao Muyu had no choice but to trust what Lin Chen said and hurried home. After waiting for more than an hour, the lights in the operating room finally dimmed. When Lin Chen heard the faint cry of a baby, he was overjoyed. Finally both mother and child were safe. Dr. Mo and 2 nurses came out of the operating room, with a happy smile on Dr. Mo's face. "Doctor, how are they?" Lin Chen originally wanted to ask how my wife and children were doing, but changed his mind at the last minute. The operation went smoothly and Dr. Mo was in a much better mood. "Congratulations, both mother and child are safe, and you have a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, a brother and a sister." Twins, boy and girl. The Lin family's ancestral graves are about to be filled with smoke. Lin Chen was so happy that he lost his mind. I can only keep saying, "Thank you, doctor, thank you, doctor." So when can I see them? Chapter 3 Life Winner System Activation. After the operation, observe for another hour. If there is no problem, the mother can be transferred back to the ward. You can go see your baby first, said Dr. Mo. Thank you, thank you. Lin Chen wished he could fly to the two little babies immediately. In the crib, the two twin babies, a boy and a girl, looked extremely similar. Big eyes, pink mouth, and white little hands waving around. Wow, that is powerful. When Lin Chen saw the baby's appearance, he found that it was exactly the same as himself when he was just born. As a father for the first time, my heart is filled with joy beyond words. All my worries and pressures are not as precious as the two babies in front of me. He gently held the two babies' little hands and couldn't let go. Ding, it is detected that the host has a child, and the life winner system is now activated. Ding, the life winner system has been activated successfully. In order to give the children a better living environment, the system will give the host 100 million in cash and gain investment prediction capabilities. Ding, all rewards will be distributed to the host in a legal and compliant manner. Please enjoy them with peace of mind. Lin Chen was stunned by the voice that appeared in his mind. Beep, the phone vibrated twice, and a text message came in. Lin Chen turned on his phone and a text message popped up. Your account was deposited with 100 million renminbi at 1500 hours on February 22, 2022, and the current balance is 100,221 renminbi. As a reader of system novels, Lin Chen certainly knows what the system represents. He just didn't expect that his twin boy and girl would bring such good luck to him. He counted again and confirmed that it was 9 digits. A wave of ecstasy surged in my heart, along with the investment prediction ability. It really helps him in his work. No need to worry about whether you can support the mother and her 2 children anymore. Lin Chen suddenly had new hope for his new life. System, what other rewards and abilities can I get? The system assistant replied, the system's gifts have a trigger mechanism. Once the host triggers it, he will know what kind of rewards and abilities he will get. Then how do I trigger them? Lin Chen asked. The system assistant replied, sorry, the assistant has not found an answer to reply to the host in the system knowledge base. It seems that this is random in the system. It's just that the baby triggers the winner system in life, so many triggering mechanisms may be related to the baby. Xiao Muxue opened her eyes weakly and saw a young and handsome man playing with the babies, babbling and teasing them. What is this? Xiao Muxue remembered it instantly. It's him, Lin Chen. It was she who gave the business card to the doctor and asked him to call him over to sign. It seems that he already regards the baby as his own? Xiao Muxue tried to sit up with a little effort, and instantly hurt her wound. Hiss, Xiao Muxue screamed. After the anesthetic wore off, the pain of the wound was even worse than the labor pain. Lin Chen saw Xiao Muxue wake up. Well, how do you feel? Xiao Muxue pretended not to care about him. Humph. She was in so much pain to give birth to such a cute baby. She hadn't even had time to take a look. He had been playing with the baby for so long. Lin Chen had no experience in coaxing girls, and he didn't know why Xiao Muxue suddenly got angry. Would you like some hot water? Lin Chen thought about it and poured a cup of hot water. Xiao Muxue also felt very thirsty at this moment, but she didn't have the strength to raise her hand to receive it. Oh, let me help you up. Lin Chen immediately understood Xiao Muxue's helpless expression. With his large palms, he gently lifted her shoulders, placed the pillow against her shoulders, and raised the bed higher so that Xiao Muxue could lie down and drink water more easily. Thank you for giving birth to a pair of lovely babies. Lin Chen looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and thanked her sincerely. The eldest is the older brother, weighing 5.1 caddies, and the second is the younger sister, weighing 4.9 caddies. They are both very healthy, said Lin Chen. Pregnancy did not make Xiao Muxue fat and bloated, and her body looked very thin. It can be seen that carrying twins is very difficult. Xiao Muxue snorted, and raised her unpainted face slightly. Hurry up and hold the baby for me to see. Lin Chen said quickly, my name is Lin Chen, the baby's father. Xiao Muxue muttered, I already knew your name. Lin Chen pushed Debao and Erbao's beds over carefully and looked at Xiao Muxue with some embarrassment. I haven't learned how to hold babies yet, and I'm a little afraid of hurting them. Lin Chen looked at the small ball and really didn't know how to start. Just now he was just playing around and didn't dare to hold the baby. Xiao Muxue was pleased by Lin Chen's slightly embarrassed expression. In order to hold the baby as soon as possible, she taught softly to first, hold the baby's neck with your left hand, then move to your right arm, and then hold the baby's butt with your left hand, and be gentle. Lin Chen clumsily tried Xiao Muxue's way and successfully picked up Debao. Ding, the host has learned to hold a baby. and will be rewarded with encyclopedia knowledge of infant care, and an additional reward of 10 million car purchase coupons. The car purchase coupons cannot be withdrawn, and can only be used to purchase cars at designated sales stores. Ding, the encyclopedia of infant care knowledge has arrived. Ding, 10 million car purchase vouchers have been received. Please go to the designated Toyo 4S store to buy a car. Lin Chen didn't expect that he would have such a benefit when holding the baby for the first time, and the smile on his face became even brighter. With the encyclopedia knowledge of infant care, he can take better care of the babies. He already has 100 million yuan, so 10 million car vouchers are also very powerful. Don't think the money is too much. Xiao Mushue's feeling of unfairness was slightly relieved. It turned out that Lin Chen really cared about the baby. He wasn't showing it on purpose, the smile on his face couldn't lie. Lin Chen was very careful and placed a pillow under Debeo to support him so as not to put pressure on Xiao Mushue's wound. Xiao Mushue looked at the tender Debeo in front of her and gave him a gentle kiss, and bring Erbo here too. Be careful not to put pressure on the wound. Give me the first baby first, and I will give you the second baby. Come and help me lie down on the side, and let Debeo and Erbo lie on the bed. Xiao Mushue's face flushed, and this time she took the initiative to ask Lin Chen to help her. Lin Chen didn't have any romantic thoughts in his mind. He just wanted to take care of the baby's safety. He quickly adjusted Xiao Mushue's position and carried the second baby over. Debeo, you are the older brother, you have to take care of your younger sisters in the future. You are both my little sweethearts. Xiao Mushue looked at this one, then looked at that one, and was so happy that she couldn't see enough. Debeo and Erbo started blowing bubbles at the same time, as if they understood what Xiao Mushue said. Lin Chen just remembered a question that was difficult to ask. Xiao Mushue, you have to feed the baby. The doctor said to let the baby suck it down. Lin Chen turned around embarrassedly and saw the babies on the bed. Chapter 4: Lin Chen's Responsibility. Xiao Mushue imagined the scene in her mind, her face flushed with shame. Then get out now. Lin Chen scratched his head. Can you do it? I can't do it, but can you? Xiao Mushue instructed him, put Debeo on the bed first, I'll feed her about first. Lin Chen followed Xiao Mushue's instructions and completed everything properly. Oh, then I'll wait for you at the door. Call me when you're ready and I'll bring Debeo over. Lin Chenshou waited at the door for Xiao Mushue to feed him, not leaving for a moment. Xiao Mushue looked at Debeo with embarrassment, his eyes wide open. Debeo even smacked his lips, indicating that he was looking forward to eating Nanyi. She is a rich theorist, but a beginner with zero practice. The baby has no strength to suck and the method is not right. Her milk wasn't coming out and the baby's tiny gums were biting her, which was a bit painful. She didn't dare to scream, for fear that Lin Chen outside the door would rush in and see something he shouldn't see. Fortunately, Aunt Chen arrived with porridge and helped Xiao Mushue adjust the feeding position. Debeo and Erbo finally got their first sip of warm milk, and Xiao Mushue breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as Debeo and Erbo were full, they fell asleep. Human cubs are so cute and easy to please. Xiao Mushue now began to think about how to deal with the problems between her and Lin Chen. Lin Chen hesitated at the door for a while, then knocked gently and pushed it open. As a man, he should take the initiative to raise some issues and some words. I need to talk to you, is it convenient for you now? Lin Chen glanced at Aunt Chen and asked. Xiao Mushue nodded, and Aunt Chen went out tactfully. It just so happens that I have something to tell you. Xiao Mushue pointed to the stool next to the bed, please sit down. This is a kind-hearted girl. Lin Chen hardly sat down that day. She paid close attention. Thank you, Lin Chen sat down, I'm not just thanking you for your concern. Who cares about you? I'm afraid that you'll appear too high if you stand, and you'll be tired if I look up at you, Xiao Mushue retorted immediately with red ears. Lin Chen smiled without saying anything. When she got excited, her face turned red, like a kitten with its fur standing on end. But what the kitten said was not cute at all. That night was a mistake. From the day I knew I was going to have my first and second baby, I had already decided to give birth to and raise them myself. You know their existence doesn't change anything. I had no choice but to come to you. You have met Debeo and Erbo now. That's all, just treat it as a dream. When you wake up from a good sleep, everything will be over. Lin Chen didn't expect her to say these words. Not letting him see Debeo and Erbo again was as painful as cutting his flesh with a knife. In such a short period of time, the closeness caused by blood connection could no longer be separated. Lin Chen took a deep breath and calmed himself down before speaking again. In the past, his financial situation was not good and he was under pressure. He was worried that he could not give them a good life and that they would suffer. But now that he has the system, he can't say that he will be able to become the richest man in the world due to his financial situation. At least, there is absolutely no problem in having enough food and clothing. Besides, he couldn't just treat all this as a dream. I'm sorry, I didn't know anything about your hard work in bringing up Debao and Erbao. I'm sorry for not fulfilling my responsibilities as a father. I didn't know before, and I let you bear everything by yourself. You didn't invite your parents today. I guess they don't know you're pregnant, right? Xiao Mushua's face turned pale, but she didn't say anything. Lin Chen already knew that his guess was correct. Xiao Mushua, please don't reject me. Let me take care of you and your 2 children in the future, okay? I promise that I will make you happy and make your family accept us. Lin Chen vowed solemnly, his dark eyes emitting gentleness and determination. Xiao Mushua felt bitter inside. It was not so easy to get the recognition of her family. Unless he can turn the tide for the Xiao family and rescue them from the predicament. But by the way he was dressed, she knew that he was just from an ordinary family. Unable to shoulder such a heavy burden, her family was even less likely to accept someone with no background. Even if this man is the father of her child. No need, Xiao Mushua refused coldly. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, I won't change my mind. Lin Chen felt a sharp pain in his chest, but he still persisted. Even if you don't want to, it doesn't change the fact that I'm the child's father, and I don't want you to suffer so much in the future. Mr. Lin, I gave birth to the child. You only provided the biological genes. You want me to ask security to let you out, or you can go out on your own. It's your choice. Xiao Mushua refused to give in and didn't give Lin Chen any chance. Lin Chen looked at the sleeping faces of Debao and Erbao dejectedly, the sadness in his heart surging like a flood. Life is full of ups and downs, joys and sorrows. Ding, the system detects that the host is heartbroken. Ding, the host's inner grief is bursting into red. Ding, the system sends the host a skill full of love words, wishing you can overcome the difficulties. Lin Chen silently thanked the system for still caring for him at this moment. Xiao Mushua, whether you want me or not, I will be here to protect you. Xiao Mushua couldn't believe that she had said so much. This person is still so stubborn. Whatever you want. Thank you, then. I'll sit and wait for the baby to wake up. You can get some sleep. Call me if you need anything. Lin Chen immediately took action, and Xiao Mushua realized that she had been tricked. But she was really too tired and fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes. Seeing Xiao Mushua and Debao and Erbao sleeping soundly, he was also satisfied. Generally, patients who undergo cesarean section need to stay in the hospital for 7 days before they can be discharged. During this period, he needs to sort out the issues with the house and the car. Let them live comfortably once they are discharged from the hospital. Let Xiao Mushua have a good confinement. But Lin Chen didn't know that Xiao Mushua had already booked the most advanced Bowie postpartum care center in Magic City. As soon as Lin Chen went out to eat, Xiao Mushua asked someone from the confinement center to pick her up. When Lin Chen returned to the ward, his wife and children had all run away and there was no trace of them anywhere. Lin Chen was extremely helpless, but it turned out that there was a backup plan waiting for him. Xiao Mushua, I will definitely find you. Xiao Mushua was lying in the luxury suite, watching the nurse doing massage exercises for Debao and Erbao. The second baby is very ticklish, and the nurse touched her little feet. She would giggle. Erbao must have inherited from her, he is particularly afraid of having his feet tickled. I don't know who Debao takes after. He looks calm no matter what he does. Like Lin Chen? Not really, Lin Chen couldn't see them at the moment. If he knew about her delaying tactic, he would be so angry that he would jump to his feet, ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Xiao Mushua couldn't help but smile. Chapter 5 Exposed. A melodious piano sound came from the phone. It was Xiao Muyu calling. Xiao Muyu is still a freshman in college. Although Xiao Muyu is young, he is very smart and has many ideas. Xiao Mushua ran away from home and did not get discovered by her family, thanks to Xiao Muyu's help. As someone who admires the independent female personality of the new era, Xiao Muyu was shocked when she heard that her sister was going to have a business marriage. The voice of opposition is louder than anyone else's, but the voice is small and has little influence, so the protest is ineffective. Xiao Muxue told Xiao Muyu about her pregnancy without any hesitation, hoping to get her help. Save the sister who was tied up by the family, and save the young and innocent nephews and nieces. The fire of justice of the middle school girl burns very brightly. Xiao Mushue's outstanding acting skills made her family believe that she was still abroad and refused to come back. As soon as Xiao Muxue got the phone, she immediately sent the photos of Debao and Erbao to their aunt. Xiao Muxue answered the phone, but did not hear the voice she was expecting. Xiao Muxue, you are so brave. You actually hid the fact that you are pregnant from your family. It was the voice of her father Xiao Gang. Xiao Mushue's heart skipped a beat. She was finally discovered. Unexpectedly, at this time, her wounds had not healed yet and she couldn't run away even if she wanted to. Dad. Xiao Muxue just opened her mouth. Don't call me dad, I don't have a daughter like you. Xiao Gang interrupted her harshly. Speak slowly, don't scare Nan Nan. The voice of her mother Bai Jiro came from the side. She has the courage to betray the family, so she must bear the consequences. Xiao Gang became even angrier. Dad, this is my decision after careful consideration, Xiao Muxue directly stated her position. Very good, Xiao Muxue, I hope your toughness is as tough as your mouth. Xiao Gang hung up the phone directly. Xiao Muxue frowned tightly, with a million thoughts in her mind, not knowing how to sort them out. Xiao family. Xiao Gang was so angry that he smashed his favorite tea set. Xiao Muyu stood in front of Xiao Gang, trembling. You two are such a pair of sisters, but you don't even take me seriously. One of you dares to get pregnant, and the other dares to hide it. Xiao Gang's eyes turned red. He raised such an outstanding daughter, who was both talented and beautiful, and many wealthy sons were vying to marry her. She actually let such an ordinary boy take advantage of her and even had a child with her. Xiao Muyu looked at the photos on the ground. My sister and that Lin Chen hugged each other and went into the hotel. My sister took a walk with a big belly. She finally understood why her sister didn't mention the child's father. Bai Jiro was silently wiping her tears. She felt more distressed than anyone else to see her daughter suffering. Xiao Gang looked at the room full of people crying, and got upset and slammed the door and left. Bai Jiro and Xiao Muyu said, comfort your sister first, and then when dad calms down, mom will go see her. He quickly followed Xiao Gang's footsteps and chased out the door. Xiao Muyu called Xiao Muxue again. Sister, I'm sorry. I don't know how dad found your photos. Dad forced me to do it, but I didn't say anything. Sister, you've suffered too much, woo-woo. Before Xiao Muxue could say anything, she heard Xiao Muyu's heart-wrenching cry. Silly girl. Xiao Muxue comforted her, when I see Debao and Erbao, I won't regret anything. Moreover, I will live harder than before. Lin Chen sat frustratedly on a chair on the side of the road in the hospital. He tried to persuade Dr. Mo for a long time, but Dr. Mo still acted in a businesslike manner. There was no disclosure at all about who came to take Xiao Muxue out of the hospital. In the end, Dr. Mo was so annoyed that he asked the security guard to kick him out. He has been running around these days, asking around for news about Xiao Muxue. But not a single bit of information was found out. System, can you help me find Xiao Muxue and Debao and Erbao? The system assistant still replied coldly, sorry, host, this function has not been open to you yet, you do not have the permission to use it. What trigger mechanism would allow him to have positioning skills? He racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. With 100 million yuan in hand, his sorrow is more than just a little bit. Money, wealth, or status are not as important as one's closest relatives. If anyone can get their mother and daughter back to him, he can give him the 100 million yuan. Ding! The host's love for the child has reached a higher level, and he is willing to give up wealth in exchange for family affection. The system is moved and triggered. Ding! Give the host the permission to use the location function of the mine twice, and a 5-fold cash voucher. Ding! The permission to use the positioning function twice is in place. Ding! Cash double coupon has arrived. Ding ding, a text message popped up on the phone. The deposit balance of your account at 12:40 on February 29, 2022 is 500,402 yuan. Lin Chen was very excited. He could use the positioning function to find Xiao Muxue and Debao and Erbao immediately. The assets unexpectedly doubled. System, I want to use the positioning function once. Please help me find Xiao Mushue's location. Okay, host, Xiao Muxue is now in the Moonlight Pavilion at Bowie Confinement Center on the Bund Road. Thank you so much, system. Lin Chen immediately hailed a taxi and headed to Bowie. Xiao Muxue had thought of many kinds of sanctions from her father, but she never expected that he would directly freeze all her cards. She also asked Bowie Maternity Center to refund the fees she had paid in advance. Xiao Muyu was confined to his house and all his funds were frozen, making him unable to receive assistance. After a week of care, Xiao Muxue was able to get out of bed. She did not make things difficult for Dean Tian, Bowie, but only asked Aunt Chen to pack up and go home early. Dean Tian looked at Xiao Muxue holding the two babies with difficulty. She said she was very sorry, Miss Xiao, we are all open for business. If you don't pay the fee, you can't continue to live here. No matter how much it costs, I'll pay it, Lin Chen ran over and heard Dean Tian's words. Having worked in society, one sentence is enough to let him know the current situation. Xiao Muxue, I'm here. When Lin Chen saw the three of them, he finally smiled for the first time in these few days. Xiao Muxue was shocked. She didn't expect Lin Chen to show up when she was in trouble. There was no time to think about how he knew I was here. You don't need to pay, I'll just go back to my own apartment, Xiao Muxue refused his help. She was worried that Lin Chen wouldn't be able to pay the bill, which would embarrass him. Your health will be greatly damaged when you give birth to Debao and Erbao. Be good and listen to me. Rest well here, okay? Lin Chen slowed down his tone and persuaded softly. Xiao Muxue put Debao and Erbao in the crib and pulled Lin Chen aside to talk. Chapter 6: Kissing Babies for the First Time. You don't know how high the cost here is. I'll just go back, and Aunt Chen will help take care of it, Xiao Muxue told the truth. Because of the high cost, she wanted to make Lin Chen back out. Lin Chen's heart was softened. At this time, she actually still considered him. What kind of person is she? Sometimes indifferent, sometimes considerate. He touched Xiao Mushue's head and said, "Be good and listen to me. As your man, I can handle this." Xiao Muxue slapped his hand away, but her heart was trembling slightly. He is so strong and manly. Dean, how much more money will it cost to complete the 42 days of confinement? Lin Chen asked. With business, Dean Tian's professionalism immediately soared to the highest level. Sir, Miss Xiao has booked our top suite, which has cost her 1.2 million. She needs to pay another 5 million to finish her confinement. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, only 5 million, continue. Lin Chen took out the card and handed it to Dean Tian. Dean Tian's eyes lit up. Dear sir, I will do it right away. Wait a minute, Lin Chen looked around and found something was missing. Don't you have facilities for family members to accompany you? Dean Tian understood immediately, Sir, Miss Xiao has booked a single room. If she needs an extra bed for company, there will be an extra charge. No, Aunt Chen is here, you don't have to stay with her all the time, Xiao Muxue refused subconsciously. Lin Chen ignored her words as if they were air. Okay, go ahead and swipe it, Lin Chen didn't even ask how much it cost. Dean Tian already regarded him as a super rich man in his heart. Xiao Muxue looked at Lin Chen blankly, really? Where did you get so much money? Lin Chen touched her head again, I told you to just take a good rest. Leave the money making to me. Xiao Muxue blushed, don't touch my head, I will make money on my own and I will consider it as something I owe you. Don't touch my head, Xiao Muxue glared at Lin Chen angrily. Lin Chen is 1.86 meters tall, and she, who is only 1.65 meters tall, has to look up at her and then touch her head. What if I make her shorter? The kitten is so cute that all Lin Chen's fatigue from the past few days was swept away. Can I go see Debao and Erbao? Lin Chen asked teasingly. He just paid the money for her, and it would seem hypocritical to say that she didn't need him. Xiao Muxue nodded. Big baby, second baby, daddy is here, Lin Chen looked at the cute babies. Just hugging him and giving him a kiss will relieve my longing for him these days. Ding, the host kisses the baby for the first time, and is rewarded with high energy circle resources. When the host needs it, the contact person will automatically appear. Ding, high energy circle resources have arrived. Wow, this is great and powerful. The system is indeed a career booster. As an investor, he lacks connections with deep resources. Big treasure, second treasure, you are daddy's little lucky star, give daddy a good smile. Lin Chen amused the baby with a smile. The eldest child was still aloof, but the second child was a caring little boy. He immediately waved his hands and giggled. Xiao Muxue walked over to them and rocked the cradle gently. Can I take pictures of Debao and Erbao? Lin Chen asked Xiao Muxue for her opinion. Until Xiao Muxue truly accepts him, he will respect her ideas. He even suppressed his great joy and did not tell his parents, Lin Shuti and Ms. Li Biyun, the good news. Without Xiao Mushue's approval, he would naturally not easily take any action that would destroy the current balance. Deploy troops, attack the city and capture the heart of the people. Xiao Muxue said, "You can take pictures, but only for your own viewing." Sure enough, he was right. He is now a tool dad with no authority. Lin Chen took out his cell phone and took beautiful photos of Debao and Erbao from various angles. I finally understand why people who have babies have their phones mostly filled with photos of their babies. Their every move touches the hearts of their parents. I wish I could record every moment of their cuteness. Dean Tian took care of all the formalities and respectfully handed the card back to Lin Chen. "Mr. Lin, the top-notch double suite has been prepared for you and your baby. Please move over." Director Tian and several nurses led the way. 2 nurses each pushed a stroller and took Debao and Erbao with them. Lin Chen walked to Xiao Mushue's side, his eyes drifting towards her from time to time, to see if she needed him. Xiao Muxue pretended to be unaware of his gaze, but the red tips of her ears betrayed her embarrassment. The new suite has a master bedroom with the same layout and size as the room Xiao Muxue originally booked, except that there is an additional lounge next to it. Lin Chen came out in a hurry and didn't bring any luggage. He talked to the eldest and second baby for a while, and only left the Baoei confinement center when they were ready to drink milk. He planned to go back to the company to get the information, and then go home to prepare his clothes. Botsai Investment Bank. Lin Chen had just returned to the company and hadn't even sat down yet. Linda from the business department was wearing a hot suit and walked towards Lin Chen, twisting her body. She slapped the table, and a pile of information scattered on Lin Chen's desk. "Lin Chen, these are the materials for the meeting this afternoon. Please help me copy them one by one and bind them together." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and refused directly. "Linda, I'm from the investment department. I have no obligation or responsibility to help you make copies. So what if it's not a dog? It's just a dog. I'm showing respect to you by asking you to make copies." Linda crossed her arms in front of her chest, making the waves even more violent. "If you don't get angry, you don't know how ferocious a tiger is. The company is not a zoo. There are not so many cats and dogs. If you insist on saying there are bootlickers, there is one right in front of me," Lin Chen said bluntly. Linda was furious. In the company, it was the law of the jungle. Lin Chen, a small figure with no background at all, dared to reject her. And during the company's team building event before, she saw that Lin Chen was young and handsome, so she knocked on his door at night. The adults knew what was going on. They didn't expect that as soon as he opened the door and saw her, he slammed the door shut. After returning from the team building, she found fault with him in various ways, and he resolved them gently time and time again. Unexpectedly, she would confront him this time. "I'll go talk to your supervisor Wang Chao. He has the authority to manage you," Linda brought up Wang Chao. "TSK, everyone in the company knows that she and Wang Chao are having an affair. Go talk to him, I have no objection," Lin Chen said coldly and domineeringly. Linda walked away, swaying her hips. "Just wait for me. Just wait." Lin Chen was afraid that Wang Chao would not come to deal with him sooner, so he just waited for him. Lin Chen's phone rang. It was Mr. Chen from the Fulong Group who called. "Hello, Mr. Chen. Manager Lin, how are you thinking about my matter?" "Mr. Chen, I have already designed the plan and am already looking for a suitable target to implement it. Please wait for my good news." "Okay, young man, I look forward to the surprise you give me." Mr. Chen admired Lin Chen's talent very much and trusted him very much. "Mr. Chen, don't worry," Lin Chen said calmly. Chapter 7 Lin Chen takes care of the baby. As the third largest automobile supplier in the country, Fulong Group has always wanted to move up in ranking and sought capital operation financing, so it found Lin Chen. Everyone has his or her own karma, all stemming from core abilities and talents. Lin Chen is now a billionaire, but he has never thought about giving up his job. He wants to be better, for the sake of his family. He thought about it and updated his circle of friends. "Hello, twin babies." He attached photos of Debao and Erbao's little fists. He promised not to let others see Debao and Erbao. If they don't show their faces, it doesn't count as seeing, hee. Finally, I thought of this way to show off my baby. He closed his cell phone and focused on his work. I totally don't understand the string of question marks in the comments on WeChat moments. Ever since the Life Winner system gave me the ability to predict investments, it has been like a godsend. He can tell whether many project books can be invested or not just by taking a quick glance at them. The reasons for not being able to invest, whether implicit or written, are all revealed. The reasons for investing, the risks involved, etc. will all appear in his mind. This is much more magical than Baidu Encyclopedia. Lin Chen could easily finish a task that normally would take him a long time to look up information and research within an hour. He stretched and then went to do what he had not finished a while ago. That is buying a house and a car. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind. As they will be a family of 4 in the future, shouldn't he ask Xiao Muxue for her opinion? Otherwise, after he buys the house, she will have another reason to think that the conditions are not good and she doesn't want to live with him. Humph. We can't let the kitten stretch out its claws again. He briefly browsed the most expensive villas and top school district houses in Shanghai. A sinister voice sounded above my head. You're daydreaming in broad daylight. You're not allowed to look at private things during working hours. Phone yuan is not something you can afford, so there's no point in looking at it, Wang Chao said sarcastically. Lin Chen's good mood disappeared in an instant. Manager Wang, if you have something to say, just say it. What Lin Chen hated most was his pretentiousness. Take this stack of information and make a copy of it. Isn't that the stack of information that Linda brought over? This is not my responsibility, Lin Chen refused directly. When you arrange work for me in the future, please email it according to company regulations. This is the working style of investment banks. Of course, as for the photocopying, just send it by email and I'll do it without further ado. Lin Chen looked at him with a smile. The company has recently cracked down on bad work styles and strictly enforced standardized management. Whoever makes messy arrangements and runs into trouble will be in trouble. Wang Chao was humiliated again and could only watch Lin Chen walk out in a swagger. It's called visiting customers. Xiao family. Xiao Gang served tea to Lu Yan with a flattering look on his face. My dear nephew, I am so happy that you can come to my house. Ever since Xiao Muxue ran away from her marriage, Xiao Gang called Lu Yan, but Lu Yan never answered. Xiao Gang believed that this visit was a signal from Lu Yan that he wanted to make peace. Lu Yan had his usual cynical look on his face, and he didn't even glance at the tea Xiao Gang brought him. Uncle Xiao, I heard that the bank has recently cut off all of Xiao's loans and has come to our house to collect the debt. Xiao Gang put away the slight displeasure on his face and said with a smile, My dear nephew, the news has indeed reached you. The bank did issue a notice today. For a group as big as the Xiao Group, once the capital chain is broken, Lu Yan said halfway, then smiled and picked up the tea to sip it slowly. They are all shrewd people in the business world. If they still can't figure out Lu Yan's intention, it would be a waste of Xiao Gang's life. My dear nephew, the conditions we agreed on before, you see, now Mu Shui can't marry you, what do you think of Mu Yu? Xiao Gang carefully examined Lu Yan's expression. The previous photo of Xiao Muxue was provided to him by Lu Yan. Change someone? Uncle Xiao, what do you think of me, Lu? My fiancé will only be Xiao Muxue, Lu Yan refused. Xiao Gang was in a dilemma. You know Mu Shue's current situation. Will the Lu family still agree? My opinion represents the Lu family's opinion, Lu Yan said firmly. He is the only precious child in the Lu family, and his father Lu Ting intends to train him. In high school, Lu Yan had already joined the family group, with unique methods and vigorous and decisive actions. No one in the Lu group dares to obey him. It was precisely because of this that Xiao had been particularly polite to him just now. Also, I hope that Mu Shue's affairs can be resolved and she can marry me with a clean slate, Lu Yan said. Xiao Gang smiled happily. Mu Shue will know who is the most sincere to her sooner or later. What about the previous conditions? Handle it cleanly. The first installment of reinforcement funds of 500 million will appear in the Xiao Group's account in less than a minute. Lu Yan said. Don't worry, nephew. Xiao Gang patted his chest and promised that he would get things done. Bowie Confinement Center. Lin Chen lay on the edge of the crib, playing with the eldest and second babies with a rattle. Ding dong, the little drum makes a loud sound, and the little people are happier. Lin Chen found that Debao and Erbao love to stare at the rattle. The eyes can move with the movement of the rattle. Xiao Muxue, our eldest and second child, are so smart. Look, they can even follow the video, Lin Chen said to Xiao Muxue as if taking credit. Debao and Erbao are the smartest little cuties in the world, Xiao Muxue agreed very much. Ding. It is detected that the host has been taking care of the baby for 30 hours. The host will be rewarded with 50 million cash and/or premonition ability.
Ding, 50 million in cash has arrived.
Ding.
The or premonition ability has arrived. The number on the bank card changed again, 550,402 yuan.
Or premonition ability.
Lin Chen already felt like a walking ore detector. Xiaomuxue had just finished a bowl of milk bird's nest when she saw Lin Chen staring blankly and laughing foolishly again.
So I asked him, Lin Chen, you've been with Debao and Erbo for the whole morning, would you like to eat something? After spending these few days together, Xiaomuxue was no longer as repulsive to him as before. Occasional care brings the relationship between each other much closer.
The two of them had a child even though they had no emotional foundation. Lin Chen was thinking about how to make Xiaomuxue willing to live with him in the future. Then he must let her see his sincerity and intentions, at least time will prove it.
Okay, thank you Xiaomuxue. Lin Chen naturally would not refuse Xiaomuxue's kindness. Nurse, bring another bowl of hot bird's nest porridge, Xiaomuxue ordered.
It feels so good to be cared for by others.
Lin Chen's skill of saying sweet words makes him no longer a fool. The man's mouth is sweet and bad, no one can resist it.
Xiaomuxue blushed again and defended herself, I'm not concerned about you.
I'm just being filial on behalf of Debao and Erbao. After saying this, Xiaomuxue wished she could sew her mouth shut. What kind of excuse was this? Filial piety? Ha 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 ha.
Lin Chen likes this filial son very much.
Chapter 8, Adults Don't Choose.
Then I would like to thank the mother of Debao and Erbao on behalf of them. Lin Chen's eyes, bright as stars, were filled with warmth. Xiaomuxue immediately lay down with her back facing Lin Chen. Why are you smiling so seductively for no reason? Lin Chen walked over and poked her under the quilt.
There's something I want to ask you for help with. Lin Chen sat down on the edge of Xiaomuxue's bed.
A clean and fresh scent immediately enveloped Xiaomuxue.
Was there something used on Lin Chen?
Every time he came close to her, she felt a sense of security, surrounded by warmth. Xiaomuxue turned around and the two of them looked at each other. Xiaomuxue is so beautiful, with a fair face, rosy lips, a high-nose bridge, and peach blossom eyes like a pool of spring water.
Unintentional laziness is the sexiest.
Lin Chen shifted his gaze uncomfortably, fearing that his praise would be exposed if he stared for too long.
I have a friend who wants to buy a villa. Do you have any recommendations? After all, you are a rich girl in Shanghai.
I should be able to get a good recommendation by consulting you, Lin Chen said.
Lin Chen decided to ask Xiaomuxue in a roundabout way. The first thing I said was, Xiaomuxue, I want to give you and your 3 children a home. Where do you choose to fit in? Then it is possible that Xiaomuxue would not publish a single word and would even reject him.
So, I have a friends series, everyone understands it.
As for the villa, it depends on your friend's budget.
Xiaomuxue did not recommend things that were beyond other people's budget just because she had never had to worry about money since she was a child.
She will think from other people's perspectives.
Moreover, the Xiao family started out in real estate, so she has a relatively thorough understanding of the real estate projects in Shanghai.
There is no budget.
Look, just recommend it based on your ideas.
It doesn't matter where you like. Lin Chen swallowed this sentence silently. From the perspective of living, I think both Fengyuan and Liwan are good.
Maple Garden is in a great location, in the city center, and convenient for travel. In addition, in an area in the city center where land is scarce and valuable, the fact that they were willing to build a large area of gardens is one of the highlights of Fengyuan. Liwan is close to the river, with a river view, beautiful scenery, and a wide field of vision. It is not too far from the city, and is suitable for both movement and tranquility. The layouts of Fengyuan and Liwan are both good.
Such high-end villas are of good quality. Xiaomuxue's explanation was very logical.
She majored in civil engineering and naturally had her own insights into real estate projects. Lin Chen particularly agreed with what Xiaomuxue said, and he also had his eyes on the villas in these 2 projects. It seems that their values and perspectives are very similar.
Xiaomuxue looks so cute when she is serious.
Xiaomuxue, your suggestions are all great. I think my friends will adopt them, Lin Chen gave affirmative praise.
Xiaomuxue said proudly, then don't you see what my sister's major is? Hey! Don't take advantage of me like this. I'm older than you.
Just call me brother, Lin Chen teased her. No, just let Debao and Erbao call you brother. Xiaomuxue changed the subject and looked at Lin Chen with a smile.
Oh my little heart, the coldest campus beauty at S University is really cold. This joke is so cold.
Without official legal certification, even a father can become a brother. Mumu, it sounds better if you call me brother, Lin Chen ignored Xiao Mushua's words. We are not that familiar with each other, so just call me by my full name, Xiao Mushua. Xiao Mushua held her forehead with her hand.
Is this man teasing her? We are not familiar with each other? What is it about me that you are not familiar with? Give me an example.
That's right, Lin Chen wanted to tease her. Xiao Mushua looked at Lin Chen's thin shirt and vaguely felt the tight texture.
There are also some scenes that are not suitable for children. Stop. This bastard is just thinking of her in the wrong way. She didn't want to do what he wanted.
Humph, I'm playing with Debeo and Erbo, I'm not going to pay any attention to you. Xiao Mushua turned over and got out of bed, not daring to look at Lin Chen again. Lin Chen smiled secretly.
This was the first time that Xiao Mushua was humiliated.
It turned out that the little kitten was afraid of being teased. Since she speaks so highly of Feng Yuan and Li Wan, she must be very satisfied.
Only children do multiple choice questions, adults have to do them too. He wants both sets.
He has a childhood friend named Chengpeng who works at Shanghai New House Network, so he doesn't let outsiders get away with it. Chengpeng will also help him choose the best apartment and take care of all the formalities.
Hey, Pingzi, are you at work or somewhere else? I'm here to show a client a house. Lao Chun, what are your plans?
Chengpeng spoke with the accent of a native of Shanghai. According to him, local business requires a local accent to be done. The aunties in Shanghai are friendly and willing to buy houses from them.
Okay, please help me after you take the client to see the houses. I want to buy villas in Feng Yuan and Li Wan, one each.
Please help me choose the best house type and view, said Lin Chen.
Chengpeng was shocked that Lin Chen asked for 2 villas right away. The villas in Shanghai are not affordable for ordinary people. Lao Chen, was our house demolished or did you win the lottery? Chengpeng couldn't believe it.
As childhood friends, the two families know each other very well. Even if their hometown is demolished, they cannot afford to buy 2 villas in Shanghai. Don't worry, your income is from a legal source.
Just get ready to take these 2 big orders from me.
Once you're done, treat your brothers to a drink, Lin Chen said with a smile.
Only now did he think of a question: how to explain to everyone the origin of this money?
Stock trading and investment are the fastest ways to make money, and this is the only relatively safe statement at the moment.
Okay. Lao Chen, don't worry, I will go back to the company right now and arrange the best villa. Brother, I'm so happy.
When you move into your villa, I, Pingzi, will be the first to send you firecrackers.
You can set them off all day and all night long to have fun.
When Chengpeng was happy, his voice became louder.
Of course.
I'll make arrangements for you when the time comes. There will be plenty of surprises.
When the time comes, I will let you see my twin babies, a boy and a girl, and you will be so envious. Chengpeng was also very efficient and quickly helped Lin Chen choose the villa with the best view, location, and layout. Each building has 8 rooms.
Lin Chen has already planned the uses of all the rooms and is looking forward to their family moving in. The salesperson in the sales department looked at Lin Chen and waved his hand to buy the villa in full. He bowed 90 degrees to see the sponsor off, and also gave Lin Chen a lot of high-end soft furnishings and red wine to maintain a good relationship. Lin Chen bought 2 villas, spending more than 60 million.
Feng Yuan is ready for delivery and you can move in now. Li Wan still needs to be renovated, but Lin Chen is not in a hurry.
If Xiao Mushua doesn't like the decoration style of Feng Yuan, she can decorate the villa in Li Wan herself.
Solve the major issues in life and feel relaxed all over.
From the dream of buying an apartment in Shanghai to having a home.
To actually own it, all it takes is a card and a beep.
It turns out that it is so easy for rich people to be happy.
Chapter 9: Signing in to a listed company. After solving the house issue, I can buy a car and then everything will be perfect.
Chengpeng still feels like his feet are floating, and he applied for a good discount for Lin Chen.
But after all, you are buying a villa or a mansion. How much commission would that be?
And Lin Chen also rejected his proposal for a commission return. Pingzi, Lin Chen patted his shoulder.
Chengpeng finally woke up from his infinite joy. Hey, Lao Chen, I was distracted just now, I was too happy. Lin Chen understood that when he first had so much money, he would smile even when he walked. Pingzi, are you free? Take me to Dongyang 4S store.
Today, Chengpeng drove to pick him up. Hey, Lao Chan, my big money sponsor, let alone sending you there, even if I am asked to carry you there, I will do it immediately, Chung Peng teased with a grin.
You are the only one who can make jokes, Lin Chen smiled and patted Chung Peng.
Dongyang 4S store is the largest luxury car store in Shanghai, with imported cars accounting for 80% of the entire dealership. It can be said that in the garages of wealthy people in Shanghai, there is at least one car that comes from a Toyo 4S store. As soon as Lin Chen and Chang Peng stepped into Dongyang, a well-trained salesperson came forward to greet them with a standard smile.
Sir, what kind of car would you like to see? The salesperson asked with a smile.
Let me take a look around first, Lin Chen had a car model in mind.
But since you're here, why not take a look around and maybe you'll find something you like better?
Okay, if you see anything you like, please tell me and I will give you a detailed introduction, the salesperson said, still smiling and showing a very high level of professionalism. Lin Chen and Chang Peng took a look around and test drove a few cars, and basically had a purchasing intention.
Super, I want this MLNL, a coquettish voice came from a distance.
Lin Chen felt it sounded strangely familiar and took a look.
It's Wang Chao and Linda.
Lin Chen was about to pretend not to see them, but Linda saw him with her sharp eyes and immediately walked towards him.
Hey, Chao, who do you think can come to Japan? Linda said sarcastically.
Linda, some people want to pretend to be rich even though they don't have any money, Wang Chao said with a smile and grabbed Linda's butt.
Chang Peng couldn't stand the two people's weird attitude and wanted to go up and argue with them. Lin Chen held him back and said, "We won't argue with the barking dogs."
Who are you talking about?
Linda's pretty face turned dark. Whoever responds will be the one, Chang Peng immediately responded.
You are the dog, your whole family are dogs, Linda fought back even more arrogantly with Wang Chao beside her. Manager Wang, keep your woman under control and don't go into the wrong room, Lin Chen said displeasedly.
This is not referring to Linda knocking on Lin Chen's door.
A while ago, Linda was on a business trip with the vice president. She remembered the wrong door number and knocked on the doors of two male colleagues in the middle of the night. The male colleague was a good man with a family, and Linda was humiliated on the spot. She falsely accused her male colleague of inviting her to review the bid in the middle of the night with ill intentions, and the incident caused a sensation in the company.
Wang Chao glanced at Linda, and Linda immediately became silent.
We are here to buy a car. If you can't afford it, don't affect our mood here, Wang Chao said, and his salesperson became a little impatient.
What kind of car does Manager Wang want to buy? Lin Chen asked along the pole.
Linda quickly answered, the BMW we bought cost at least hundreds of thousands of dollars, so we have the money to buy it. Wang Chao was praised by Linda and felt that he had finally regained his status.
Oh? Only a few $100,000? Chang Peng knew Lin Chen's final intention. Some words would be more effective if he said them.
Pengzi, he is my leader after all, so let's not compete with them to buy a BMW worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, Lin Chen put his hands in the pockets of his jeans, with a hint of ruffian air. You're sensible, Wang Chao smiled with satisfaction.
Lin Chen said to his salesman, we won't delay my boss from ordering a car. I'm very satisfied with the Maybach GLs just now. This is it.
Oh, remember to get the best one, Chang Peng added, and he looked at Lin Chen and smiled knowingly.
Okay, Mr. Lin, please move to the VLP area and sit for a while. I will help you complete all the procedures right away.
The salesperson was calm and maintained his professional smile. Wang Chao and Linda's expressions at this moment were no longer ugly.
This poor boy actually bought a Maybach GLS, and it's the top model. Could it be that he had misjudged it before?
Lin Chen didn't expect that the car purchase today would keep Wang Chao and Linda quiet for a long time. No one targeted him in the company, and he lived a comfortable life. The 10 million yuan car purchase voucher cannot be redeemed and can only be used at Toyo 4S stores. Lin Chen didn't want to spend 10 million at once, so buying an SUV would be more casual than a supercar. It is also suitable for travel for his family of 4.
Dongyang is indeed wealthy and powerful, even the Maybach GLS is in stock.
Lin Chen drove the car directly back to Bowie Confinement Center.
As soon as I walked into Xiao Mushua's suite, I heard her Bao's heart-wrenching cry.
As a new dad, most of the babies just lay down and play obediently. Lin Chen had never encountered a baby crying so badly. Xiao Mushua held her Bao and tried to coax her, but it was no use. The nurses at the confinement center were also at a loss as to what to do with the second baby. Seeing that the eldest child was about to cry with his mouth pouted after hearing the second child's crying, Lin Chen took a step forward, put his arms around Xiao Mushua, and looked at Bao anxiously.
What happened to Bao?
I don't know why, but he kept making a fuss as soon as he woke up today, Xiaomuxue said as she patted Erbao's chest.
Is she hungry? Or is it a diaper problem?
As an expert in infant care encyclopedia, I know that when infants and young children cry, it is either because they are hungry or have urinated.
She probably isn't hungry.
She refused to eat when I fed her just now. Her diaper has been changed.
Xiaomuxue felt heartbroken listening to her second baby's crying. Do you want me to hug you?
Lin Chen stretched out his hand. Xiaomuxue thought that it was unlikely that Lin Chen could coax Erbao well, but she still chose to believe Lin Chen once. I really didn't expect that the second baby would stop crying as soon as he was in Lin Chen's arms. The nurse next to him also breathed a sigh of relief. It must be that Erbao wants to find his father. Lin Chen became more affectionate and pinched Erbao's little face. Little rascal, so you miss your daddy. Ding, the host coaxed the child well for the first time, and the child stopped crying.
The parents are relieved.
The host will be rewarded with 60% of the shares of a listed company.
The form of equity connection will be arranged by the system.
Ding, 60% equity of a listed company has arrived.
The system is awesome. It is better to teach people how to fish than to teach them how to fish. 60% of the listed shares are real money. He can also continue to produce blood and flesh, and generate more and more money. Erbao, it turns out you wanted to give this gift to your dad. Chapter 10 Super Nanny Booster. Xiaomuxue suddenly became jealous.
The little girl she had carried for 9 months was useless even though she was carrying her baby.
But Lin Chen was conquered just by holding her baby? Erbao's little hands tightly grasped the buttons of Lin Chen's shirt.
He smelled of milk and looked at Lin Chen with his big, cute eyes.
It seems to be saying, hand over your buttons, I want them. Xiaomuxue chuckled.
It turned out that Erbao was so attracted by the shiny blue buttons on Lin Chen's shirt that he forgot to cry. Lin Chen looked at Erbao with amusement. Erbao, be good, don't cry like a fairy.
If you like the buttons, Daddy will give them to you later. I definitely can't give it to her to play with now. What if she puts it in her mouth and it gets stuck in her throat?
Dabeo also didn't want to be lonely, but as a man, he would never cry and make a fuss about wanting to play with buttons. He kicked the quilt hard, his legs were very strong, and he used twisting to express his thoughts.
Dabeo wants Daddy to hug him too?
Lin Chen was no longer embarrassed about holding the baby in the beginning, and after gaining rich knowledge of infant care, his skills became more proficient. But a 1-month-old baby is still very small, and he doesn't dare to hold 2 at once.
Dabeo, you have to wait. Daddy will play with Erbao first and then play with you later.
Girls are delicate and should be held more, while boys can be left alone. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he deliberately touched Erbao's forehead with the tip of his nose for fun.
Erbao was amused and laughed out loud.
Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Dabeo pouted and blew bubbles. Seeing that Dabeo looked aggrieved, Xiaomuxue reached out to hug Erbao.
Erbao, let mommy hug you.
When Xiaomuxue took Erbao, her fingertips stroked Lin Chen's chest. There seemed to be an electric current passing between the two of them, and they were both shocked. Lin Chen felt a tingling sensation from where Xiaomuxue's fingertips touched, spreading to all his limbs. Xiaomuxue quickly withdrew her fingers from her hot chest, her heart beating uncontrollably faster. It was a strange feeling, and they didn't know yet that this was the mutual attraction of hormones.
Dabeo, Daddy is here to hug you. Lin Chen broke the deadlock after the ambiguity.
Even though the first and second babies grew in their mother's belly at the same time, they did so in the half-month after they were born.
The growth advantage of boys is immediately apparent. The eldest baby drank milk quickly and a lot.
The second baby took 2 sips and looked around, played for a while and then drank 2 more sips. So the eldest child is now much stronger than the second child. Xiaomuxue already felt that her milk was barely enough for Dabeo alone, and even more milk could not keep up with the supply.
Lin Chen also learned this from the nurse that Xiaomuxue insisted on exclusive breastfeeding.
Pure breast milk is better for the baby's development, and she has no plans to add milk powder for the time being. Lin Chen really hopes that if there is some kind of milk overlord system for Xiaomuxue, then everyone won't have to worry. He shared this idea with the system assistant.
System assistant, the host's idea is good, but the reality is very bleak.
Lin Chen was not giving up. Then can the system give me some magical tool to increase the amount of milk a mother produces?
System assistant, yes. Host, are you willing to pay hard labor in exchange for the desired item?
Lin Chen was shocked.
The system was awesome. He was indeed a winner in life. He had everything he wanted. Of course. Also, can the system be exchanged like this?
If this were possible, he would have no problem having all kinds of delicacies from land and sea, rare and exotic animals.
System assistant, the host is very lucky to encounter the system's billion-year anniversary celebration. This is a lucky experience specially opened for the billion-year anniversary celebration.
If the host has other items he wants, please seize this opportunity.
There is only one chance.
Lin Chen was full of admiration for the system's novel ideas. But he was lucky enough to come at the right time, as he could even participate in the system's billion-year anniversary celebration.
No,
I just want something that can increase breast milk.
The most important thing is that the baby is full.
Ding, the host is participating in the system's billion-year anniversary celebration. Ding, the system has assigned a barter activity task. After the host completes the task, he will get the Super Nanny Booster. The Super Wet Mom Booster is dedicated to increasing the amount of breast milk produced by new mothers by more than 100 times.
As long as the baby sucks, breast milk will be produced without any side effects.
Ding, the system task has been issued.
Host, please keep the line open and accept the task at any time. Lin Chen is quite satisfied with this Super Nanny Booster.
Mumu, I'll give you a big surprise later, so stay tuned, Lin Chen said proudly. Ever since he called Xiao Muxue Mumu last time, he has been calling her that. Xiao Muxue's protest was futile, so she just let him do what he wanted.
What surprise! So mysterious, Xiao Muxue was a little curious. You will know when the time comes.
It won't be a surprise if you know it now, Lin Chen still looked mysterious.
Xiao Muxue suddenly felt a little excited. At this time, Lin Chen's phone rang. As soon as Lin Chen finished the call, his face turned dark. The task assigned by the system has arrived. He was tricked by the system. Can this friend still be treated well? You have to complete the task you choose even if it means crying. For my wife and children. Mumu, give me your card number and I'll transfer some money to you. I have something to do these few days, so you may not be able to contact me in time if you have something to do. If there's anything that needs to be done and it requires money, you can take care of it and take care of the baby, okay? Lin Chen said to Xiao Muxue sincerely. He has already figured out Xiao Muxue's temper. As soon as he mentioned the baby, Xiao Muxue would definitely not refuse. Sure enough, Xiao Muxue nodded. Xiao Muxue picked up the phone, feeling a little embarrassed. Last time Lin Chen asked to add her on WeChat, it seemed she didn't accept.
I didn't pay attention to your friend request last time, but I accepted it now, Xiao Muxue explained as if nothing had happened. Lin Chen smiled secretly. Mumu, you are always right, I didn't apply more than a few times.
Xiao Muxue blushed again.
This person had teased her many times, both openly and secretly.
Xiao Muxue's avatar is a pure white snowflake, crystal clear. Lin Chen's avatar is a shining star.
Hey, you know what, our profile pictures actually look like a couple, Lin Chen tapped Xiao Muxue on WeChat. If ordinary people said this, it would sound a bit cheesy, but when it came from Lin Chen's mouth. Xiao Muxue always felt that he was quite cool and handsome.
Chapter 11 1 million leave her. You're dreaming. Who are you and your spouse?
Debao and Erbo, mommy is closest to you, Xiao Muxue leaned over and kissed Debao and Erbo. Big baby and second baby, daddy wants to kiss you too, Lin Chen kissed gently on the place where Xiao Muxue kissed him.
He winked and said, does this count as intermittent kissing? You. Xiao Muxue's face turned red.
This man was too greedy. Sooner or later, I will really kiss you and set their relationship right, Lin Chen thought to himself.
Hurry up and go to work, you're going to be late.
Xiao Muxue was afraid that he would say something shocking again, which would make her feel embarrassed and her heartbeat speed up, so she urged him to leave quickly.
Lin Chen looked at his watch. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon and it was time for him to do the system tasks. Xiao Muxue was already in confinement after childbirth, so it was time for her to rest.
See you in the evening, good afternoon, Lin Chen blew a kiss to Xiao Muxue coolly.
Xiao Muxue didn't say anything, but the corners of her mouth were raised. I just didn't expect it to happen for 3 consecutive days. When Lin Chen came back to Bowie Confinement Center to rest, Xiao Muxue and Debao and Erba were all sleeping.
Lin Chen had no choice but to look after them by the bed and asked the nurse on duty about their rest and diet in the past few days. After asking, he washed up and went to bed, and he left again at dawn the next day. The construction site of the Bin Hai building. Lin Chen wiped the sweat off his face with a towel and drank a few gulps of water.
Keep moving bricks. That's right.
He was assigned by the system to carry bricks.
After 5 days of moving bricks, you have to move the specified amount every day.
Lin Chen comes from an ordinary family, but his parents also run a small business. He is not as good as the best, but better than the worst. He has never suffered any hardship. It seems that others have not encountered any difficulties when binding the system.
Everyone seems to be so awesome all the way, but why is it that he has to move bricks?
However, Lin Chen was determined to complete the task and he had to get the super nanny booster. The suffering he is going through now is not as great as what Xiao Muxue has endured. Perhaps it was the system's good intention to make him pay more attention to Xiao Muxue, the mother of his baby. At this time, Ah Bin, the person in charge of the construction site, came to find Lin Chen.
Lin Chen, there's someone looking for you at the door. It looks like he's up to no good. Be careful.
Ah Bin took good care of Lin Chen, so he gave him some special instructions.
Does anyone know that he is moving bricks in the Binhai building? Are you looking for someone here? Who is it? No matter what kind of monster it is, just go out and meet it. Lin Chen put the towel on the table and went out.
There were 2 men in black standing at the door.
They must be the ones looking for him. Lin Chen walked over and asked, "Are you looking for me?"
The man in black had a stern look on his face.
"Someone wants to see you. Come with me. I'm not someone you can see just because you want to."
"Whoever wants to see me can come here by himself," Lin Chen refused disdainfully. He is not afraid of anyone, no one less than the emperor.
"Mr. Xiao wants to see you," the man in black said bluntly. "Mr. Xiao? Could he be Xiao Mushue's family member?"
After all, he knew someone with the surname Xiao, namely Xiao Muxue.
"Okay, I'll go with you."
If they were really Xiao Mushue's family members, he should really meet them.
The show, a private club near the Marina building.
Xiao Gang lowered his head in thought, tapping the coffee table rhythmically with his fingers. "Mr. Xiao, the person has been brought here," the man in black reported and went out. Lin Chen's eyes were calm and he walked in with confident steps. When Xiao Gang saw him, he was impressed by the young man's good spirits.
What a pity.
He took a look at what Lin Chen was wearing today, an ordinary t-shirt, black pants, and mud on his shoes. According to investigation, Lin Chen is a junior employee of Bukai Investment and has been moving bricks in the Binhai building these days.
It seems that the economic pressure is not small.
Xiao Gang didn't even ask Lin Chen to sit down, but directly threw an agreement in front of Lin Chen.
"Boy, sign this agreement and 1 million will be deposited into your account immediately," Xiao Gang said contemptuously and arrogantly.
Lin Chen picked up the agreement and took a look at it. Release of custody statement and agreement. He suddenly found it funny, it turned out to be the Hongmen banquet. He thought that Xiao Mushue's parents knew about them and asked him to come over to meet them and discuss their current plans. He was mentally prepared to come clean and put the proposal on the agenda, and the parents of both parties arranged a meeting.
"You want to get rid of me with just 1 million?
Lin Chen threw down the agreement casually.
"You think it's too little?"
"Boy, 1 million is enough for you to return to your little place and live a rich life." Xiao Gang thought that Lin Chen wanted to negotiate the price. "I have plenty of money and don't need your 1 or 2 million, Uncle Xiao, your trick won't work on me."
Lin Chen didn't want to waste time with Xiao Gang and refused directly.
"Don't just toast me and refuse to eat. If you don't agree, I will make it impossible for you to survive in Shanghai."
Boy, a man of insight is a wise man.
Xiao Gang had to make Lin Chen sign the agreement.
He had already promised Lu Yan that he would give Debao and Erbo away so that Xiao Muxue would give up and marry Lu Yan with peace of mind.
Lu Yan also asked Xiao Muxue to take good care of her body and take good care of herself after the baby is born, so he has not gone to see Xiao Muxue yet. "Whether I live or die is my business, so please don't worry about it." If it were in the past, Lin Chen might still have a little worry. Now he has no worries. "In addition, Xiao Muxue is your daughter and the mother of my baby. I hope that whatever you do, you will consider whether it is really for her good."
Lin Chen didn't want Xiao Muxue to be sad. "I've never known your baby's mother. My daughter has never given birth to any illegitimate child."
Xiao Gang's heart ached when he thought of Xiao Mushue's betrayal. Lin Chen was so angry at Xiao Gang's words that his veins popped out.
No wonder Xiao Muxue fell silent when she heard about going home. Her home can no longer accommodate her.
"I respect you as my elder, so I'm more polite in my words, but Xiao Muxue is mine. If you hurt her like this in front of her, I don't know what I will do." Everyone can make statements, but he will really take practical actions to protect Xiao Muxue and the babies. You ignorant boy, take this agreement back and think about it carefully.
If you sign, you will get the money.
If you don't sign, you will bear the consequences yourself, Xiao Gang threatened.
Xiao Gang didn't ask Xiao Muxue and the babies a single question.
I'm afraid he doesn't even know whether he has 1 or 2 grandchildren, or whether they are boys or girls.
Threaten him with money, and money happens to be the last thing he lacks right now.
Lin Chen frowned, took a step forward, and tore it apart with quick hands.
All the agreements fell like snowflakes. No, I don't need to think about it.
I must protect my people and my baby, Lin Chen said firmly.
Xiao Gang slammed the table and stood up. You are so brave, you will definitely regret it.
There won't be such a day, so don't regret it. Goodbye, Lin Chen turned and left without hesitation. Xiao Gang was so angry that he kicked over the coffee table. It seems that his plan to get Lin Chen to give up custody and give the child away will not go so smoothly.
Chapter 12: Becoming a Super Nanny.
Lin Chen left the show private club and immediately called Cheng Peng. Pengzi, help me find a few reliable and armed men to guard the Bowie confinement center. If you find any suspicious people outside the confinement center, tell me in time. What Lin Chen was most worried about was that Xiao Gang would break into Bowie confinement center and snatch people away. Bowie maternity center has security, but there is no guarantee that they will be suppressed by Xiao Gang's power and his wife and children will be handed over.
Lao Chen, there's no problem with this.
Hey, you haven't told me why we need someone to look after the Bowie confinement center, Cheng Peng was puzzled.
Of course, it's to prevent people from disturbing your sister-in-law's rest. Lin Chen dropped a bomb on Cheng Peng and hung up the phone.
He also took care of the various issues that Cheng Peng raised on the other end of the phone. But he still had to go back to the construction site to move bricks. Xiao Gang had delayed him for so long, so he had to work overtime again tonight. I haven't talked to my babies for several days, I'll hold on for one more day. Xiao Muyu had just finished body care and felt extremely comfortable all over, but she was still uneasy inside. Dabao and Erbao are almost 1 month old now, and their parents have not shown up yet. Only Xiao Muyu would occasionally call her secretly, but the calls were never long. The aunties at home kept an eye on her and didn't let her play with her cell phone. Xiao Gang asked her to pass the IELTS as soon as possible so that he could send her to study abroad. Xiao Muyu also told Xiao Muxue the news that Lu Yan had forcefully demanded a marriage alliance with her.
Xiao Muxue also didn't understand why he had to marry her?
There are many ways to form close business partnerships. Marriage is the simplest way, but it may not be a good way to achieve a win-win situation. When two people who don't love each other come together, they will always be torn because of their interests.
It won't be happy. This is not the love Xiao Muxue wants.
There are too many misfortunes and unspeakable forbearances in the wealthy marriages around us, and happiness is too rare. Like her aunt Xiao Yunxiao, who accepted a business marriage and immediately turned hostile to her when her husband did not benefit from it. The mistress forced her to abdicate, and she was so emotional that she unfortunately had a miscarriage. Then she heard her husband say that he had never loved her and only married her for the sake of profit. Her sister-in-law is such a proud woman, a top jewelry designer in China. She spent her entire life designing love symbols for others but never had one herself, and in the end she committed suicide out of hatred. Xiao Muxue didn't want to repeat the same mistake, especially since she was already very happy with 2 angel babies. That day, Lin Chen came back in the middle of the night. Xiao Muxue was not sleeping well and woke up when she heard footsteps.
Xiao Muxue looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Wasn't he an investor? Why did he come back so dirty?
Sorry, Mumu, I woke you up, Lin Chen felt a little guilty. It was so late, he just wanted to take a look at the baby.
Where have you been? Xiao Muxue asked.
It's okay. There was just something going on at the project site, so I just helped out, Lin Chen made up an excuse to get away with it. Xiao Muxue had her doubts, but since Lin Chen didn't want to say anything, she naturally wouldn't dig deeper into the matter.
Have the babies been well behaved these days? Lin Chen asked.
When Xiao Muxue mentioned the babies, a soft glow appeared on her face, adding a touch of friendliness to her beautiful face. The first and second babies are still very well behaved, but the second baby is still not very active in eating. Dabao loves to stare at the flowers outside the window recently, so the nurses often push them out to bask in the sun.
My second baby is the most restless when sleeping. He always likes to kick the quilt.
Fortunately, the nurse is there to take care of him at night, otherwise I would have to get up many times. The nurses took good care of the eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and playing of the first and second babies. I didn't have to worry about changing diapers. Xiao Muxue talked about the baby's performance in the past few days in detail, as if she wanted to make up for the time that Lin Chen was away. Lin Chen felt that during times like these, the two of them were just like an old married couple, chatting about their children's daily lives. Xiao Muxue felt as if she had said too much, so she stopped.
That's all I have to say.
You should go and have a rest, Xiao Muxue said with a red face. Mumu, I'm so happy that you are willing to tell me these. Lin Chen's body involuntarily moved closer to Xiao Muxue. Xiao Muxue grabbed the bedsheet with her right hand.
Why was this brat getting so close to her? Was he going to kiss her?
Lin Chen looked at Xiao Mushue's jade-like face, with a milky scent on her body, like a whirlpool trying to suck him in. Suddenly Erbao kicked the quilt, and the ambiguity between Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue was instantly broken.
Lin Chen looked down awkwardly at his dirty body. What is he thinking?
If it is the first time to kiss Xiao Muxue after meeting, it should be a very romantic occasion.
Oh. It's all because of the alluring beauty. Mumu, I'll go clean up first.
You should go to bed quickly.
Good night. Lin Chen almost ran away.
Xiao Muxue finally let out the breath she had been holding. She touched her face and it was very hot. After Lin Chen carefully tidied himself up, he lay down after a tiring day to let his brain review its work. He made a work plan in his mind and sorted out some issues. After I finished thinking about it, I couldn't sleep.
I haven't been to the company these few days.
All the things have been handled online, and Wang Chao hasn't come to check on me.
After his last day tomorrow, he will also go back to the company to take a look.
For the time being, he would not tell Xiao Muxue about what Xiao Gang was looking for him. To prevent her from worrying during the confinement period, if there is anything, she can wait until she is out of confinement to deal with it.
The last day of brick moving work passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen finally got the super nanny booster sent by the system.
The sunburned face adds a masculine feel. Lin Chen handed the booster to Xiao Muxue. Mumu, this is a surprise for you.
What is this?
Xiao Muxue had a puzzled look on her face. The bottle is milky white all over and is carved with blooming roses.
Is it perfume?
Lin Chen cleared up her doubts. Mumu, if you drink this, you won't have to worry about breast milk.
Xiao Muxue blushed.
They always felt embarrassed to talk about breastfeeding between them.
I drink crushing carp tofu soup and pig's trotter peanut soup every day. Can your stuff be more effective than these?
Xiao Muxue still wanted to know whether the effect was reliable. Lin Chen patted his chest and abdomen to assure, Mumu, it will definitely work. We have known each other for such a long time, when have I ever lied to you? You will know if you try it.
Xiao Muxue chose to believe Lin Chen and opened the bottle cap. A fresh scent of milk wafts into my nose.
It smells pretty good. Xiao Mushue's red lips were pressed against the bottle mouth. Drink the contents of the bottle slowly. In less than a minute, she felt her whole body warm and her chest a little swollen.
This is amazing. I actually had some reaction.
It seems this thing is useful, Xiao Muxue said to Lin Chen in surprise. I'll feel relieved if it works. Lin Chen thought to himself, it must be effective, the system would not lie to him, and it was the result of his 5 days of hard work.
Chapter 13, The Writing Master.
Where did you get such a good thing? Xiao Muxue asked in confusion with her big eyes flashing.
I asked a friend to get it for me.
There is only one bottle in the world, Lin Chen said half-truthfully. Xiao Muxue naturally would not believe that there was only one bottle in the world, but she felt cared for by Lin Chen.
Not bad, warm. This also solves the food problem for Debao and Erbao.
Sure enough, Xiao Muxue didn't have to wait for a while before feeding her second baby this time. After feeding the first baby, there is still enough milk for the second baby.
The two babies were full and in a good mood.
The weather is very good today, I will take Debao and Erbao to take a walk in the small garden. Lin Chen also missed the babies very much.
When Debao and Erbao heard that they could go out and play, they danced with excitement.
After staying in the house all day, even the baby is looking forward to going out for some fresh air. Lin Chen carefully adjusted the stroller's sunshade to the most suitable position to avoid direct sunlight into his eyes. The roses in the small garden are in bloom at the right time, and there is a fragrance floating in the air. The nurse took a book and handed it to Lin Chen. The baby's dad can read to the baby, and they both love listening to stories in the little garden. In this respect, the two babies are very similar to Xiao Muxue, who is a top student in school beauty. It turns out that my little babies are good babies who love to study. Lin Chen opened the book and started to tell the story of Black Cat Sheriff in a vivid manner. The eldest and second child are more interested in their father's voice and stare at him intently. Seeing how focused they were, Lin Chen finished telling the story of Black Cat Sheriff and then went on to tell the stories of the ugly duckling and the daughter of the mermaid. Ding, the host reads to the babies for the first time, and reads for a full 20 minutes. I reward the host with a writing skill and a 10-star writing style. Ding, the writing master has arrived. Ding, 10 stars for writing style have been received.
Hey, can he write books for the babies in the future?
I am proud to say that you grew up reading your father's books.
It's simply amazing.
Lin Chen now feels that his mind is full of the plot.
Just give him a computer and he can write a masterpiece in no time.
He had already thought of a plan, and he would start typing in the evening and post it on Tomato Novel when he was done.
Dabeo and Erbao, you two must study hard. Daddy's first book will be written for you. Dabeo and Erbao looked at their father in confusion, as if to say, no way, Daddy, we are only 1 month old, and now you want us to study hard?
Lin Chen continued, from now on, all the smart and cute children in Dad's books will be named after you too. Speaking of names, Lin Chen felt more and more that relationships officially recognized by law were very important.
Xiao Muxue simply gave the child the surname Xiao. The eldest child is named Xiao Qiming and the second child is named Xiao Sanqing. Obviously Lin Qiming and Lin Sanqing sound better. It was useless for Lin Chen to be depressed, because for now Xiao Muxue would not change her mind and let the babies have his surname. Botsai Investment Bank. Wang Chao sat beside the tea table trembling with fear.
This was his first close contact with Li Kan, the deputy general manager of Boki Investment Bank. Li Kan did not speak, but just made tea quietly.
Silence invisibly put a lot of pressure on Wang Chao. The chairman of Bokai has always been a mystery and no one has ever seen him. In all public occasions of Botsai is represented by its general manager Yu Hua. Yu Hua has more affairs to deal with, so general company management matters are handled by Deputy General Manager Li Kan. When this kind of person summoned Wang Chao thought that something he had done was exposed. Mr. Li, do you have any plans? Wang Chao asked courageously.
It will be ready soon, just wait a moment, Li Kan ordered the tea smoothly and took a sip. The dahanpo was at its most fragrant at this time, leaving a lingering taste in your mouth. I called you here to understand some of the situations in your investment department, Li Kan said slowly.
Just ask me anything you want, I will tell you everything I know.
After hearing this, Wang Chao knew that he was only being asked about personnel matters and he breathed a sigh of relief.
There is a young man named Lin Chen in your department. How does he work? Li Kan asked. Why did he suddenly ask about Lin Chen?
If it were any other day, Wang Chao would definitely say bad things about Lin Chen to frame him. But after seeing Lin Chen buy millions of cars without blinking an eye, he became nervous and didn't dare to make any comments about him.
Young man Lin Chen is quite decent. There is nothing outstanding about him, and he has not made any mistakes either. Oh? Really?
What I heard was that he is slacking off at work, coming late and leaving early. Li Kan gave Wang Chao a mysterious look.
This is different from what you imagine.
Wang Chao immediately changed his words. Mr. Li, you are right. I was careless and thought that young people all make mistakes.
However, employees with the wrong work attitude should be properly educated. Forget about the education, so that we don't have to help others train employees. There are some things that I am not convenient to do, so you can do it. Do you understand what I mean?
Li Kan gave Wang Chao a clear way out. Wang Chao was a smart man and immediately understood what Li Kan meant. Mr. Li, don't worry, I will do it beautifully. Wang Chao's nervousness disappeared at once, and he crossed his legs comfortably.
God help me.
It turns out that someone is also dissatisfied with Lin Chen and wants to punish him.
Wang Chao was delighted. As soon as he left Li Kan's office, he couldn't wait to call Lin Chen.
After the first one was hit, Lin Chen died.
Wang Chao became angry and continued to hit her.
It was only after the fourth time that Lin Chen took the bait.
Lin Chen was originally enjoying a happy parent-child time with Dabeo and Erbao.
Wang Chao is so blind that he keeps receiving phone calls.
I accepted it with no choice. Lin Chen, where are you now?
I can't see you in the company. Wang Chao's voice rose 8 degrees. Lin Chen had already completed all the work for the week within half a day, and was not afraid of Wang Chao checking on him.
I'm outside, Manager Wang, what can I do for you? Hey! This kid is still outside leisurely. I want to vent my anger today. He will write the word backwards. You don't need to go back to this company anymore, resign immediately, Wang Chao said directly. With Li Can's support, if he can handle this matter well, it's only a matter of time before he becomes a big shot in front of the deputy general manager. If you want to fire me, you can always find a pretext to accuse me. If you don't give me a fair reason, I won't leave. Lin Chen would never be led by Wang Chao. He joined the company in an honest manner, and it was he who took the initiative to leave. Being fired in disgrace never happens. Not coming to the company to clock in shows that you have a problem with your work attitude. This is reason enough for you to get out, Wang Chao said proudly. Enterprises are result-oriented, and my work performance is the best in the department. If I can complete my work by just staying in the company every day, I think Bo Kai will go bankrupt soon, Lin Chen sneered. Indeed, Bo Kai does not have a mandatory requirement to clock in, but encourages employees to develop independently and have a more free attitude towards work, as long as the result is full marks. This is also one of the reasons why Bo Kai is so eager to get in. Chapter 14, Taking Over a Listed Company. Lin Chen's words made sense. Wang Chao was desperate and yelled, I'm your leader. If I tell you to leave, just get out. Let's talk about it when the company is yours. Lin Chen felt that it would be a waste of time to say any more to Wang Chao. Under the current circumstances, there is no point for him to stay in Butsai Investment Bank. Some bad apples are engaged in internal struggles all day long, and the overall performance of their investment department too is worse than that of investment department 1. Lin Chen couldn't figure out how Wang Chao, who thought with his but and did things with his feet, broke through the high-pressure competition and entered Boki Investment Bank. It was not until later that he found out that Wang Chao got in with the help of a male shareholder with biased tendencies. It gave him a chill, but that's a story for later. Lin Cheng's face was serious just now, but when he turned around and looked at De Bao and Erbao, he became gentle again. It can be called a face change. Lin Chen's phone rang again. Hello, who is this? Lin Chen answered the phone. Chairman Lin, I'm your secretary Li Hai. Are you free tomorrow morning? Come to the company to sign the equity transfer agreement of Bukai Investment Bank and receive 60% of Bukai's equity. What? The listed company shares that the system gave him turned out to be from Bukai Investment Bank. With 60% of the shares, he is already the largest shareholder of Bukai and has absolute control. When many listed companies go public, their equity has already been diluted very little. But Bukai is an exception. The founder has strong financial capabilities, and in order to have absolute control, he still holds most of the shares in his own hands. The system really gave him a good gift. Wang Chao must have had someone's support to dare to suddenly and publicly challenge him to get out. The people behind this are planning to cut off his source of income. It is obvious who is behind all this. In order to make Lin Chen bow to money, he did everything he could. Unfortunately, Lin Chen is now so poor that he only has money left. The equity came at the right time and in a wonderful way. Lin Chen showed an evil smile. Secretary Li, I will go over to sign the equity transfer agreement tomorrow morning, but please do not disclose my identity for the time being. You can tell others that Chairman Bo Kai will be in charge, and the rest will not be mentioned for the time being. Lin Chen has his own plans. Okay, Chairman Lin, Li Hai is a competent secretary. He will not have any doubts about the leader's decision and will only execute it 100%. Butsai Investment Bank. Employees from various departments, who usually walk in a hurry in the morning, were all whispering to each other today. Will there be a grand party to welcome you? Is this chairman handsome? I don't know if he's handsome or not, but he's rich. If he were single, hey, I'd have a chance. Look at the women around here, they are all staring at me eagerly. Lin Chen listened to the gossip and conversation with a smile on his face. Today's weather is really good, it's an auspicious day. Wang Chao looked unhappy when he saw Lin Chen coming. Have you finished writing your resignation letter? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. I've written the resignation letter and will give it to you later. Wang Chao didn't expect Lin Chen's attitude to suddenly change today. You're smart. But Wang Chao still felt a little uneasy, as if something was out of his control. Li Can, who was in the general manager's office, was feeling anxious at the moment. This morning he received a call from General Manager Yu Hua, and learned that the major shareholder and chairman of Bo Kai, who had never appeared before, had become the unknown Lin Chen.
He regretted helping Xiao Gang to dismiss Lin Chen, and ended up shooting himself in the foot.
Employees want to fire their boss? That's hilarious. Now we can only hope that Wang Chao doesn't act so quickly. Wang Chao, have you done that?
Wang Chao said confidently, "Bossly, I have done everything you asked me to do. This morning, Lin Chen said he would give me his resignation letter.
If your performance is as high as your efficiency, nothing will happen." Li Kan hung up the phone angrily. Wang Chao was confused. Is Mr. Li trying to praise him? It doesn't sound like that.
When the time agreed with Li Hai arrived, Lin Chen went straight to the 35th floor.
The 34th floor is the executive office building, and the 35th floor is the chairman's office, reception room, and conference hall. After Lin Chen signed the equity transfer agreement, he became the real major shareholder and actual controller of Bokai.
At this time, the 12 shareholders and core executives of Bokai were already seated in the conference room. Li Hai led Lin Chen to the conference hall and respectfully opened the door of the conference hall.
The conference room suddenly fell silent.
No one expected that the successor to Bokai's chairman would be such a young guy. Some senior executives had met Lin Chen several times and were shocked. It turned out that the chairman had been lurking at the grassroots level to understand Bokai for a long time. Of course, there are also people who have doubts about Lin Chen's abilities. After all, Lin Chen is too young.
After Lin Chen sat down, Li Hai introduced everyone. "Good morning, shareholders and executives. This is our chairman, Mr. Lin Chen. Please applaud and welcome him."
There was a roar of applause. Lin Chen made a stop gesture.
"Hello, fellow shareholders and senior executives, I am Lin Chen. Today is my first meeting since taking office, and you can open up and talk to me.
Bokai is a young, innovative, and vibrant investment company.
We pursue the ultimate perfection and create ultra-high net worth returns. I hope it will be the same in the past and in the future, or even better. I value every partner who works side by side with me and hope that the company's atmosphere is positive, progressive, friendly, and united. The business of investment banking depends on the person at the helm and on everyone.
Over the past year, our traditional businesses have grown steadily, and investment in emerging industries has also gradually increased. I will pay more attention to the growth of emerging industries. With Lin Chen's ability to foresee investments, he is absolutely optimistic about new concepts such as drones and the metaverse.
These industries will bring about unprecedented changes in the era."
Lin Chen spoke concisely for 20 minutes, with every sentence being to the point and without any procrastination. After he finished speaking, the shareholders and executives all looked at him with admiration. It must be said that his insights were beyond their imagination. Whether he is qualified for the position of chairman of Bokai is a fact that they cannot change despite their doubts.
60% of the shares represent power and money, enough to shut them up and make them surrender.
After the meeting, Lin Chen called Chairman Yu Huajin to his office alone. Yu Huan was able to stay in Bokai for so long and receive incentive equity. It proves that he has strong personal abilities, outstanding insights, keen judgment, and decision-making ability.
Lin Chen also wanted to hear Yu Hua's thoughts.
Yu Hua is very professional and respectful to Lin Chen. He will not neglect him just because he is young.
He spoke slowly and leisurely, explaining his work plan.
Lin Chen felt very comfortable listening to it.
Talking with people with strong logical thinking is efficient.
He had to praise Yu Hua for his unique vision when he took out a stack of in-depth interpretations and work plans on the drone and metaverse industries.
Chapter 15, 50 million received.
Lin Chen still admired Yu Hua in his heart. The plan was very meticulous and even he couldn't find any problems with it. After an in-depth communication between Lin Chen and Yu Hua, they determined many work plans. Yu Hua gradually accepted Lin Chen from the bottom of his heart, and the two of them happily discussed the blueprint.
3 hours later,
Lin Chen stretched out his hand. "Mr. Yu, I hope you will have a pleasant cooperation in the future."
"Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to work with you."
Yu Hua shook Lin Chen's hand sincerely.
"There is one more thing I need to report to you. Li Kan has confessed to instructing Wang Chao.
This happened because I failed to supervise and control my subordinates. I will post a dismissal notice for these two people and ban them from the industry, so that they will pay for their mistakes."
Li Kan was sensible enough to confess on his own initiative.
Li Kan can just announce his dismissal, but Wang Chao is indeed a cancer in the company, so let's do as you wish.
No matter what the reason was for Li Kan to reach a common agreement with Xiao Gang, Lin Chen did not want to kill him, but Wang Chao had made him intolerable, and this time he must be taught a severe lesson.
Lin Chen's professional ability has already convinced him, but he didn't expect that he would be willing to let Li Ken go. Although Li Ken explained that it was because Xiao Gang had financially supported him, he deserved the punishment for making a mistake, and expulsion was the lightest punishment.
This friend is good to get along with, this big brother is good to follow.
Ding, the host has conquered his subordinates and gained their loyalty, and is rewarded with 50 million in cash and business management skills. Ding, 50 million in cash has arrived. Ding, the enterprise management ability has arrived.
Mobile phone SMS notification, bank card balance is 490,003,459 yuan. Rewarding business management ability is really awesome. This is the ability that Lin Chen lacks the most now. After Lin Chen accepted the enterprise management capabilities, he came up with many ideas for management optimization and improvement.
He then pulled Yu Hua aside to continue the conversation. Yu Hua is also a workaholic, and every word Lin Chen says is precise and to the point. The more he listened, the more excited he became.
Sparks flew and many ideas were stimulated.
Feeling that they had met too late, the two continued their conversation.
Li Hai came in quietly to serve tea and snacks, and left quietly again.
By the time they finished talking, it was dark. The employees of Boikai did not see the chairman they had been expecting, but only heard that the chairman and the general manager had a closed-door meeting for a whole day.
Excited and agitated, uneasy and restless.
Various emotions were intertwined in the hearts of every employee, and Wang Chao saw that Lin Chen was not at his workstation for a day. A sense of fear rose within him.
His fears soon became a reality.
The general manager's secretary directly posted an announcement on the official website to dismiss Li Kan and Wang Chao, and announced that Wang Chao would be banned in the industry. When Wang Chao saw the announcement, he felt dizzy and realized that no one could save him.
He is finished. This matter is definitely related to Lin Chen. Wang Chao went to find his old lover, a shareholder of Boikai.
But he also refused to see Wang Chao, and just told him to leave quietly.
If he wanted to get ahead, he should not provoke people who should not be provoked.
Wang Chao had no choice but to leave Boikai in shame, and he didn't even dare to question Lin Chen. Xiao Gang knew at the first moment that Li Ken had failed and was fired.
Xiao Gang was furious. How could he not be able to handle a small person?
During this period of time, he also asked people to stop Lin Chen, but Lin Chen insisted that he would never give up the custody rights. As banks began to demand repayment more and more frequently, the company's funding chain was broken and it was unable to pay its employees' salaries. Since Lin Chen can't make a breakthrough, he can only start with Xiao Muxue. Let her agree to the marriage on her own initiative and let Lin Chen sign to give up the custody rights. Xiao Muxue will be leaving the confinement period tomorrow, but she feels a little unhappy inside. After spending so much time with Lin Chen, she actually got used to that stinky guy.
He was used to teasing them with a joking smile every day. Get used to his gentle care and thoughtful protection. Get used to his sincerity and straightforward cuteness. Xiao Muxue. You're finished, what are you thinking? Xiao Muxue was full of confusion and thoughts. Lin Chen is the same.
Lin Chen was worried about how to ask Xiao Muxue to agree to live together and take care of the babies together. But he has to speak when it's time to speak. Just when he was at a loss, his sister-in-law came to help. Xiao Muyu finally found an opportunity to slip out. Xiao Gang and Bai Jiro were both out, and the aunt who was supervising her had an emergency at home and also took leave.
If you don't slip away now, when will you slip away?
During this period, Xiao Muxue told Xiao Muyu about her and Lin Chen one after another. The chance encounter in the hotel, the domineering protection after childbirth, and the care and concern for the baby.
It was Xiao Muxue's gradual recognition that allowed Xiao Muyu to remove Lin Chen from the scumbag blacklist. Sister, I can finally come to see you, my nephew, niece, and aunt are here.
I heard his voice before I saw him. Xiao Muyu is like a gust of wind and a shower of rain, cute and playful.
Hey, you're here too, Xiao Muyu greeted Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded and greeted him as well.
Xiao Muxue pinched her cheeks and said, "We've been waiting for you to come.
Dabao and Erbao both want to see you."
Xiao Muyu looked at these two super cute twins, a boy and a girl, with a lot of love in his eyes.
Sister, Dabao and Erbao's eyes are just like yours. They are twinkling and watery.
Erbao's face shape is also very similar to yours, Dabao, your expression is so cool.
Xiao Muyu chattered non-stop. Lin Chen listened there for a long time and had a lot of questions in his mind. Sister-in-law, are you polite? Why do you only talk about how the baby resembles your sister? Tell me how he resembles me. Obviously, Debao's facial features are most like his. Erbao's nose is like his. The best sister-in-law in the world, your title is about to be lost. Perhaps it was because Xiao Muyu heard Lin Chen's thoughts that she finally included him in her final summary. You two definitely have the same looks as your eldest and second children, but I just hope you can inherit my sister's IQ. Lin Chen held his forehead and said, okay, you don't have to say the last sentence. Xiao Muxue tapped Xiao Muyu's forehead and said, you are the only one who talks too much and loves to comment. Look. Debao and Erbao have just nodded in agreement with my point of view. Debao and Erbao kept looking at Xiao Muyu and chattering non-stop. This seemed to be the most talkative and fastest speaking person they had ever met. Debao and Erbao are probably envious of your ability to finish 10 sentences in the time it takes others to say one sentence, Lin Chen commented. I'll take it as a compliment from you. Xiao Muyu didn't care about Lin Chen's opinion. Xiao Muyu also knew that Xiao Muxue would be leaving her confinement tomorrow, so she came here in a hurry today and wanted to hear about her sister's plans after she leaves her confinement. Sister, you will be out of confinement tomorrow. Will you go back to the apartment in the Bun Center or go home? Speaking of this, Xiao Muyu looked at her sister cautiously. Muyu, my father won't let me go back. He also bought me the apartment in the Bun Center, so I may not be able to go back, Xiao Muyu sighed. But I have already made a plan. I will go to live with Aunt Chen first and make plans after the transition. You don't have to worry, Xiao Muxue added. Lin Chen looked depressed. It seemed that she had planned everything except him. Chapter 16 3 Rules. Ah. It's too crowded at Aunt Chen's place. Are some of these people just decorations? Are they sculptures or samples? Don't they solve the problem? Xiao Muyu looked at Lin Chen angrily. His eyes seemed to cut him into pieces. Mumu, today in front of my sister, I swear that I will take good care of you. Are you willing to live with me? Lin Chen also took the opportunity to put forward his idea. Lin Chen, I have troubled you enough, Xiao Muxue had her concerns. She would feel really bad if living with Lin Chen delayed him from finding a partner. Hey, you've spoken sensibly, Xiao Muyu finally said something to Lin Chen. But, what can you do to make my sister, nephew, and niece live a good life? If I show my sincerity and strength, will you stand on my side? Lin Chen asked. If you can satisfy my sister, I will definitely deal with the matter instead of the person. Xiao Muyu was smart and didn't fall into the trap. Muyu, stop messing around. Lin Chen, I have arranged everything, Xiao Muxue said coquettishly. Her heart was shaken and she couldn't let them talk anymore. Sister, let's listen to his plan, right? Debao and Erbao, you want to listen too, right? Xiao Muyu wanted to see what Lin Chen could come up with. Lin Chen took out the keys to Fengyuan and Liwan Villa. I bought Fengyuan and Liwan, both of which were the houses you liked. Maple Garden has been renovated, and Liwan is left for you to decorate. Xiao Muxue interrupted him in surprise. How did you have the money to buy 2 villas? You also know that I'm an investor. I've made a lot of money from investing in stock trading, Lin Chen said naturally what he had prepared. Xiao Muxue and Xiao Muyu had no doubts. After all, there are always people better than you. It's not surprising that Lin Chen is so outstanding. Lin Chen took out a card and looked at Xiao Muxue sincerely with his dark eyes. This black card has an unlimited limit for global use. You spend the money and I'll make the money. Mumu, let me take care of you and fulfill my responsibilities as a father and a man. What I promised you before and what I say now are all sincere words. Man. Xiao Muyu gave a thumbs up. Xiao Muxue glared at her, and she immediately put her thumb away. I'll think about it again. Xiao Muxue would be lying if she said she wasn't moved, but she didn't want Lin Chen to be tied to her out of responsibility. This was not her original intention, nor was it the family life she pursued. The light in Lin Chen's eyes suddenly dimmed. Xiao Muyu pulled her aside and said, Sister, I know what you are worried about, but if you don't try it, how can you know it's not good? Besides, my parents are very tight now. With him by my side, at least he can take care of the baby. Xiao Muyu's starting point was very simple. Instead of marrying her sister into the Lu family and becoming a bond of interest, it would be better for her to cultivate feelings with the father of Debao and Erbao. Her 2 nephews and niece have a complete family and will not be abused by their stepfather. Want to try it? Xiao Muxue felt conflicted and anxious. Mumu, please think about it carefully. All my starting points are definitely for your well-being, Lin Chen thought to himself.
If she was unwilling to come to his side, he would go to where she lived to find them. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I will come to the mountain. Xiao Muyu added fuel to the fire. Sister, the environment over at Fengyuan is so nice. Dabao and Erbo must prefer places with gardens and small yards. Sister, Lin Chen can also change a light bulb or something. If there is any emergency in the middle of the night, someone will be able to deal with it. I don't have to worry about your safety anymore. Xiao Muyu's whisper was not whispered at all. Lin Chen could hear every word. He was very happy. His sister-in-law was really awesome. Xiao Muxue weighed the matter in her mind and felt that what Xiao Muyu said was indeed reasonable. That. Before Xiao Muxue finished speaking, Xiao Muyu interrupted her. Sister, go ahead, I'll feel more at ease. Xiao Muxue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If she didn't agree, Lin Chen and Xiao Muyu wouldn't know how long they would keep pestering her. Xiao Muxue turned around and said to Lin Chen, I agree to live with you, but we have to make 3 rules. Lin Chen was overjoyed. We can make any number of rules, as long as you are willing. Okay, first, you can't bring women home. I'm afraid it will affect the physical and mental health of Dabao and Erbao. Second, we need to keep a good distance and respect each other. Third, I will find a way to give you living expenses, and I won't take the black card. Xiao Muxue thought about it and said these 3 points. Don't worry, I, Lin Chen, will never cheat on your wife or bring a woman home. But I cannot agree to your 3rd point. I am a man, and I will not let you worry about money while taking care of the baby. Lin Chen believes that it is natural for a man to support his family. Xiao Muyu gave a thumbs up again. Sure. Brother-in-law. For the first time, Xiao Muyu felt that Lin Chen was very reliable, and it was not wrong to call him brother-in-law. Sister-in-law, thank you for your recognition. Lin Chen immediately agreed. Xiao Muxue's cheeks flushed. What kind of relatives are you two recognizing? I don't even recognize you. Then when will you agree? Is there a probation period? Lin Chen asked. I'm okay as a nanny during the probation period, but not anyone else, Xiao Muxue said righteously. Mumu, you said the 2nd point is to keep your distance, but if you violate it first, this one will not count. It is not possible to keep a distance and take care of the baby together. Lin Chen must greet Xiao Muxue first. Xiao Muxue looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. What I proposed must be followed, and I hope you can follow it too. So if you accidentally touch my hand, would that be considered an exception? Lin Chen laughed secretly in his heart. Little cat, I have countless ways to break your tricks. Please accept the black card. I have arranged all the household necessities. You can decide what to add later. This time, Lin Chen directly stuffed the card into Xiao Muxue's hand. Since things had come to this, Xiao Muxue accepted it generously. Sister-in-law, welcome to our home tomorrow. Please come often in the future. We should have a good relationship with our supportive sister-in-law. This is a critical resource. Wherever my sister, nephew and niece are, I will go there. After calling him brother-in-law, Xiao Muyu wanted to bring them together. Okay, you two sisters can chat. It's time for Dabao and Erbao to swim. I'll take them there first. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he pushed Dabao and Erbao to the baby swimming room. Sister, are you a little moved? Xiao Muyu asked as soon as Lin Chen left, and pinched Xiao Muxue's waist mischievously. So soft. Feels so delicate. Chapter 17. Another 100 million arrived. Xiao Muxue pushed her hand away and said coquettishly, Why do you, little kid, care about adult matters? Hey! Sister, I am already 18 years old and an adult. Sister is just avoiding the question in her heart and doesn't dare to give a direct answer. I understand you. Xiao Muyu teased her with a wink. Xiao Muxue covered her chest with her hands. Thinking of Lin Chen, her chest did feel swell and full. Is this considered heartthrob? There were already 4 babies swimming in the swimming room. Baoi is a high-end confinement center, and all its facilities and equipment are of the highest quality. Each baby swimming pool is made of acrylic material imported from Germany, with long-lasting constant temperature and disinfection and sterilization. Each baby has a separate pool, and the water is changed after swimming, so the water quality can be guaranteed to be clean. 2 nurses held the first and second babies respectively to put on swimming diapers and swimming rings. The brother and sister played together in the extra-large swimming pool. From beginning to end, there will be a dedicated nurse to take care of the baby and keep an eye on the baby to prevent any accidents. Dabao and Erbao love swimming very much. Once they get into the water, they start kicking their little feet happily. Lin Chen held the little yellow duck beside him to attract their attention and guide them to swim forward. Dabao, Erbao, let's have a competition to see who can catch the little yellow duck first. Lin Chen also imitated the duck sound quack quack quack.
Dabao is worthy of being the eldest brother. He has better physical strength than Erbao.
He stretches out his little hands to chase the little yellow duck.
Just push your calves and you can swim forward.
Although Erbao is a little slow, she is a perfect combination of impatience and perseverance.
As a result, the trick didn't work and Erbao kept struggling in the same place.
Lin Chen deliberately swam the little yellow duck to Erbao. Quack, quack, Erbao, the little yellow duck wants to play with you. Erbao thought victory was in sight and reached out to grab the little yellow duck.
Lin Chen immediately swam the little yellow duck away. Erbao looked at his brother eagerly, as if to say, "Brother, you go ahead, Dad is so mean. I can't catch the little yellow duck."
Erbao's aggrieved expression was so cute that it made the nurse burst into laughter. The parents who were taking their babies swimming nearby were also attracted by the rare twins, Dabao and Erbao.
They all came to learn from Lin Chen. How do you give birth to twins? What tricks do you use to prepare for pregnancy? Your eyes are so big, did you eat a lot of grapes when you were pregnant? My sister is so cute. I really want to have a baby marriage with her. Dad is so handsome, the babies are so cute, and Mom must be very beautiful. 15 minutes later, Dabao and Erbao also finished swimming. Young babies should not swim for more than 15 minutes.
The length of time each baby swims depends on their individual physical condition. Lin Chen and the parents around him also stopped chatting.
Alas! If I didn't have the knowledge of infant care, I wouldn't know how to deal with our problems.
After this experience, Lin Chen has been recognized as the best dad among this group of parents. Ding, accompany the baby to swim and gain recognition and admiration from others for your childcare, and the host will be rewarded with 100 million yuan in cash. Ding, 100 million yuan has arrived.
The message on the mobile phone came, but Lin Chen didn't even look at it, he was very calm.
After all, he's used to being worth billions. When Lin Chen returned to the room, Xiao Muxue and Xiao Muyu were still talking in private.
He went to the nurses' station and watched the nurses doing massage exercises for Dabao and Erbao.
Xiao Muxue can do it, but Lin Chen also wants to do something for the babies.
He memorized every step and some differentiated techniques carefully.
Dabao likes to have his back touched the most, so when you do touch therapy, you can touch his back more often. Erbao likes to rub her little fingers the most, and when she does that, her expression appears most concerned and happy.
The babies can't speak, but every expression is a vivid expression. The next day,
after Lin Chen finished his phone call with Yu Hua in the morning and arranged all his work matters, he went to help Xiao Muxue with the checkout procedures. Xiao Muxue even put on plum-colored lipstick today, which made her look even better.
Aunt Chen has also packed her things and is ready to leave at any time.
It is April, the grass is green and the birds are singing, the weather is sunny and the climate is warm.
Good weather can bring double the good mood. Lin Chen drove the car over first, and when Xiao Muxue saw that Lin Chen was driving a Maybach GLS, I couldn't help but admire Lin Chen's investment ability and vision.
It is really not easy to earn so much money relying on your own skills. In her heart, she gave Lin Chen a lot of extra points.
Lin Chen drove very steadily, the space of the Maybach GLS was large enough. Dabao and Erbao chatted for a while in the car and then fell asleep.
When they arrived at Fengyuan, Dabao and Erbao seemed to understand that they had returned to their own home. As soon as they arrived at the gate of Fengyuan, they both woke up at the same time.
Aunt Chen praised, Dabao and Erbao both know how happy it is to go home.
Because of Xiao Muxue and Dabao and Erbao, the word home becomes particularly warm.
Lin Chen's mouth corners rose involuntarily, and he glanced at Xiao Muxue.
Very good, Xiao Muxue also had a smile on her face, she was slowly adapting to the new changes.
We're home.
Lin Chen put down the strollers of Dabao and Erbao, carefully put them both in the stroller, and asked Aunt Chen to come and push the stroller.
He went to carry the large and small bags.
Xiao Muxue wanted to share the burden of carrying the things, but Lin Chen refused to let her.
You have just come out of confinement, so it is not suitable for you to lift heavy objects. I will do these things. You guys go in first. Lin Chen made proper arrangements. Xiao Muxue couldn't persuade him, so she went to take care of the baby with Aunt Chen. The decoration of Fengyuan embodies selection, refinement, precision, and exquisiteness. The unique craftsmanship makes the overall look warm and grand, elegant, and vivid. Xiao Muxue was naturally very satisfied. Mumu, the guest room on the first floor is for Aunt Chen, your room is the master bedroom inside, and Debao, Erbo and my rooms are next to your room. Lin Chen quickly explained the space distribution and structure of the entire house. When Xiao Muxue saw the studio that Lin Chen had specially set up for her, she was deeply moved. Lin Chen learned from Xiao Muyu that Xiao Muxue loved painting. She once represented Shanghai University to participate in the International College Painting Competition and won the championship. There was a sense of pride that arose spontaneously. The more he understood his kitten, the more shining points he could discover. Lin Chen specially made different themes for Debao and Erbo's rooms. Debao's room is Doraemon themed, the blue is fresh and sunny. Erbo's room is decorated with a pink holly kitty and is filled with many toys and dolls. However, the two of them could not use their own room for the time being and still had to rest with Xiao Muxue. After the first and second babies entered the second month, they would get up once at night to drink milk and then sleep until dawn. So Xiao Muxue told Aunt Chen not to keep watch, she could take care of the two little guys by herself. Chapter 18 There is no diaper that cannot be handled. Botsai Investment Bank. According to Lin Chen's instructions, Wakai made many adjustments to internal and external work regulations and methods. Employees are more efficient and have more free time. Moreover, some of them are lazy and have low performance. For example, Wang Chao and Linda were both cleared out of Wakai, which was a great relief to everyone. Lin Chen invited Mr. Chen from Fulong Group to the chairman's office. Mr. Chen suddenly realized that his investment manager was actually the chairman who was on a secret visit. "Excuse me, Mr. Lin, you are really young and promising," said Chen Fujian, the chairman of Botsai Investment Bank, who was full of confidence in taking over his project. The skill of high-end personal connections brought great convenience to Lin Chen for the first time. At present, he has integrated the upstream and downstream supply companies and small and medium-sized automobile manufacturers in the automotive industry chain. However, his intention is not to invest heavily in integrating the supply chain, but to target the poorly managed small and medium-sized automobile manufacturers. The state's support for the development of new energy vehicles has reached the stage where major automobile companies are competing in production capacity, intelligence, and longer mileage. According to Lin Chen's judgment, as one of the top 3 giants in the automotive industry, the Fulong Group will dominate the industry market. It is not enough to start with the traditional automobile sector. The right way is to start with new energy vehicles. After listening to Lin Chen's plan ideas and resource situation, Chen Fu, as the helmsman of the group, saw the opportunities and profits at a glance. By acquiring poorly performing small and medium-sized automobile OEMs, we can expand production capacity, increase fixed assets, and increase our listing valuation. Moreover, the poorly managed OEMs have low prices and low transformation costs, so it is very appropriate for the Fulong Group, which has good cash flow, to acquire them. Through acquisitions, we integrate the supply chains of small and medium-sized automobile OEMs, enter the market with capital, and connect the supply chain, finance, manufacturing, and sales. What Lin Chen is building is not a car factory, but a huge green ecosystem. Chen Fu immediately said, "Boss Lin, where is your contract? I want to sign it now. Fulong Group's listing depends on you." Lin Chen and Chen Fu shook hands, looking forward to working together. The subsequent signing ceremony and the implementation of specific work were left to Yu Hua and Chen Fushan to discuss. Lin Chen will also make an official appearance at the signing ceremonies of the two companies. He will create his own era with his first legend, a dark horse. When Lin Chen got home from get off work, Aunt Chen had already prepared dinner. Debao and Erbo were lying on the crawling mat playing with gummy toys, while Xiao Muxue was watching them play beside them. Hot meals and hot dishes, warm homes for the children and wife, the beautiful days are already halfway. Lin Chen went to wash his hands, touched Debao's little face, then picked up Erbo and bumped his forehead against hers. Erbo, little fairy, do you miss your daddy?" Erbo's white and tender little hands grabbed Lin Chen's ears and pulled them. "Oh, it seems that my Erbo will definitely be a domineering little fairy in the future." The more Lin Chen argued with her, the happier Erbo laughed. Xiao Muxue said angrily, "Erbo has been a little fairy since she was young, she will be amazing when she grows up." "Moo, are you tired today?" Lin Chen asked with concern. After all, in Bowie Confinement Center, many things are done by nurses, so Xiao Muxue just lies in bed to rest or go for conditioning. After returning home, although Aunt Chen was taking care of the children, there were 2 babies and she also had to cook, so she was too busy to handle it all. So Xiao Muxue also had to coax the babies, change diapers, and do massage exercises. Lin Chen also suggested hiring 2 more aunts,
But Xiao Muxue didn't want to add any new people, so she refused.
I'm not tired. As long as the baby is here, I'm happy doing anything.
Xiao Muxue had a happy smile on her face.
It's only the second day since you returned home.
If you feel tired taking care of them, just tell me.
But now I'm off work, and you can also get off work.
Lin Chen gave her a handsome smile. Sir, miss, come and have dinner first, Aunt Chen called out. Aunt Chen, let's have dinner together, it will be more lively. Lin Chen invited Aunt Chen to join him. Normally, the nanny eats by herself in a small room, or waits for the owner to finish eating before eating at the table.
Lin Chen didn't care about so many rules and requirements. He was also very grateful to Aunt Chen for taking good care of Xiao Muxue during her pregnancy.
Aunt Chen wiped her wet hands awkwardly and looked at Xiao Muxue. Let me watch the baby, you guys eat first. Xiao Muxue said with a smile, Aunt Chen, don't be polite.
Let's eat while it's hot. Put the baby in the stroller and push it next to us.
Okay, said Aunt Chen. Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue treated her genuinely well.
Aunt Chen vowed to take better care of Debao and Erbao and raise them to be plump and healthy.
After dinner, Aunt Chen went to clean up the dishes. Lin Chen sat on the sofa, thinking about it several times in his mind, and finally spoke, Mumu, how about going for a walk together?
The evening breeze is just right, and the moonlight is nice. Xiao Muxue looked out the window.
The shadows of the trees were swaying and the breeze was blowing gently.
It must be comfortable to take a walk.
Okay, let's take Debao and Erbao out together. Xiao Muxue stood up and touched Debao and Erbao's diapers. We need to change their bags before we go out.
Bag? Lin Chen asked.
It's just diapers, Xiao Muxue smiled with her hands covering her mouth, so there are things you don't understand.
Lin Chen was extremely happy.
It turned out that in Xiao Muxue's heart, he was a very knowledgeable and capable person. He volunteered, then leave the bag change to me.
Xiao Muxue looked at him suspiciously, her big watery eyes full of doubt. Can you do it?
Lin Chen keeps his word and takes action immediately.
Humph.
My brother has an encyclopedic knowledge of infant care.
Changing a bag is not a problem for me.
Lin Chen picked up a diaper and followed the steps for changing it in his mind. First, I unbuttoned Debao's pants, tore off the diaper sticker, and put Debao slightly sideways. Very good, I successfully took out the diaper full of urine.
Lin Chen looked at Xiao Muxue proudly. How is it? Isn't it very fast?
I have seen this many times in the confinement center.
Mumu, my method is correct.
Those who lift the baby's feet to change the diaper are wrong. Xiao Muxue smiled but said nothing. You continue.
Okay.
Lin Chen took a new diaper and put it on Debao's butt. Debao suddenly started twisting his body, kicking his feet around, and his diaper became crooked.
Lin Chen was immediately in a panic. Debao, can you please give daddy some face? Debao doesn't give any face.
He twists his butt like a twist and refuses to cooperate. It feels so good to show his little butt. It's so uncomfortable to be tied up by a diaper. He was defeated by Debao. He couldn't put the diaper properly, let alone put the side stickers in the right position.
Chapter 19. Who do you like?
Seeing that his forehead was sweating, Xiao Muxue picked up the rattle with her slender hands. Debao, ding ding dang dang, see how to shake the small drum. The rattle happily swung its two small beads, making a pleasant dong 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 sound. Debao was attracted by the sound and forgot to struggle. Lin Chen took the opportunity to straighten the diaper, put on the side stickers, and finally pulled off the edge of the diaper.
Finally, I changed it. It was not easy. Changing a diaper for 3 minutes is like running 3 laps. Ding.
As a good father, the host successfully changed the baby's diaper for the first time. The host is rewarded with 100 acres of residential land in the city center with a plot ratio of 3.0. However, the residential land cannot be transferred and can only be developed by oneself. Ding, 100 acres of residential land in the city center has arrived.
Lin Chen praised, what is the concept of this 100 acres of residential land in the center of Magic City?
According to the current price of Magic City's second-hand land market, the average floor price of land in the city center is nearly 20,000 yuan per square meter, with a plot ratio of 3.0, and his land is worth 4 billion yuan. Although it is not transferable, you can develop it yourself or cooperate with others to develop it and make a lot of money. The second baby was much more cooperative than the first baby.
Lin Chen, in a happy mood, perfectly replicated the steps of changing diapers. Done. See, nothing is difficult for me. Lin Chen chose to forget the chaos just now. You're amazing.
Xiao Muxue encouraged Lin Chen with admiring eyes. She really didn't expect that Lin Chen could do this level in changing a diaper for the first time. She had heard many mothers in the mothers group say that their husbands either had never changed diapers for their babies, or were clumsy and could never do things right. Lin Chen was very pleased with her look. Come on, Dabao and Erbao, let's go for a walk. Aunt Shen listened to their interaction and felt happy from the bottom of her heart. She wiped the dishes with a rag and sang a little tune. The garden of Fengyuan is designed with a sense of art, and there are novel-shaped seats everywhere.
The crabapple blossoms are in full bloom in spring. The trees are in bloom, full of vitality. In the quiet night, Xiao Muxue was a little nervous.
This was her first time being alone outside with Lin Chen. Lin Chen was very excited. It was a dark and windy night, a perfect time to cultivate feelings, hee.
That. Moo moo.
They both spoke at the same time.
You go first.
You go first. Xiao Muxue lowered her head slightly, afraid that Lin Chen would see her blushing face. Ladies first, you speak first. Lin Chen did not hide his joy at all.
Hey. They have a good understanding. Why did you ask me in a roundabout way what kind of house I like? Aren't you your friend? Xiao Muxue said angrily, you are such a jerk, aren't you?
I was afraid you wouldn't tell the truth, but I have to say that you have a unique vision, which is great, Lin Chen praised. Look at our Dabao and Erbo waving their hands, they must be expressing their agreement, right?
It seems that Dabao and Erbo have become your loyal supporters, Xiao Muxue joked.
Lin Chen could feel that since Xiao Muxue had agreed to live together, her heart had opened up a lot more towards him and she spoke more cheerfully.
Dabao, Erbao, no matter what the situation is from now on, mom's words come first, do you understand? Lin Chen is not a fool.
The way to make Xiao Muxue happy is very simple. Sure enough, Xiao Muxue smiled proudly. Dabao and Erbo have long understood that only mom is good in the world.
Dad is good too.
Without dad, mom can't give birth to a child, Lin Chen said poorly.
You, what nonsense are you talking about again? Xiao Muxue wanted to hit him with her little fist.
As for the truth, I respect nature and science very much, Lin Chen said with an innocent look.
Nature and science? What do they mean?
Xiao Muxue asked, tilting her head slightly. Lin Chen thought she was so cute like this is nature and science.
Do you understand how a tadpole looks for its mother?
Xiao Muxue really punched him this time. Don't talk nonsense in front of Dabao and Erbao. Xiao Muxue's small fist hit him gently, making him feel itchy.
I'm not talking nonsense.
I'm talking about a fairy tale that I heard when I was a child, about the tadpole looking for its mother. Lin Chen pretended to be serious in explaining science. Hate it, I won't take a walk with you again. Xiao Muxue was really embarrassed. She has been the school belle since she was a child and has many admirers, but no one dares to joke with her. They all compliment her in various ways.
Lin Chen is the first person to drive with her.
Lin Chen was afraid that if he teased her again, she would be scared away. Hey, let me ask you something serious. Lin Chen cleared his throat. I heard from your sister Xiao Muyu that you are still on leave from school.
Have you ever thought about when you will finish your senior year? I have a plan.
After Dabao and Erbao are 3 months old, I will apply to resume my studies. After I finish writing my thesis and take part in the defense, I can graduate, Xiao Muxue answered seriously. She completed all the course credits very early and had few courses in her senior year. She took a leave of absence because she was pregnant and could not attend the defense. Lin Chen supported her decision very much. Mumu, it turns out you are a top student in college.
It's the same with you. Anyone who can get into Boki Investment Bank is either a genius or a top student, Xiao Muxue replied. Who said Xiao Muxue was the coldest school beauty?
That person must not know that she also knows how to flatter others in a commercial way.
How about I ask you a little question, or rather, we share a little secret? Lin Chen asked. Xiao Muxue didn't know what he was thinking. We are in a relationship where we can share little secrets.
Then ask me, I'll share a little secret with you one-sidedly. Lin Chen was not giving up.
If he wanted to lure the enemy deeper, he had to have bait. He is the bait.
I don't know what little secrets you have that I can ask you about. Xiao Muxue was speechless for a moment. For example, whether there is a girl I like or something like that, Lin Chen guided her.
Humph, all men are pigs. If you have someone you like, just say it directly. Xiao Muxue suddenly felt inexplicably angry.
No, I swear I don't have anyone I like, I just want to know if you have someone you like, Lin Chen explained quickly.
I won't tell you. If you have someone you love, why would you decide to be a single mother? Damn, he said he doesn't tea like anyone, does that mean he doesn't tea even like her?
She had some feelings for Lin Chen, but when she heard that he might not be interested in her, it was obvious that he chose to take care of her out of responsibility. Women are all contradictory, and her rage grew rapidly. Mumu, don't be angry, Debeo and Erbo, smile for mommy, Lin Chen thought quickly and pulled two 2-month-old babies along.
Debeo and Erbo looked to the left and right respectively. Well, his little ally had ruthlessly abandoned him.
He did have a little idea in mind, which was to find out if Xiao Muxue liked someone. If so, he would have to know himself and his enemy well in order to win every battle.
He is in pretty good condition now, what if Xiao Muxue likes him too? Chapter 20 Erbao's Spiced Hoof.
The scent of crabapple flowers fills the air, penetrating deep into the skin in the warm spring breeze.
On a night like this, Xiao Muxue's grievances kept coming out.
No matter how strong or independent she is still a 20-year-old girl. Without any emotional foundation or material complement, it was not easy for her to hold on. She once thought how nice it would be if there was a shoulder to support her, but that was only a fleeting thought.
Lin Chen's question seemed to open the valve of grievance. Did he want her to have someone she liked, and then ask her to give the baby to him so that he could help her pursue her happiness and get rid of his responsibilities? If Lin Chen knew about Xiao Muxue's wild thoughts, he would probably want to slap him in the face. That was not what he meant.
When Lin Chen saw tears in Xiao Muxue's eyes, he panicked instantly.
Mumu, don't cry, I really don't mean anything else.
Lin Chen immediately understood what was said on the internet, that women after giving birth are more sensitive, so don't pick issues that may touch on sensitive topics to talk about. Xiao Muxue silently shed 2 lines of tears, her cold face looked so weak that he wanted to hold her in his arms. And Lin Chen actually did so, using his actions to give Xiao Muxue a sense of security. Lin Chen put one arm around Xiao Muxue's waist and patted her back gently with the other hand. Mumu, don't cry, it's all my fault.
Xiao Muxue was stunned.
Her tears stopped. Lin Chen's broad chest gave me a warm, heavy sense of security.
You bastard, I can't bear to leave you when you hold me like this.
I have no principles, Xiao Muxue complained about herself in her heart.
Since you can't bear to leave, just quietly enjoy the warmth of this moment. Lin Chen saw that Xiao Muxue didn't say anything and didn't struggle. She looked so obedient, just like a kitten that had been petted.
Mumu, I have feelings for you, Lin Chen said softly.
Xiao Muxue suddenly thought of something wrong. She froze. Do you feel it there?
She is very attractive, but don't just hug her to feel anything.
Wouldn't it be a mistake to kiss her?
Xiao Muxue, stop.
Don't think about it any further.
Lin Chen also realized that his words seemed to be ambiguous. Mumu, I have feelings for you.
Oh, it's not that feeling. Xiao Muxue suddenly relaxed. Ah.
Lin Chen also has feelings for her.
Is he confessing his feelings to her?
You big pig's hoof, you just said that you didn't have any girl you liked, but now your confession surprised Xiao Muxue again.
You? Xiao Muxue's face was blushing.
She nestled in Lin Chen's arms, too shy to look up. Before she finished speaking, Erbao suddenly started crying. Xiao Muxue immediately pulled herself out of Lin Chen's arms. Erbao, don't cry, mommy will hug you.
My little cotton padded jacket, why don't you cry early or late? Daddy hasn't heard your mother's answer yet. Debeo's big dark eyes looked at him quietly and scrutinically. Humph. This baby sees through everything. Lin Chen, I'll take Erbao back first. She might be a little scared of the unfamiliar environment at night. Xiao Muxue kept patting Erbao to comfort her. Then let's go back together.
If Xiao Muxue and Erbao didn't take a walk together, it would be boring for him and Debeo, 2 grown men.
A grown man? Debeo asked, I am still a baby. Xiao Muxue nodded in agreement. Although Erbao interrupted her, even Aunt Chen could feel the ambiguous feeling between the two of them.
Lin Chen brought some water to Xiao Muxue. When Xiao Muxue took it, their fingers touched and Xiao Muxue's face turned red again. Lin Chen brought some fruit to Xiao Muxue, put a toothpick on the fruit and handed it to her mouth.
Xiao Muxue blushed and took a small bite.
When Xiao Muxue was about to breastfeed, Lin Chen said he wanted to help her. Xiao Muxue's words get out were full of infinite shyness.
Aunt Chen felt like she had seen through a terrible secret.
Oh my, handsome man, beautiful woman, and pretty baby, she was obsessed with this couple. After cleaning up, Aunt Chen did not disturb the family. She happily went back to her room to watch TV and ship their couple. If Xiao Muyu saw this, she would probably laugh. What her sister said about keeping a distance was all fake. She only believed in keeping a negative distance.
Xiao Mushue's room. Mumu, Debeo is asleep.
I'll put him down on the crib. Lin Chen put Debeo on his shoulder and coaxed him to sleep.
Debeo likes to be held upright and patted to sleep the most.
Bao is still playing and eating his own feet.
After Lin Chen put the eldest baby away, he took a look at the second baby. Oh my god, his little baby is so skilled.
This difficult foot biting action is not something that ordinary fairies can do.
Bao, have you washed your feet?
Which is better, the 5 Spice Pigs trotter or the cumin flavored one?
Lin Chen looked at her with amusement.
The second baby is still concentrating on chewing his toes, but this baby has no time to spare and is eating with great relish.
I've taken the picture.
I'll show it to my second baby when she grows up. Xiao Muxue looked at the picture on her phone and smiled sweetly. She then sent it to Xiao Muyu, asking him to have a look at her second baby's magic skills and have some fun.
Xiao family.
Bai Zhiro held the phone in her hands, reluctant to take her eyes off the screen.
Oh my, our second baby is so amazing. He is going to learn dance and judo in the future. He will definitely surpass Lian's granddaughter. Bai Zhiro smiled from ear to ear.
Xiao Muyu rolled her eyes. Every old lady has at least one person to compare herself with, and Lian is one of Bai Zhiro's comparison objects. Mom, by the time our second baby is old enough to learn dancing, her granddaughter will already be grown up.
No matter what, she is better than Lian's granddaughter anyway.
Besides, my Debeo will be both civil and military, and better than Lu Minwen's grandson. As long as you are happy, you can't afford to offend me, you can't afford to offend me. The circle of middle-aged and elderly people is so complicated.
Mom, tell me, let my dad see if he will soften his heart? Xiao Muyu asked tentatively.
Bai Zhiro sighed, you know your father's character. The Xiao family's assets are above everything else. There were some things they had not told their youngest daughter, and Xiao Muyu had no idea how bad the family's situation was.
Dad is a snob. Xiao Muyu said angrily.
Your dad has his own difficulties. Anyway, Mom will look at this matter and try to persuade him.
There are other ways to solve the problem. Tell your dad not to make things difficult for Mu Shui. Bai Zhiro has been working at home full-time for many years.
Her mother's family, the Bai family, is not as good as before and has long been unwilling to lend a helping hand. Xiao Gang disagreed to let Bai Zhiro go see Xiao Muxue. Bai Zhiro dared not disobey him, for fear that he would vent his anger on Xiao Muxue. Mom, you must help my sister, Xiao Muyu said coquettishly while hugging Bai Zhiro's hand.
That's also your mother's daughter.
Please show me other photos of Debeo and Bao as soon as possible. Bai Zhiro appropriately changed the subject. Chapter 21 Creating Surprises.
Xiao Muyu pulled out the photo on his phone and said unhappily, didn't you just see it yesterday?
Read it a few more times, hurry up, you're so slow, Bai Zhiro urged. After Xiao Muyu pulled up the videos and photos of Debeo and Bao, this phone had nothing to do with her anymore. By the way, let me look at the photos, you hurry up and study, do you still have to take the exam? Bai Zhiro just remembered that Xiao Muyu said to take a 10-minute break, and now she has been herding sheep for an hour. Xiao Muyu felt that life was a bit meaningless. Lin Chen was lying on the bed, looking at baby clothes on a cat.
This skirt will definitely look good on my second baby, buy it. They will need this crawler suit soon, buy it. Now that I have bought the crawling suit, I need to buy a crawling mat as well. I have placed the order. The navy suit will look really cool on Debeo, buy it.
In 15 minutes, Lin Chen had placed more than 50 orders. Ding, the host buys clothes for the baby for the first time, and is rewarded with a design master and design appreciation level. Ding, the design master has arrived. Ding, the design appreciation level has arrived. Lin Chen suddenly felt that his inspiration was flowing like a spring. Many design styles and ideas kept pouring into his mind, and he could even see the professional skills in clothing design. But he always felt like something was missing, and Lin Chen racked his brains to think about it. A flash of light flashed in my mind.
Yes, it was missing. Parent-child outfit.
Parent-child clothing is a great way to foster a two-way relationship and can also serve as a way to assert your sovereignty.
Lin Chen immediately searched for parent-child clothing.
He looked for 2 hours but still felt that he was not satisfied with any of the various designs. None of them met his perfect requirements.
Hey, he can design it himself. Lin Chen got down to work right away.
He took a piece of A4 paper, thought about the design in his mind, and started drawing according to his ideas.
10 minutes later, Lin Chen looked at the draft with satisfaction.
Although it had not been colored yet, the design could already perfectly interpret full happiness. He called Li Hai and said, secretarially, please find the most high-end couture designer in Shanghai to come to the company tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Lin. After Lin Chen hung up the phone, of course, the most high-end couture shop in Shanghai would be the first choice San Shang. Li Hai dialed the number of Lucas, the owner and designer of San Shang, and got the job done.
Botsai Investment Bank. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lin Chen had already arrived at the chairman's reception room waiting for Lucas. He rested his chin on his hand as he looked at the design, wondering how it could be made more perfect. As soon as Lucas arrived in the reception room, Lin Chen stood up to greet him. Lucas's real name is Mu Lu, but she prefers others to call her Lucas. As a darling of the fashion industry, she founded San Shang at a young age. In just less than 3 years, she won numerous haute couture design awards and became a well-known brand. Lucas is also famous for his beautiful looks along with the 3 lives. Lucas was surprised that Lin Chen was not amazed by her beauty. He acted indifferent and went straight to the point of talking about the design.
Lin Chen hopes that Lucas can complete the color matching part of his design draft and complete the product by hand.
Art resonates. As soon as Lucas got the design drawings, he was shocked by its innovation, imagination, and warmth. Mr. Lin, can I ask which master designed this? Lucas couldn't contain his excitement.
I'm not a master, Lin Chen said modestly, I designed it based on my feelings.
Lucas looked at Lin Chen carefully. He was young, handsome, rich, talented, and his smile was so warm. Do you have a girlfriend? Lucas blurted out, expressing his inner thoughts openly. Lin Chen didn't expect that designing parent-child clothing would also attract peach blossoms. I have a wife and a pair of twins, a boy and a girl.
This set of parent-child clothing is designed for our family, Lin Chen answered generously.
Lucas was stunned.
He didn't expect that such a good man would already have a wife and children at such a young age. It seems that she has no chance, as the little spring buds were nipped off before they even sprouted. Then your wife is so lucky, and your baby must be adorable.
I already have a perfect color scheme. Lucas was still very professional.
She immediately adjusted herself into working mode and discussed her thoughts and ideas with Lin Chen. They quickly decided on a plan, but it would take at least a week for Lin Chen to get the finished product due to the handmade production. But he was very much looking forward to it.
They were wearing parent-child outfits and going out for fun like an ordinary family. Xiao Muxue also noticed Lin Chen's clothes.
They were all very ordinary brands and the quality of the clothes was average. Some of them looked like they had been worn for several years. He was willing to give her a black card with unlimited global use and let her buy as much as she wanted, so why doesn't she take care of herself? This was really because Lin Chen himself was not paying attention. He didn't pay much attention to his clothes, and he never thought about buying himself all kinds of things after becoming rich. Xiao Muxue thought about it, picked up the phone and called the Armani store manager.
Hello, Miss Xiao, what may I need?
Manager Li was very enthusiastic. In the past, Armani's new clothes, bags, and cosmetics every season would be automatically delivered to Xiao's house for her to choose from, and the store manager Li would personally come to her home to serve her. Manager Li, please help me pick out some men's clothes, both for work and leisure, and send them to Feng Yuan. Xiao Muxue asked them to be delivered to her home so that she wouldn't have to take Debao and Erbao out. Manager Li is very efficient. The call Xiao Muxue made in the morning was delivered to Feng Yuan in the afternoon. A wide range of casual wear, well-cut suits, and Armani's hundreds of years of quality have left behind a legacy of temperament. Lin Chen is a clothes hanger with broad shoulders and narrow waist, so he can hold up any type of clothes. Xiao Muxue carefully selected suitable clothes for Lin Chen according to different occasions. Among the boys, Lin Chen's skin is still very fair, and he can handle black and blue work suits very well. Xiao Muyu also left him a burgundy suit.
Red suits him very well, Xiao Muxue thought.
That's all, you can leave with the rest, Xiao Muxue smiled.
How could she be happier than buying her own clothes? Ms. Xiao, the clothes have been ironed. Do you need me to take them to the cloakroom and hang them up? Asked Manager Li. No need, I will take care of these.
Xiao Muxue didn't want them to enter Lin Chen's room, so just leave the matter of hanging clothes to her. Looking at the services filling up the closet, Xiao Muxue felt a sense of satisfaction. If her clothes were hung next to Lin Chen's clothes, it would definitely look very harmonious. I don't know whether Lin Chen will be happy to come back or whether he will like it.
Chapter 22. Take a shower first. Xiao Muxue was waiting for Lin Chen to come home with both anticipation and anxiety. Even the antics of Debao and Erbao did not bring her back to her senses.
The first thing Lin Chen did when he returned home was to go see the babies.
Xiao Muxue is playing hide-and-seek with Debao and Erbao.
Xiao Muxue covered her eyes with her slender hands, and as soon as she opened her hands, she meowed. The eldest child's mouth curled up and the second child laughed out loud.
Debao and Erbao, what are you doing?
Oh, it turns out you were playing hide-and-seek with your mother. Lin Chen did not expect that Xiao Muxue actually had such a naughty and lively side.
Yeah, Erbao is smiling the happiest. Xiao Muxue tapped Erbao's chin with her finger.
Erbao is the best supporter. Lin Chen never hesitates to praise Erbao.
Lin Chen, do you want to take a shower before eating? Xiao Muyu asked casually. Aunt Chen has already prepared dinner. I'll eat first and then take a shower. Lin Chen ate a quick lunchbox at noon and went to work.
Now that he had returned home and smelled the delicious food, he was already starving.
Wait until after dinner. Xiao Muxue asked again, do you want to take a shower or take a walk?
Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, let's go for a walk.
I can take Debao and Erbao out for a walk. Let's go together? Oh, no, I have something else to do.
Wait for Lin Chen to finish his walk and go home.
Xiao Muxue was eating fruit in the living room.
When she saw Lin Chen coming back, she hurried over to help push the cart. At this time, Aunt Chen came over and said, Miss, I'll help Debao take a bath first. You guys sit and watch Erbao for a while.
Take a bath?
When Lin Chen said these two words, Xiao Muxue was secretly happy in her heart. You stinky boy, you are finally going to take a bath.
Okay, remember to wash Debao's hair.
His hair smells a little bit of sweat today, Lin Chen reminded. The night before yesterday, after Aunt Chen washed the second baby's hair and gave him a bath, she forgot to wash the first baby's hair. When Debao went out for a walk tonight, he kept scratching his head very hard, so Lin Chen gave him some careful reminders. Human babies cannot speak yet, so we have to guess their needs based on their actions. Lin Chen felt that raising a child really required meticulousness and consideration in every aspect. Xiao Muxue was teasing Erbao while stealing glances at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was sitting there reading work emails, and he naturally felt Xiao Muxue's concerned gaze. Hee, Mumu, if you look at me like that, I won't be able to control myself, Lin Chen kindly reminded. Xiao Muxue quickly retracted her gaze and sat up straight. I'm looking at the vase behind you, thinking about what flowers to put in it tomorrow.
Denying you were peeking at him? Just look at it, I don't charge you any fees.
Oh, no, I have charged you. Lin Chen looked at her with a smile.
Xiao Muxue thought, is this bastard holding a grudge against me? Lin Chen still remembered the 200 yuan that Xiao Muxue left behind when they first met. A man's self-esteem must be regained sooner or later. You shouldn't mind, right?
I just don't have any cash on me, otherwise I would have to pay an extra 100.
Who is afraid of who? Xiao Muxue was tough again. Then give it to me next time. Lin Chen was very tough and gave Xiao Muxue a thumbs up. Next time? Stinky Egg is still thinking about next time? Xiao Muxue blushed again. You're not looking forward to it, are you? Your face is so red.
Lin Chen did not miss any opportunity to tease Xiao Muxue.
It's too hot, Erbao, are you hot? Xiao Muxue didn't dare to look at Lin Chen. Are you hot? Let me fan you.
Lin Chen sat close to Xiao Muxue and used his hands as a fan to fan her.
Men's body temperature is relatively high.
Before Lin Chen got close to her, Xiao Muxue had already felt his burning body temperature.
This is really hot.
Xiao Muxue pushed him and said, go take a shower quickly, don't disturb me and Erbao from playing here.
It was time to take a shower again. No matter how dumb Lin Chen was, he could tell something was wrong. Why did Xiao Muxue keep urging him to take a shower? Mumu, you keep asking me to take a shower. You're not trying to do anything bad to me, are you? Just tell me directly.
I'll take a shower and lie down waiting for you right away, Lin Chen said in a low voice. The voice was low and Xiao Muxue's ears felt bewitched and numb. Damn, how can he be so good at flirting?
That's not the case. If you don't want to go, then don't go.
I don't have any intention of doing anything bad to you, Xiao Muxue firmly denied.
Doesn't she have any face?
I'm going to take a shower right now, leave the door open for me. Lin Chen ran upstairs quickly without waiting for Xiao Muxue to explain. Xiao Muxue was left stamping her feet downstairs, wondering whether to leave the door open or not. Lin Chen returned to the room, loosened his collar, and walked to the closet to get clothes. As soon as he opened the closet, he was surprised to see a row of new clothes. The closet that originally had a few pieces of clothing hanging on it is now filled with all kinds of suits, ties, shirts, hoodies, t-shirts, and sportswear. There was also a note in the closet: "Thank you for your care. I bought you some clothes using your card. No need to thank me." There was no signature, but Lin Chen knew who it was. It turned out that she had been urging him to take a shower because she wanted him to discover the surprise earlier.
The kitten is so cute.
Lin Chen couldn't let go of each piece of clothing and looked at it carefully. I have to say that Xiao Muxue has excellent taste, and she also helped him with the matching. It's like a wife takes care of everything for her husband and takes all the problems into consideration.
Happiness comes so suddenly, I must post it on my Moments to show off. Lin Chen took a photo of the cloakroom and immediately uploaded it to his Moments.
Accompanying the post was the caption: "I'm so lucky to have you guys." As soon as I posted it on my Moments, a bunch of people immediately commented.
"Changpeng, Lao Chen, you're showing off your love so late at night. Bring your sister-in-law out for us to admire. Xiao Muyu, the new Armani style. As expected of my sister, you have good taste."
Yu Hua, I decided to agree to my mother's request and go on a blind date.
Wang Chao, humph, I'm afraid he is being kept by a rich woman. Oh. How could I be so busy that I forgot to delete this idiot Wang Chao? Lin Chen deleted Wang Chao, Linda, and others in no time. Ha, the air became fresher. Lao Li has sent you a video invitation. Damn. He was so happy that he forgot to block his parents Lin Shuyi and Li Biyun.
Xiao Muxue hasn't agreed to let him make it public yet, so he can only keep it a secret for now. He will have to rely on Dabao and Erbao to have fried pork with bamboo shoots from Lao Li in the future.
Lin Chen clicked to accept. The two big faces of Lin Shuyi and Li Biyun appeared on the screen. "Xiao Chen, what you posted on your circle of friends, did it mean that you have a girlfriend?" Lin Shuyi, as the head of the family, spoke first. "Your closet looks very high-end and the clothes seem to be of good quality. Are you moving into a girl's house?" Li Biyun followed immediately.
"Dad, Mom, don't think too much. There is a girl I want to pursue, but she hasn't agreed yet," Lin Chen explained.
Chapter 23: Living Together, Be Responsible. It was obvious that the two of them didn't believe it.
They had been to Lin Chen's place before. He must have been living with a girl, but they were too embarrassed to say it now.
Li Biyun said, "If we want to live together, then let's live together. Our family is not a feudal and conservative family."
Lin Shuyi said earnestly, "Xiao Chen, if you live with a girl, you must be responsible to the end. You can't abandon her after having sex with her."
"That's right, Mom hates scumbags the most. According to our genes, there won't be any scumbags in our family. We can't have scumbags, and we can't have gigolos either. The key is, when will you bring the girl home to show us?"
Lin Chen held his forehead and watched the two of them put on a show, and interrupted helplessly, "Mom and Dad, it's really not like what you said, just wait for my good news, that's it for now, I still have to work."
Lin Chen forced himself to say goodbye and hung up the video. "When enemies come, we will fight them. When water comes, we will block it with earth. It's time to take a shower."
After taking a shower, he wants to see if Xiao Muxue really left the door open for him.
Hey.
The final result, of course, was that Xiao Muxue did not leave the door open for him, and the gap was so small that not even a mosquito could fly in.
Lin Chen returned to his room in a huff. He no longer had the chance to see Dabao and Erbao before going to bed.
The eldest and second baby fell asleep after drinking their milk, and Xiao Muxue finally had time to check her phone. She saw Lin Chen's circle of friends and felt a little sweet inside.
"Stinky egg, you speak so sweetly."
The next morning, when Xiao Muxue was still half asleep, Xiao Muyu called.
"Sister, something happened." Xiao Muyu's voice was trembling and crying. "What happened?" Xiao Muxue's heart tightened. "Sister, please come to the first hospital quickly. Dad is in the hospital." Xiao Muxue immediately got dressed and went to Aunt Chen's room. "Aunt Chen, I have something to do at home. Please go to the room and look after Dabao and Erbao. There is a lot of milk stored in the refrigerator. I will take it out to thaw it now and you can warm the milk for them later." After saying this, Xiao Muxue hurried out.
She also took the milking machine with her.
Aunt Chen was a little worried, so she called Lin Chen.
Sir, the young lady just ran out in a hurry, saying that something happened at home, Aunt Chen told Lin Chen briefly. Lin Chen just arrived at the company and frowned. Aunt Chen, please take good care of Debao and Erbao.
I'll call and ask.
I'll go home and take care of them with you later. Lin Chen called Xiao Muxue and Xiao Muxue answered the call.
Mumu, what happened? Lin Chen, my dad is hospitalized in the first hospital. I just arrived at the hospital and I don't know the situation yet.
Okay, be careful.
If anything happens, call me.
I'll go home and take care of the baby now.
Don't worry.
Xiao Muxue felt warm in her heart.
Fortunately, Lin Chen was there, otherwise she would be worried about Debao and Erbao.
When Xiao Muxue rushed to the ward, Bai Zhiro, Xiao Muyu, and Xiao Gang's secretary Tang Li were all there. Xiao Gang was lying on the hospital bed with an A4 in his hand. Bai Zhiro hadn't seen Xiao Muxue for a long time, so she hugged her as soon as she came.
Mom, what happened to Dad?
Xiao Muxue patted Bai Zhiro's back and comforted her.
Your father did not come home last night. I called his cell phone but couldn't get through. Secretary Tang contacted me this morning and told me that your father had a sudden cerebral infarction and was in a coma. He was in emergency treatment last night.
Fortunately, the first aid was timely and there was no serious problem, Bai Zhiro said with a sob.
Cerebral infarction? But wasn't my father always healthy during his annual physical examinations? How could this happen suddenly? Xiao Muxue couldn't believe it.
Although Xiao Gang forced her to marry, no matter what, he was still her father, and she was unwilling to believe this result.
Your father has been working day and night recently.
The doctor has warned that if he falls into a coma again, he may not be able to be saved. Bai Zhiro couldn't control her grief and started crying. Mom, Dad will definitely get better. Xiao Muyu also found it hard to accept. Xiao Muxue felt lost. Something had happened to the Xiao group. As smart as she was, she understood the whole story immediately. I'm afraid that the crisis of the Xiao group is also inseparable from the pressure of the Lu group. Tang Li adjusted the frame of his glasses and said, Madam, Miss, the chairman has been unwilling to disclose the situation of the group. He has been trying his best to save it, but the current situation is too bad. The Xiao group may face bankruptcy.
What?
Bai Zhiro and Xiao Muyu were shocked. This was all within Xiao Muxue's expectations. If not, her father would never have forced her to marry Lu Yan from the Lu group.
I'm sorry, ma'am and miss, this is all I can say. If I say more, the chairman will blame me, Tang Li said apologetically with his head down. Mom, Muyu, did the doctor say when Dad will wake up?
Xiao Muxue just wanted Xiao Gang to wake up quickly so that he could know the true situation of the group. Bai Zhiro said with a worried look on her face, the doctor said it's uncertain.
It depends on your father's recovery. Muxue, you're back. Is there anyone taking care of Debao and Erbao? Bai Zhiro asked.
Well, someone is taking care of you there, don't worry, Xiao Muxue said vaguely. Bai Zhiro felt relieved when she saw her daughter was plump and rosy after giving birth. It didn't take long before Xiao Gang woke up.
Xiao Muxue felt sad. Dad, how are you?
As soon as Xiao Gang saw Xiao Muxue, he turned his head and looked out the window. I don't have a daughter like you who is willing to degenerate.
Bai Zhiro and Xiao Muyu were crying. Bai Zhiro said something nice for Xiao Muxue, but she didn't expect Xiao Gang to get furious. Even if I die, I will die behind the Xiao group.
You can go and elope and have children without worry, Xiao Gang said angrily. Xiao Muxue was afraid that he would get angry and hurt his body. Dad, don't be angry.
If you don't want to see me, I'll leave. Xiao Gang didn't reply.
Bai Zhiro and Xiao Muyu both held her hands.
Seeing that her tough father didn't say anything, Xiao Muxue softened her heart. Dad, what's the situation with the group?
Xiao Muxue knew that once she asked this question, some things would be irreversible. But she couldn't bear to watch Xiao Gang fall and the Xiao group fall.
There must be a way. She wants to find the best of both worlds. It has nothing to do with you. Just live your life.
I won't force you anymore, Xiao Gang sighed. At this time, Tang Li's phone rang. Mr. Xiao, I'm going out to answer the phone first.
After a while, Tang Li entered the ward with an extremely ugly expression on his face. Xiao Gang remained silent, and Xiao Muxue asked, what happened?
Tang Li wanted to say something but stopped himself.
Don't say it, Xiao Gang stopped him.
Tang Li gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Xiao, miss, the bank has taken us to court. If we don't pay off the loan within 3 days, we will apply for compulsory execution to seal up all assets of the Xiao Group, or force the Xiao Group to go bankrupt.
How dare they? Xiao Gang felt short of breath again. Chapter 24 give you 3.5 billion. Xiao Muxue stood there in a daze. This news was like a bolt from the blue.
The parents who raised her since she was a child, her lovely sister, and the more than 30,000 employees and families of Xiao Group formed a heavy burden. She never imagined that these burdens would rest on her fragile shoulders, on her life's happiness, and on the happiness of her children.
Lin Chen, I suddenly miss you so much.
Xiao Muxue closed her eyes, and cold tears flowed resolutely.
Dad, is there any way to save it? Xiao Muxue asked anxiously. Sister.
Xiao Muyu was slow to react, but when Xiao Muxue asked this, she knew what Xiao Muxue wanted to ask.
Don't worry about it, Xiao Gang closed his eyes and refused. What if I said I agreed?
Xiao Muxue's face, as beautiful as a peach blossom, was covered with tears.
Dabao, Erbao, Lin Chen, I'm sorry.
Lin Chen changed all his work to online processing and ran home without stopping. It just so happened that the eldest and second baby had already gotten up, finished their milk, and were playing by themselves.
Dabao and Erbao are both very sensible. They don't cry or make a fuss when they get up. As long as they are full and have enough water, they won't cry no matter how big the problem is. Aunt Chen was relieved to see Lin Chen return home.
Dabao and Erbao, your mother is not at home today because she has something to do, so your father will accompany you. Lin Chen played with them for a while and thought that Xiao Muxue should know the details, so he sent her a WeChat message.
Mumu, how's the situation over there?
The message has been sent, but it has been rejected by the other party.
What?
Xiao Muxue blocked him.
Something really happened this time.
Lin Chen's intuition told him that Xiao Muxue would not block him for no reason, and she blocked him because of meeting her parents.
That definitely has something to do with his parents. MMP, what on earth did Xiao Gang say?
Dabao, Erbao, you two must stay at home with Grandma Chen.
Daddy will go and fetch mommy back. Lin Chen explained to Aunt Chen and drove the Maybach GLs quickly to the first hospital.
Xiao Muxue put down her phone and deleted all of Lin Chen's contact information in front of Xiao Gang.
Dad, do you believe it?
Xiao Muxue asked with tears in her eyes.
Xiao Gang seemed to be relieved. You promised the Lu family that you will never see him again. Dad, you can't sacrifice my sister. Xiao Muyu protested. Jiro, take Muyu home.
I'll talk to Muxue. Tangli, you follow them out, Xiao Gang commanded in a tone, asking Tangli to follow, but it was just a supervisory role.
Bai Jiro was frightened by Xiao Gang's eyes and could only pull Xiao Muyu away. As soon as they left, Xiao Gang changed his stern attitude and sighed. Muxue, please forgive me for being selfish as the helmsman of a group. Dad, what are the conditions for the marriage? Xiao Muxue was numb at this moment.
Lu Yan promised to give Dad 500 million first to put a stop to the bank loan.
After you get married, he will inject 3 billion, Xiao Gang said word by word. Xiao Muxue still had a little struggle in her heart. Is there any other way? No, I've thought about everything I should have thought about. Dad, was the original purpose of the marriage to get capital assistance from the Lu Group?
Xiao Muxue asked what was in her heart. Xiao Gang did not hesitate at this point. No, it was the Lu family who proposed the marriage to consolidate the relationship between the two families.
No one expected that so many changes would happen in this year. It's good that it's not the case.
Xiao Muxue felt a little comforted in her heart, but she was powerless to change the facts.
Dad also hopes that you will give Dabao and Erbao away, Xiao Gang stated his last purpose. What? Giving away Dabao and Erbao to strangers? I don't agree. Before Xiao Muxue could say anything, Lin Chen opened the door and came in. Xiao Muxue was stunned. Why are you here? If he doesn't come, his wife and children will be abducted.
Mumu, don't worry, I'll handle anything that happens. Lin Chen put his arms around her waist forcefully.
Chairman Xiao, I thought I made myself clear before. As Mumu's father, I respect you very much, but that doesn't mean I have to sacrifice Mumu and the baby's future.
Lin Chen's brows were furrowed and his words were clear.
Humph, a poor boy like you, what future do you want to give Muxue? Xiao Gang said disdainfully.
Lin Chen was furious. When he first came to the hospital, he happened to hear the nurse gossiping about the secrets of a wealthy family. She said that the person in VLP ward number 8 on the 10th floor had deliberately falsified the information. In fact, he came here for a physical examination, but secretly bribed the doctor to say that he had cerebral palsy. Originally, he was in a hurry and had no intention of listening to the so-called secrets of the wealthy families, but he happened to meet Bai Jiro and Xiao Muyu, who were going out. Before Lin Chen could ask, Xiao Muyu shouted at him, "Go to room 8 on the 10th floor."
Isn't that the protagonist of The Secret of the Rich Family? Damn it, Xiao Gang is going to act to deceive Xiao Muxue. Lin Chen nodded to Xiao Muyu, then quickly ran to the elevator and went upstairs.
In public, Tang Li couldn't stop Lin Chen, so he had to give up.
Lin Chen didn't want to expose Xiao Gang's lies in front of Xiao Muxue, as it would make her very sad. Lin Chen ignored him and asked Xiao Muxue directly, "Mumu, what problem did your father give you?"
Xiao Muxue felt so choked up that she couldn't breathe.
Lin Chen, Debao and Erbao are in your hands, okay?
No, they can't leave it to this kid either.
I want you and Debao and Erbao, neither of you can be missing.
Lin Chen and Xiao Gang spoke at the same time.
Muxue, Dad has promised them that this matter must be handled according to my wishes, Xiao Gang said firmly. Lin Chen hugged Xiao Muxue tightly. Mumu, if there is any difficulty you can't tell me. I can solve it.
Xiao Muxue's eyes, which used to be bright and shining, now had no light at all, and Lin Chen felt very distressed.
Lin Chen, I have already promised my father to marry someone else.
I met you before to protest the arranged marriage. Now the Xiao group is at a critical moment of life and death, and I can't leave. Xiao Muxue finished her words with great difficulty. Lin Chen only knew that Xiao Muxue had kept her pregnancy a secret from her family, and he didn't know about the arranged marriage. I didn't expect that there was such a hidden story behind their meeting.
Lin Chen said nothing and simply hugged Xiao Muxue in his arms.
Xiao Gang was so angry that he wanted to jump up and hit him.
Lin Chen looked at his 4 and heart rate monitor.
Xiao Gang had to remain lying down because he was a patient who had just been successfully treated for cerebral infarction. But he was so angry that veins on his arms bulged. Lin Chen actually dared to hug Xiao Muxue in front of him.
Brat, let Muxue go. Lin Chen let go of Xiao Muxue and said provocatively, "Tell me, what are the conditions for the marriage? Who do you think you are?"
"You know it, and that's all you know," Xiao Gang sneered. "Okay, just let me know so that I can give up." Lin Chen patted Xiao Muxue's back to comfort her. Chapter 25, Buying Group Stock for 3.5 billion and Dissolving the Marriage. Okay, as long as Muxue agrees to the marriage, she will immediately pay 500 million in cash. After the wedding, she will raise 3 billion from my Xiao group. Muxue is not someone you can afford, Xiao Gang said contemptuously. Xiao Muxue is priceless in my heart. Lin Chen's steady voice made Xiao Muxue feel like she had found her backbone.
Only people who have no money say something is priceless. People who have money use price to make evaluations. Xiao Gang wanted to teach Lin Chen, this ignorant boy, a lesson in social studies.
Okay, I'll pay the 500 million, and I'll add another 50 million. The 550 million can be transferred to your account now, and you can tell the other party that the marriage is invalid. I will immediately raise 3 billion from the Xiao group.
Lin Chen responded domineeringly. Want to teach him social studies? No way.
Xiao Gang and Xiao Muxue were both shocked.
Lin Chen, are you crazy?
Don't get involved in this, Xiao Muxue nervously pulled Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen gently patted the back of her hand and told her to rest assured. The reason why Xiao Gang was shocked was that this kid was really good at bragging.
Do you think I'm stupid? Xiao Gang didn't believe it. Let me put it this way. In one sentence, 550 million will be deposited into Zhao's account, and the marriage will be cancelled. Do you agree?
Lin Chen had exactly 600 million in his account, and he had already thought of a solution on how to solve the problem of 3 billion in financing in the later stage.
If you have it, I agree. Xiao Gang's goal is to save the Xiao family, but can Lin Chen really have so much money?
Okay, send Zhao's bank account information to Mumu, and Mumu will send it to me. Lin Chen opened his mobile phone and showed the bank balance to Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang pulled out all the 4 drips, sat up and counted. It was a 9-digit number. Yes, he really had 550 million.
But how are you going to solve the problem of financing in the later stage? Xiao Gang was puzzled.
He had 550 million, but he didn't have 3 billion.
Mr. Xiao, is the identity of the chairman of Bokai Investment enough to reassure you?
However, I am using my personal assets to help Zhao's company tide over the difficulties, and I don't need to use Bokai's money.
Lin Chen is very domineering.
He has plenty of money and he doesn't care about the tens of billions. In Xiao Muxue's eyes, he is particularly handsome. She hugged Lin Chen happily. Thank you, Lin Chen, thank you. Lin Chen smiled evilly. I thought you would pledge yourself to me.
Xiao Muxue blushed again. Ahem, I'm still here, Xiao Gang coughed.
Then ask your people to handle the transfer procedures, Lin Chen said. Transfers of large sums of money must be reported to the bank in advance, and Lin Chen would never go through this procedure.
Xiao Gang took out his phone and called Tang Li. When Tang Li heard that he had money, he immediately ran over happily.
Mumu, everything here has been resolved. You can go home to look after Debao and Erbao. Mr. Xiao and I can talk about the rest. Lin Chen put her hair behind her ears.
Xiao Muxue smiled for the first time today. Yes, sir. He, why are you still calling me Mr. Xiao? Xiao Gang is indeed the king of changing faces.
He had a cold face just now, but now he wants Lin Chen to call him father-in-law? Sorry, he can't just call his father-in-law whatever he wants.
Mumu hasn't agreed to marry me yet.
The two of them already had a child, and there was also the matter of investing in the Xiao company. Xiao Gang thought that Lin Chen was taking this opportunity to propose marriage to Xiao Muxue. Lin Chen wants Xiao Muxue to fall in love with him and agree to marry him personally, but he hopes that love is a two-way thing so that the family relationship can last.
Bring my grandson back and show him to me that day, Xiao Gang said.
You don't have a grandson yet, they are other people's children, Xiao Muxue retorted. Xiao Gang knew he was in the wrong and silently swallowed the blame for his sin.
Mumu was right, go back first, we'll see each other later.
Lin Chen hugged Xiao Muxue to the door. Call me if you have anything to say, and don't delete me next time.
Lin Chen took Xiao Mushue's phone, added both of them on WeChat, and saved their phone numbers on Xiao Mushue's phone.
Xiao Muxue looked at him embarrassedly and said, there won't be a next time. She leaned close to Lin Chen's ear and asked, my dad is pretending to be sick, right?
Is that right?
Lin Chen looked at her approvingly and whispered in her ear, idiot, you just realized it now. Xiao Gang couldn't bear to see his cabbage being eaten by the pig in front of him. Okay, Muxue, you go back first, come home another day. Xiao Muxue was too lazy to pay attention to Xiao Gang now, so she said goodbye to Lin Chen and left without looking back. Rebellious girl.
Xiao Gang was furious.
You should be thankful that she is a well-behaved and sensible child. Lin Chen rolled his eyes at Xiao Gang.
Mr. Xiao, let's talk. Lu Yan gave you these conditions, I'm afraid he didn't ask for anything in return?
Lin Chen pulled a chair and sat down, casually crossing his long legs.
There are only 2 of them in the ward now. Lin Chen has also injected 550 million into the Xiao Group. There is nothing that cannot be discussed. We are all businessmen. When we invest, we naturally care about returns.
Indeed, he wants 70% of my shares, Xiao Gang replied. The Xiao Group is also a well-known enterprise in Shanghai. It used to have a large reserve of land resources.
However, in the past year, various problems suddenly broke out.
Some of the land was reclaimed by the government, some was frozen, and accounts receivable were difficult to recover. A large number of loans, interest, employee salaries, office expenses, and countless other problems followed one after another, leading to the current situation. But the Xiao Group is huge, with a valuation of tens of billions.
How could Lu Yan dare to rely on 3.5 billion to ask for 70% of the shares? Did Xiao Gang get kicked in the head by a donkey?
He exchanged 70% of the shares and sacrificed his own daughter.
Absolutely amazing.
Lin Chen estimated that the sudden changes in the Xiao Group were closely related to Lu Yan. After he becomes a shareholder of Xiao Corporation, you will have nothing to do with him. Lin Chen said calmly, Boss Xiao, you have been a big shot in the world for half your life, you wouldn't have thought of this, right?
Lin Chen wanted to know his thoughts.
Xiao Gang would naturally understand the problems that he could understand as well.
The Xiao Group cannot be cut off in my generation. As long as it doesn't go bankrupt, everything will have a chance.
Xiao Gang sneered, as if he was mocking Lin Chen for not understanding this family mission.
Fortunately, he came in time today.
If he had known about this a few days later, it would have been too late.
Okay, tell me your conditions. Capital is bloodthirsty.
Even if Lin Chen is his son-in-law, he will consider the interests, not to mention that he has not officially become his son-in-law.
I am different from Lu Yan. There is no need to force Mumu to be with me in the name of marriage.
I can handle the matter of pursuing the mother of my child on my own, but I also want 70% of the shares, Lin Chen said slowly.
What's the difference between you and Lu Yan? Xiao Gang sneered again.
I want you to transfer 70% of the shares to Xiao Mushue's name. Lin Chen dropped a bombshell.
Chapter 26, Kiss or Not? What?
Xiao Gang rubbed his ears, suspecting that he had just heard it wrong. I want you to transfer 70% of Zhao's shares to Xiao Mushue's name.
Do you understand? Lin Chen repeated. Xiao Gang really wanted to laugh out loud.
He had gotten 3.55 billion for nothing, and the transfer to Xiao Mushue's name was just a transfer from the Xiao family to the Xiao family. After all the twists and turns, it's still his.
This kid Lin Chen is still sincere to Xiao Mushue.
As long as you are sure, I will do it once the 3 billion is in place. Xiao Gang was extremely happy. I haven't finished stating my conditions. I will put in an asset to leverage the project.
After the project is completed, I will participate in the dividends.
Lin Chen has already figured out all the plans in his mind. Investors are best at allocating resources, effectively eliminating shortcomings and maximizing benefits together. I will provide the bid, and you will provide the team and be responsible for all stages of the project, said Lin Chen.
Your target? What is it? What target could be worth 3 billion? Xiao Gang was puzzled. 100 acres of residential land in the center of Shanghai, with a plot ratio of 3.0, do you think it's enough? It was simply enough.
Xiao Gang wanted to hug Lin Chen's thigh and shout, "Good son-in-law, accept your father's admiration." Lin Chen's bright eyes naturally saw through that Xiao Gang was now completely convinced by him.
What's your way of operation? Xiao Gang asked without hesitation.
After all, there were still many details to be figured out, but the core way of operation had to be determined by Lin Chen.
Those who pay are all big guys. It's very simple.
We will sign a cooperative development agreement. I will use the land as collateral for a mortgage. Part of the funds from the mortgage will be used for rolling development and pre-sales of the project, and the other part will be directly invested in Zhao's group to solve the problem of the capital chain. Mr. Xiao, Zhao's capital chain will be restored, and normal operations will produce benefits, and I can also withdraw the funds. This was equivalent to Lin Chen giving him a chance to make money, and Lin Chen would take the project to Xiao Group for a spin and then exit with a profit. The Xiao Group was able to solve the problem, and Lin Chen also properly handled the issue of the joint development of 100 acres of land, keeping his wife and children.
Win-win. But the Lu Group may not give up so easily.
It doesn't matter if you don't stop, then see you in the world. Mr. Xiao, I will go to the Xiao Group to sort out the company. The source of this crisis must be resolved thoroughly. It is imperative to eradicate the cancer. Lu Yan must have planted a lot of informants in the Xiao Group, so it's a good opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. Xiao Gang was now eager for him to go to Zhao's to help.
He didn't even pretend to be sick anymore.
He immediately got up and went to the bathroom to change his clothes. He pulled Lin Chen away and said, "Now is the best day.
Let's go back now."
Lin Chen also wanted to deal with it quickly and make Xiao Mushue happier, so he agreed to go to the Xiao Group now. It took me until 10 o'clock in the evening to sort out these internal issues before I got home. If Lin Chen hadn't insisted on going home early to see the baby, Xiao Gang would have forced him to work all night.
Haha, where is the patient who fainted due to cerebral infarction?
When Lin Chen returned home, he didn't expect that Xiao Mushue was still awake and waiting for him in the living room.
You're back. Debao and Erbo have gone to bed early. You should drink some fresh juice. I just squeezed it last night.
Xiao Mushue handed a glass of bright red juice to Lin Chen.
Thank you.
Why are you still not asleep so late?
Lin Chen took a sip and his eyes lit up.
It tastes really good, no doubt it was squeezed by his wife herself.
His wife is also very nice.
I'm waiting for you to come back so we can talk. Xiao Mushue also took a glass of fresh juice and took a sip. Lin Chen deliberately clinked his glass with Xiao Mushue's.
1982 fresh juice.
Xiao Mushue burst out laughing. Her smile was like a snow lotus blooming in the ice and snow, pure and elegant.
Has anyone ever told you that you look really good when you smile? Lin Chen's Adam's apple rolled. Some people say that I am like a spring flower.
Xiao Mushue guessed that Lin Chen should know that this was a reference to a song.
It suddenly feels a bit sour. Did you put vinegar in your juice?
Lin Chen frowned and looked straight at Xiao Mushue. Xiao Mushue's cheeks were red, and she said seriously, "Your juice is specially blended with 82-year-old vinegar." "Aged vinegar is indeed sour," Lin Chen said with double meaning.
"Then don't drink it." Xiao Mushue pretended to take the cup back.
Lin Chen drank it all up in a gulp, and even turned over the bottom of the cup. "I've finished the 1982 vinegar, not even a dregs is left."
"You are so talkative."
"Sit down and let's talk about business," Xiao Mushue said angrily.
Lin Chen sat down obediently following Xiao Mushue's lead.
Xiao Muxue interlaced her hands and rubbed them up and down. Lin Chen, thank you.
If you hadn't shown up today and solved the problem, I would have parted ways with Debao and Erbao. Lin Chen interrupted her. You idiot. How could you agree to your father? At least you still have me to rely on, and you can talk to me first.
Xiao Muxue pouted. I may be stupid, but I am the daughter raised by my father. I really can't bear to see his mental and physical support collapse. I am also a member of the Xiao group.
Remember, no matter what happens in the future, you can tell me, okay? Moo moo. Xiao Muxue nodded. What are you going to do with the last 3 billion?
Don't worry, I have already communicated with your father about the solution. I will use a piece of residential land under my name to operate, which will be enough to solve the difficulties of Xiao Group. I will go to Xiao Group in the next few days to help your father properly solve the problems of the company.
Don't worry, I will tell you everything.
Knowing that he could immediately take out 500 million in cash, and hearing Lin Chen say that he also had a piece of residential land, Xiao Muxue was not surprised. Okay, if you have anything, tell me.
But I promise that I will let Xiao return the money to you in the future.
Lin Chen frowned. I said you are priceless, and I meant it. I'll be very touched if you do this, Lin Chen. You are allowed to be moved, but after you are moved, go to bed quickly.
Debao and Erbo will get up early tomorrow, and you will have to get up before you get much sleep. I haven't finished what I'm saying. Anyway, I will pay you back later.
Before Xiao Muxue could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lin Chen again. You and Debao and Erbao are my family now.
It's only right to be nice to your family. Don't mention paying back the money anymore. If you do, I'll kiss you. Xiao Muxue opened her eyes wide and blinked. So do you want me to tell you or not? Soul-searching question. Lin Chen wanted to post a question on WeChat Moments. My wife asked me if I wanted to kiss her. Would it be unmanly if I didn't?
Lin Chen held back and tapped her forehead with his finger. Next time you ask me to kiss you, close your eyes first. Chapter 27, 50 million received, new skills unlocked.
Can't you just close it now? Xiao Muxue looked at him innocently. MMP, I'm too excited. If you don't kiss, you're not a man. Just as Lin Chen was leaning over, Xiao Muxue suddenly stood up. Then I'll go to sleep first, and talk to you tomorrow. Xiao Muxue ran away at the speed of a rocket. Lin Chen looked at her back and couldn't stop smiling. What a timid little kitten.
Lin Chen opened WeChat and posted a circle of friends with only one picture. There is a little kitten in the palm of my hand, lying quietly with its eyes closed. Its whole body is snow white. Chengpeng was the first to comment again. Oh my god, this cat is so cute, I really want to pet it. Lin Chen replied immediately, if you still want to see the sun tomorrow, delete the comment.
Li hi, Mr. Lin, do you want to keep a cat?
I'll send a few over for you to choose from tomorrow. Yu Hua, Secretary Li, Director Lin may not want to raise a real cat.
Xiao Muyu, wow, so cute. Can it be a gift for my excellent performance today?
Lin Chen, okay, I'll order a few test papers for you tomorrow.
Xiao Muyu, goodbye. Lu Group. Lu Yan hung up Xiao Gang's phone directly.
Xiao Gang's words were still ringing in his ears. Boss Lu, Mu Shui has already given birth to a child.
I respect her.
The marriage is cancelled. I will make it clear to your father. Our two families can still have normal exchanges and there are other ways to cooperate closely in business.
He needs to find out how the Xiao Group resolved its predicament. Xiao Gang thought that everything was over after he made it clear? Impossible. Xiao Muxue, I can't give up on you. Lu Yan opened his wallet, took out a hairpin, and held it tightly in his hand.
He would never let the little fairy who had once helped him leave again.
Lin Chen has been busy with the Xiao Group's affairs for most of the past half-month.
After various operations, he finally saved the Xiao Group from danger.
In terms of funding, all of its projects are operating normally.
It was only later that Xiao Muxue found out that 70% of the shares of Xiao Group were to be transferred to her name. She naturally disagreed. It was only after Lin Chen convinced her that she accepted the equity transfer. Every time Xiao Gang sees Lin Chen now, he is always very nice and he tries to find out from his words when he will become his son-in-law.
Lin Chen is not close to Xiao Gang either, but he has not chosen to have amnesia. He still remembers clearly how Xiao Gang treated Xiao Muxue before.
Xiao Gang was friendly to him only because he was rich and talented and had solved the difficulties of the Xiao Group. It is not out of love for an acceptance of the first and second babies. However, to a certain extent, he has dealt with his father-in-law, so naturally his mother-in-law should not be a problem either. Ever since Lin Chen started going in and out of the Xiao group, Bai Jiro came to Feng Yuan with bags all day long. I make soup for Xiao Muxue, buy toys for Debao and Erbao, and play with them tirelessly every day.
Debao and Erbao are now 3 months old, but they still can't roll over.
Lin Chen is an encyclopedia of infant and child knowledge, and he patiently taught Debao and Erbao how to roll over, but Xiao Muxue said that this was not right. Xiao Muxue found a universal method for babies to learn to roll over in a book. Adults should roll over for babies to watch, and after watching it many times, they will naturally imitate. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Muxue rolling around there while Debao and Erbao were playing by themselves. He was trying to hold back his laughter but didn't dare to laugh out loud.
Oh, I've been trying so hard to hold back my laughter that I've gotten internal injuries. Xiao Muxue was rolling around on the mat, sweating profusely.
She saw Lin Chen sitting there with his legs crossed, looking happy and indifferent.
Humph. She was so tired from rolling around, but Stinky Egg looked very happy.
Lin Chen, come and demonstrate it to the babies. Xiao Muxue angrily wanted to pull Lin Chen off the stage. I don't act rashly, but when I do, I can achieve twice the result with half the effort, Lin Chen said confidently.
Xiao Muxue didn't believe it. She tried so hard, but Debao and Erbao still didn't learn it. Can they learn it if Lin Chen helps? I don't believe it at all.
Watch this, Debao, let you demonstrate first. Lin Chen sat down next to Debao and, just like before, taught Debao to put his left foot on the other side of his right foot. Then he gave a little force and Debao flipped over. Then he straightened Debao's hand, turned it over gently, and turned Debao back over. After turning over a few times, the eldest child looked a little excited, while the second child was still sucking his fingers. Big baby, second baby, look at how daddy turns over. Two little babies, look here. Lin Chen clapped his hands, and the applause instantly attracted their attention. Watch out, daddy will start turning over soon. Lin Chen imitated the posture that Debao had just used to turn over, turning over once, then turning back again, repeating this several times.
Xiao Muxue was watching from the side and couldn't help laughing. It was so funny. Isn't it even funnier to think about how she just rolled into a ball?
It was so embarrassing, she was so embarrassed. After Lin Chen turned over, he stood up again to teach Debao how to turn over, and demonstrated how to do it again, repeating it several times. Unexpectedly, after the fifth demonstration, Debao was able to turn over by himself. Ding, the host teaches the baby to roll over. The first time the baby rolls over, the host will be rewarded with 50 million and a strong athlete. Ding, 50 million has arrived.
Ding, the sports powerhouse has arrived.
It was said in the martial arts novels in the past that the 4 meridians and 8 vessels all extend to the soles of the feet. The meridians are widening, and a heat is warming the meridians. Lin Chen has this feeling now, his body is full of energy.
The system is really powerful.
After he gave 550 million to Xiao Group, there was less than 40 million left in the account, and now another 50 million has been added.
The small treasury is awesome again.
When Xiao Muxue saw that Debao had really turned over by himself, she went up to him and gave him a kiss, praising him. Debao is great.
Debao is amazing. What about me? Am I not awesome? Lin Chen asked for praise online. Erbao hasn't turned over yet, so I can't praise you too early. Xiao Muxue looked at him with a smile.
Lin Chen looked at Erbao helplessly. Erbao was still sucking his fingers, immersed in his own world.
Little cotton jacket, can you give daddy a little face? Even a look is enough. Erbao didn't receive Lin Chen's signal, and nothing could stop him from sucking his fingers.
Debao looked at his sister warmly. He completed the task of turning over for his sister. His sister just had to be happy. Erbao, you little darling are too lazy. Xiao Muxue looked at Erbao with a doting face. Lin Chen disagreed. It's good for girls to be a little pampered.
Don't rush into anything.
Debao is the older brother, so he should work harder.
Xiao Muxue couldn't do anything about this daughter slave, and Lin Chen was most supportive of Erbao.
From now on, you will be the bad guy and I will be the good guy in front of Erbao, Lin Chen said carefully.
Xiao Muxue's pretty face turned red. Is Chodan already thinking about their future? What about Debao? Debao must be kept under strict supervision.
None of us can indulge him.
This is the setting of a strict father and a strict mother.
Xiao Muxue had an expression that said, have fun by yourself.
We won't play with you anymore.
Debao listened to his father's solemn promise and lit a small candle for himself. When he grows up, he may have to carry a small school bag and go to work to earn money for his sister's milk powder. Chapter 28, Take the Initiative, Please. Not long ago, the Sutown government of Lin Chen's hometown proposed to subsidize the renovation and reconstruction of old houses, and each household will be subsidized according to the area of renovation and reconstruction. Lin Shuyi and Li Bian discussed it and decided to rebuild a new house and add a floor to it, which would also be convenient for Lin Chen to live in after he gets married and has children.
Lin Shuyi is a farm worker and Li Biyun is an elementary school Chinese teacher.
They have saved money all their lives and have enough money to renovate their house, amounting to hundreds of thousands of dollars.
There are ways to deal with it if you have money, and there are ways to deal with it if you don't have a tight budget.
The two of them discussed it for several nights before they finalized the preliminary plan. The old couple told Lin Chen what they had discussed on the phone.
This just happened to coincide with what Lin Chen was thinking about.
Lin Chen was originally thinking about how to convince his parents to improve his living conditions. Unexpectedly, the government's support would prompt his parents to take action, so he didn't have to say a word. Lin Chen asked Lin Shuyi and Li Bian to keep their own money, and he would arrange a construction team to complete the house building task. They don't have to worry about money, they just need to look at the architectural and decoration design plans and choose the architectural and soft furnishing design styles. Lin Shuyi and Li Bian originally wanted to build a small house, but Lin Chen provided them with design plans for villas and courtyard houses, which were grand and luxurious. They had never seen such a nice house in their lives.
Since my son told me not to worry, then just make the choice boldly.
They have great confidence in Lin Chen's ability to make money. After all, their son has always had excellent grades since he was young, and he can shine at work, so it is normal for him to make money. Lin Chen was also thinking about how to get Xiao Muxue to agree to the marriage as soon as possible so that he could happily tell his parents that they not only had a daughter-in-law, but also 2 grandchildren.
How to tell the story behind this? People who invest are the best at telling stories.
With Lin Chen's skills, knowing how to tell a story in a concise and natural way is naturally no problem. By chance, although Lin Shuyi and Li Bian were busy building a house, they had no time to come to Shanghai to see Lin Chen, nor did they have time to care about Lin Chen's love life. But here Li Biyun was chatting with her cousin Li Ting. She told her that her family was going to build a new house, Lin Chen was investing in it, and that he was very good at making money now. Li Ting settled in Shanghai in her early years and married a local.
She is a very warm-hearted person.
She knew that Lin Chen was single and had no girlfriend, so her kind-hearted nature began to become active again. As soon as she hung up the phone with Li Biyun, she turned around and called Lin Chen, asking him to have dinner with her when he was free. Considering that young people are shy and would be embarrassed to come for a blind date, she did not tell Lin Chen the reason for the meal. Lin Chen has been very busy lately, so he agreed without asking any further questions. After Li Ting hung up the phone, she felt very happy and immediately opened her cell phone album to look for a blind date for Lin Chen. She must choose carefully and help Lin Chen find a good wife to give her elder sister a big surprise.
Botsai Investment Bank.
Lin Chen had just finished a round of meetings, and the cooperation plan and cooperation agreement of the Fulong Group had been finalized. Now the two parties are about to formally sign the cooperation agreement. Speed is of the essence in raising troops, and the signing ceremony will be held this afternoon. After Lin Chen arranges the core work, Yu Hua will be in charge of the overall management. As the afternoon came, the news about the close cooperation between Botsai Investment Bank and Fulong Group made headlines in the media. An even hotter topic than the news about the cooperation between the two parties was the young chairman of Botsai Investment Bank, Lin Chen.
For a time, Lin Chen became a hot new diamond noble in the Magic City.
Many people were eager to meet him, but it was priceless to see him.
Lu Group.
Lu Yan's secretary Feng Xiao stood trembling beside him. "Boss Lu, I'm sorry, our spy in Xiao Group was removed. We haven't found out who the Xiao Group received financing from, and we don't know how the 100 acres of land issue fell on them."
What is Lin Chen's identity? Didn't you tell me that he was just from an ordinary family in Sutown?
Why does he have such great ability to solve the problem of Xiao Group?
It seems that someone is deliberately covering up some things about Lin Chen.
His assets and abilities are still unknown.
Feng Xiao lowered his head, not daring to look at Lu Yan.
"Waste, what use are you to me? Get out of here." Lu Yan directly closed the lid of the laptop. At this time, the news that Lin Chen officially appeared at the signing ceremony was released, and Lu Yan saw it on his mobile phone. At Boki Investment Bank, Lin Chen is actually the chairman. Compared with Botsai Investment Bank, Lushur Group has different corporate nature and background, so Lushur Group is naturally inferior to Botsai Investment Bank. But after all, the Lu Group has been a local boss for many years, and in terms of resources, it may not be worse than Boki Investment Bank. If someone still doesn't understand Lin Chen's role in the Xiao Group incident at this point, then he is a fool.
This was tantamount to declaring war on him, right? He accepted it.
Xiao Muxue naturally also saw the news report and was no longer surprised by Lin Chen's sudden identity.
Dabao, Erbao, your dad looked very handsome today. He even appeared on TV.
You should take your dad as a role model in the future. Xiao Muxue looked at Dabao and Erbao with a smile.
Dabao and Erbao responded to Xiao Muxue with babbling sounds. Xiao Muxue continued, your father is so outstanding, will he be snatched away by other girls? What do you think, should mom take the initiative?
Since their last late-night talk, Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue have been getting along more and more harmoniously. When you meet the right person, the two of you will be like magnets at the North and South Poles, attracting each other. Xiao Muxue has confirmed that Lin Chen is the person with whom she wants to share happiness.
You stinky boy, what are you hesitating about? Why don't you take the initiative? It's embarrassing to ask a girl to take the initiative. Am I not enthusiastic enough? Xiao Muxue was reflecting on herself.
When Shanghai Economic Daily was reporting on Bukai's achievements in chairman with great fanfare, Lin Shuyi, Li Biyun, and Li Ting were not paying attention to these social news, and naturally did not know Lin Chen's identity. After Li Ting had completed all the preparations for the blind date, she called Lin Chen and asked him to have dinner at Muscleton Restaurant.
Lin Chen was very busy.
It happened that the Moose Restaurant was near Bukai, so he set a time with Li Ting and went there after he finished his work. As soon as Lin Chen entered the restaurant, he saw Li Ting happily chatting with a girl.
His inner alarm bells rang, he felt something was wrong and was about to turn around and leave.
Li Ting had sharp eyes and immediately spotted Lin Chen, so she called out, Xiao Chen, we've been waiting for you here for a long time, come here quickly. Seeing that he was exposed, Lin Chen sighed, and had no choice but to turn around and sit down next to Li Ting.
Chapter 29 Just call my wife Tian Tian.
As soon as Lin Chen sat down, Li Ting immediately took the girl's hand and said, Xiao Chen, this is Tian Tian, this is my handsome nephew Lin Chen.
You are all young people, why don't you say hello to each other? Tian is a typical Jiangnan girl, petite but introverted.
She looked up at Lin Chen and then felt embarrassed to lower her head, her fingers still clutching the corner of her clothes.
Tian felt like she had made a fortune, this Lin Chen is so handsome.
Seeing that the little girl was shy, Lin Chen still took the initiative to greet her in a gentlemanly manner. Hello, Miss Tian.
Oh, calling you Miss Tian is so formal, just call me Tian like your aunt.
Li Ting is very outgoing. When she is a matchmaker, she wants to get closer to young people, so she speaks in a very sophisticated way.
Tian's face flushed red. Would he call himself Tian? She was so sweet inside. Yes, just call me Tian said in a muffled voice.
I'm sorry, I only call my wife Tian now, no one else can call her that, Lin Chen said the refusal in a natural and casual manner. Immediately, Li Ting's expression changed.
Lin Chen doesn't have a girlfriend? Does he mean he doesn't like Tian anymore? What a sin!
She didn't know where to put her old face.
The matchmaker's intelligence was not good.
She should have asked Lin Chen what kind of girls he liked first. Tian was also stunned after hearing his words, but she quickly adjusted her state and smiled. Mr. Lin is so outstanding, she must be outstanding too. That's for sure. Lin Chen's face unconsciously showed a tenderness as soon as he saw Xiao Muxue.
There was a hint of sourness in Tian's eyes.
It turned out that all good men have been labeled with special labels. Next, Lin Chen ate a few bites of food in a hurry, and said goodbye to Li Ting and Tian on the grounds that he was busy with work.
Little did they know that the scene of the three of them eating together was seen by Xiao Muxue and Xiao Muyu. Today, Xiao Muyu kept pestering Xiao Muxue, asking her to go shopping together to buy things for the baby. Lin Chen had already bought a lot of clothes for the baby, and Xiao Muxue didn't want to buy anything, but she couldn't stand Xiao Muyu's pestering and agreed to go shopping. It was just dinner time, so they went to the Muesli restaurant on the first floor of the mall to have dinner and saw the scene. Lin Chen is sunny and handsome, Tian is petite and cute, and the aunt next to them winked at Tian more than once. It's obvious that this is a blind date. Xiao Muyu impulsively rushed to them and asked Lin Chen what he was doing.
Xiao Muxue suppressed her jealousy and stopped Xiao Muyu. She felt a little sad, but she also believed that Lin Chen was not the kind of person who was indecisive, and there must be some misunderstanding. Lin Chen stood up after eating a few bites of food, and she felt relieved. The moment Lin Chen stood up and was about to walk out of the restaurant, he seemed to have a telepathic connection in his heart and glanced at Xiao Muxue's table. When Xiao Muxue saw Lin Chen turn his head, she immediately shrank behind the screen. The muesli restaurant is very stylishly designed, with each seat separated by a screen. There was a hollow part above the screen, and Lin Chen had his back to them, so he didn't see them before. Lin Chen walked towards the table of Xiao Muxue and Xiao Muyu with a smile. Li Ting saw Lin Chen coming into the restaurant again and thought that Lin Chen had figured it out. She came back and added Tian Tiantian's WeChat, Xiao Chun, come back and sit for a while. Aunt, I saw a cute little kitten, come over later. Lin Chen's smile at this time was as warm as the spring breeze. Li Ting was stunned.
There are cats in this restaurant? Where is it? The kitten is so cute, why didn't she see it? Two beauties, why didn't you scream when you saw me?
Lin Chen half leaned against the side of the screen, looking at Xiao Muxue with his head slightly tilted.
Why did Xiao Muxue feel like she was caught? She was not following him. She came here to eat openly. Besides, he was the one who was on a blind date with the girl, so why should she be afraid? Xiao Muxue straightened her back, picked up the glass elegantly, took a sip of water, and slowly put the glass down. Why, Mr. Lin, you can come to this restaurant but I can't? Xiao Muyu gave Xiao Muxue a thumbs up. Although her sister had not watched palace fighting dramas, she was well aware of the essence of the queen's demeanor. Xiao Muyu, do you smell anything sour? Lin Chen took a deep breath and pretended to sniff around. It seems so, a little bit. The one who likes to watch the fun and enjoy the excitement is Xiao Muyu. There is also a very high wattage light bulb. This restaurant is not short of light. Lin Chen showed a puzzled expression. Xiao Muyu immediately knew that he was talking about her. She was just helping him, and calling her a light bulb, is that polite? When Xiao Muxue saw Xiao Muyu's expression that said I'm going to kill you with my eyes, she couldn't help but laugh. Lin Chen spread his hands and said, look, I didn't say anything to her, but she got anxious. Muyu is not as anxious as that side. Xiao Muxue nodded intentionally and pointed in the direction of Li Ting and Tian Tian Tian. Li Ting and Tian 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 looked at Lin Chen, who was indifferent just now, and talked to these two beautiful girls. They stretched their necks high, wanting to see what was going on. Do you have anything you want to ask me? Lin Chen asked. I'm just out having dinner with friends, there's nothing to ask. Xiao Muxue blinked. I trust him so much. Let's go, that's my aunt, let's go over and meet her. He happened to meet his aunt, so he naturally introduced her to Xiao Muxue. He walked up to Xiao Muxue and took her hand. Xiao Muxue's face turned red again. She felt extremely embarrassed as she looked at Lin Chen holding her hand. No, auntie? Isn't Aunt Mom's sister? She immediately struggled to free herself from Lin Chen's hand. She was panicking because she was not ready to meet his parents. She blurted out, no, don't make a fuss. I didn't put on any makeup today. It's not nice to meet people. She is still breastfeeding, and even though there are cosmetics available for pregnant women, she doesn't want to use them, and does her best to give her baby a safe milk cow. You are beautiful with or without makeup, Lin Chen said sincerely. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Muxue didn't want to see his relatives for any other reason, but just because she didn't wear makeup. Let's not go for now, Xiao Muxue looked at him pitifully. Lin Chen's heart moved, and he scratched Xiao Muxue's nose. I'll let you go this time. You're so annoying, don't touch my nose. Xiao Muxue's high nose bridge was itchy when Lin Chen scratched it. Don't say you hate me, but don't really like me in your heart. Lin Chen took the opportunity to flirt with her. Xiao Muxue glared at him shyly, and Lin Chen immediately grinned and apologized. Xiao Muyu hid aside and laughed secretly. These two people were becoming more and more in love. But she should be in the cave at this moment, not on the ground, forced to be a light bulb. Chapter 30, New Parent-Child Clothing Brand Established. Li Ting looked at the interaction between Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue. How could she not understand? From a distance, Xiao Muxue looked like a fairy. If Lin Chen found his true love, she would be happy for him. It's just a pity for Tian next to her. She will definitely introduce another good partner to her. 35th floor of Boitsai Investment Bank. Lin Chen was still in a meeting, and Lucas and his assistant were waiting for him in the reception room. Lucas has made many haute couture dresses, haute couture suits, and fashion outfits, and this is his first time making parent-child outfits. Lin Chen has very high requirements. He pays attention to many details in material selection, dyeing, and handmade suzhou embroidery. He debugged it many times before finalizing the final version. These 4 sets of clothes were originally planned to be produced within a week, but due to various adjustments, they were delayed for a full week. Now she can finally present the perfect finished product to Lin Chen.
As soon as Lin Chen finished the meeting, he went straight to the reception room. "Lucas, I'm glad to hear you say that the work was completed perfectly." Lin Chen's face was filled with a happy smile.
He was really looking forward to traveling with Xiao Muxue, Debeo, and Erbo wearing parent-child outfits. Lucas clapped her hands, and her assistant Xiaoma understood and pushed the clothing display racks into a row.
Men's clothing is as vast and broad as the sea of stars, while women's clothing is skirts, as mysterious and elegant as the moon and the moon. The clothes of the two babies are smaller versions of these two sets. Lin Chen used the elements of Bird of Paradise, which is passionate and warm.
Lin Chen couldn't help but applaud Lucas. "Perfect. Lucas, you didn't let me down."
"Mr. Lin, your satisfaction is my motivation," Lucas complimented him tactfully.
"Mr. Lin, I have a bold idea. Are you interested in working with me? Cooperation?"
"You decide," Lin Chen said. "The parent-child clothing you designed has given me a great inspiration.
After my investigation and research, I found that there is no high-end parent-child clothing brand in China.
Most parent-child clothing is still low-end, with rough materials and no sense of design.
The market for high-end parent-child clothing is a blue ocean market. I would like to invite you to create a brand together.
You will be responsible for design and technology, and I will be responsible for production, sales, and operations. Besides, many of my current clients have families and children, so they have the resources to take over." Lucas expressed her ideas, and she also tried to design several parent-child outfits, but they were not satisfactory. They always lacked warmth and soul, and were far from Lin Chen's designs.
Besides, cooperating with Lin Chen is simply a double strength improvement. He is the chairman of Butsai Investment Bank.
If she can get on board with Lin Chen, she will have no worries about sales, and establishing her brand will be a matter of minutes. Lin Chen agreed with this idea.
The domestic parent-child clothing market was still barren.
Lucas was not familiar with high-end parent-child clothing.
No one had ever thought about making high-end parent-child clothing.
Sanshang has been able to achieve its current status because of its strong brand effect and great strength.
Lucas is a relatively humble person and does not praise himself. "Your idea is great. I need you to come up with a plan.
I can not only provide the technology, but also the funding.
If you want to play, you have to play big." Lucas' eyes lit up immediately. He provided technology and capital, making him a perfect partner.
In terms of products, we not only go for high-end customization, but also for mass production.
You raised a very good point. We need to dig deeper into the existing customer resources. High-end customization relies on word of mouth, and word of mouth has come out. However, we are not only focusing on the domestic market, we also need to consider the international market. I will give you guidance on the market. Mr. Lin, there won't be any extra charges for corporate counseling, right?
Lucas smiled flatteringly.
"Lucas, my market price is not low now. If you want to pay, I won't refuse."
"We are family, talking about money will hurt feelings." "Yes, this is also Lin Chen's career, he will definitely not accept any money." She was worrying too much. Lucas smiled even more beautifully.
Lucas took the initiative to bring up the issue of shareholding ratio and profit sharing. "Mr. Lin, based on our current cooperation model, what is the appropriate shareholding ratio for everyone? How about you get 6 and I get 4?
Lin Chen took into consideration that Lucas was the one who actually managed the business, and if he gave her more, she would be more motivated. If Lin Chen had a family, Lucas would know to take the initiative to avoid suspicion, otherwise she would definitely give Lin Chen a big, tight hug.
"Boss Lin, no, brother Lin, it's a pleasure to work with you. I will start the preparatory plan today. Happy cooperation."
Lin Chen has the ability to predict investments, so he naturally understands that investing can make money.
"By the way, can I add you on WeChat?"
Lucas had only contacted him by phone and had face-to-face meetings before, and had never added him on WeChat privately.
"I'll sweep you."
After Lin Chen and Lucas added each other on WeChat, Lucas rushed back to the company to prepare for the new brand. Xiao Muxue was playing with Debeo and Erbo at home. Not long after Debeo rolled over, Erbo was able to do the same. So the two little ones often roll together, and the second one always likes to grab the first one's hair.
Debeo didn't cry even when his hair was grabbed, and he looked very mature, ready to be bullied.
Anshin even praised the twins for their love, saying that the older one would always give in to the younger one. Lin Chen is already a daughter slave, and now he has a sister control. Xiao Muxue can imagine that Erbao will have a lot of fun in the future and tear down the house, and the ones handing the hammer might be the two of them. The sound of a car shutting down was heard outside the door, and Lin Chen arrived home. Xiao Muxue gathered the hair by her ears and slightly pulled down her collar.
Lin Chen came in carrying 2 bags. Mumu, I'm back. Debao and Erbao, look what goodies Daddy brought you.
What is that?
It's so mysterious.
Xiao Muxue looked at the bag that Lin Chen was carrying curiously. Ding 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 ding. Please appreciate it, Ms. Xiao. Lin Chen took out the parent-child outfits and unfolded them one by one. Xiao Muxue was immediately attracted by the parent-child outfits, they were so beautiful. She first picked up Erbao's little skirt and showed it to him. Erbao was so happy that he danced and babbled to express his feelings.
Lin Chen asked Debao, do you think this dress is handsome? Daddy has the same style as yours. Debao's eyes sparkled like gems, which showed that he was extremely happy. Mumu, do you like it?
Lin Chen looked at Xiao Muxue with a smile on her face, with her fair skin and delicate facial features.
She must look beautiful in this dress. I like it.
Xiao Muxue said shyly.
How about we go on a cherry blossom viewing picnic this weekend?
Lin Chen took the opportunity to propose a parent-child travel plan.
Xiao Muxue agreed without hesitation, okay. The weather is great this weekend. Zhoudan was so thoughtful, and she really liked his intentions. Chapter 31 Call Dad. Lin Chen has already thought of countless ways to have a cherry blossom viewing picnic. He wants to carefully design the trip to make Xiao Muxue happy and leave her with a perfect weekend memory. By the way, Aunt Chen, you should take a rest these 2 days at the weekend. Lin Chen did not forget to give Aunt Chen a holiday. Thank you, sir. I wish you a happy weekend in advance. I'll go cook first.
Aunt Chen was naturally very happy when she heard that it was a holiday. She had time to watch TV series again.
Go ahead.
Xiao Muxue said with a smile.
Mumu, do you want to try on some clothes?
Now that Lin Chen has mastered design, he can tell the other person's body size at a glance.
Xiao Muxue's figure is absolutely devilish.
You can't tell at all that she just gave birth and she has recovered very well. You try it on first, I'll try it on later. Xiao Muxue thought that if she wanted to try it on, she would definitely have to dress up a little and tidy up her hair, but she also felt that if she tried it on and took care of herself, it would seem that she cared too much, so she decided to go back to her room and try it on herself first. That's fine, let me try it first. Lin Chen took off his shirt directly, revealing his bulging muscles.
Ah!
Xiao Muxue quickly covered her eyes. Why are you taking off your clothes randomly?
It's not like I haven't seen it before, so what is there to be afraid of?
Lin Chen slowly spread out his clothes and put them on.
Xiao Muxue still covered her eyes.
Oh my god, Zhoudan looks so stylish when he is dressed and looks so good when he is undressed.
Who's looking at you?
Xiao Muxue's voice trembled a little.
Then take another look now, if you don't you'll be the one at a loss. Lin Chen, who had already put on his clothes, teased her on purpose.
No, I'm afraid of getting sty.
Xiao Muxue's ears were red, but she didn't dare to move her hand away. Debao and Erbao are laughing at you. You are so timid.
Lin Chen likes to see her nervous and cute look. Erbao, the king of support, immediately burst into laughter.
You little rascal Erbao. Don't laugh at your mommy.
Xiao Muxue felt that she was extremely embarrassed.
She could just watch it. It was not like she had seen it before.
She took her hand away in one go, but saw Lin Chen standing in front of her wearing a new shirt, looking really handsome.
You're teasing me.
Xiao Muxue raised her fist and hit Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen took Xiao Muxue's hand, pulled her into his arms and held her in his arms.
You attacked me, I was defending myself.
With her soft fragrance in his arms, he couldn't help but hug Xiao Muxue tighter.
You bastard. You're a hooligan.
Xiao Muxue pretended to struggle for a few times and then leaned on Lin Chen's chest.
I've confessed my crime, can you let me go? Lin Chen held Xiao Muxue for 5 minutes. It's too late for you to confess your guilt. I'll punish you for 3 more minutes. Lin Chen gently stroked Xiao Muxue's hair.
There is a fresh orange scent on Xiao Muxue's hair, which smells very refreshing.
Xiao Muxue acquiesced to Lin Chen's additional punishment.
She had already been hugged anyway, so she might as well hold him for a while longer.
Debao and Erbao were quietly sucking their fingers and looking at their parents. Debao, sister, if I could walk, I would like to fly away. Erbao, brother, I want to see mom and dad kiss each other.
After Xiao Muxue got out of Lin Chen's arms, she pulled down her clothes with a blushing face. Lin Chen was still not satisfied. Xiao Muxue was so soft and had such a thin waist. He wanted to hold her forever.
There is ample time. Why did you think of buying parent-child clothes? Where did you buy them? This designer is amazing. Xiao Muxue took a look at Lin Chen's clothes and admired him sincerely. This is my own design. Lin Chen gave Xiao Muxue a big surprise. Ah! Did you design this? Lin Chen, you are so amazing. You can even design such beautiful clothes.
Lin Chen is like a secret treasure. The more Xiao Muxue understands him, the more she can discover his brilliance. Then he became intoxicated and plunged headfirst into it. I designed this specifically for our family. The concept is based on my vision of an ideal life for a close-knit family.
Mumu, I'm looking forward to going out with you on the weekends. You don't have to worry about anything.
I'll prepare everything. Xiao Mushue's heart was beating so fast at this moment.
Stinky Egg is really good at flirting.
The life of the close family he longs for is so beautiful that he can present a flawless design.
Thank you for your hard work, the baby's dad. Xiao Muxue used the name of the baby's dad for the first time. What did she just call him? The baby's daddy.
Lin Chen was extremely excited and his heart was beating very fast.
Mom of the babies, did you eat honey or sugar today? Her mouth is so sweet. You can't eat honey yet.
The honey in breast milk might cause allergies in your baby, Xiao Muxue answered with a deliberate distortion.
Is it still like this? The baby's mothers are really working too hard.
Lin Chen was really heartbroken. It turned out that there were so many things to avoid when breastfeeding.
Xiao Muxue likes spicy food very much.
Now she chooses to eat light food and dares not eat spicy food. Although there are scientific popularization posts that debunk the rumor that chili peppers can enter the baby's body through breast milk, Xiao Muxue would rather control her diet than take the risk.
As long as the babies grow up healthy and happy, it's worth the extra effort, Xiaomu said gently and eye-catchingly. By the way, I have something to tell you. I will report to school next Monday.
My instructor has already certified that I have completed all the credits.
I just need to go and defend it this semester.
I have already selected the topic for my thesis with my supervisor. Xiao Muxue made a detailed plan.
As a mother of excellent babies, I have made preparations for everything. I am proud of you.
Lin Chen knew that she had made proper plans long ago. But when she starts school, he will give her a big surprise.
You don't have a car yet. You have to go to school now.
Let's buy a car after we come back from playing on the weekend. Lin Chen carefully considered Xiao Mushue's travel needs.
Xiao Muxue didn't want to waste time on commuting.
It was 6 kilometers from Fengyuan to Mota University, and it was really inconvenient without a car. I also have a Mini at home, I can just go back and drive it over, Xiao Muxue thought for a while.
Your car has been in use for a long time. You don't have to go back to get it. Let's just buy a new one.
Besides, there are car purchase coupons, which will expire if not used.
Don't worry about spending my money. Buying a car will help me avoid waste.
Little did she know that he wanted to give her the best. And it is also a fact that the car purchase vouchers cannot be redeemed if they are not used.
If you don't spend money, you're wasting money. What kind of absurdity is this?
She also agreed with the fallacy, so whatever the stinky egg said was the truth. Buy as much as possible to help our general manager Lin solve his problems, Xiao Muxue smiled playfully. Please, Miss Xiao, don't show mercy, Lin Chen laughed.
Men earn money and women are responsible for spending it.
When she spends your money vigorously, she should treat you as her own.
Chapter 32, Playing in the Sea of Sakura.
The weekend arrived quickly, and Lin Chen got up early in the morning to prepare a loving breakfast. Lin Chen's cooking skills are average, but he can make some simple breakfasts. He opened the recipe, memorized each step, and started making it. He put 2 heart-shaped molds on a non-stick pan. After the oil was hot, he beat an egg into each one. After the shape was fixed, he took out the molds, fried both sides until golden brown, and the heart-shaped poached eggs were ready. Boil the pasta, drain, and place on a delicate plate. Place the heart-shaped poached egg on one side, cut a few raw tomatoes, put some rosemary, and pour the ready-made sauce on it.
Perfect. Xiao Muxue gets up early every day to practice yoga.
At this moment, Dabeo and Erbao are still sleeping soundly. After she finished her yoga practice, she went downstairs and saw Lin Chen preparing dishes.
Wow!
Lin Chen made breakfast for her himself. They gave Aunt Chen a day off, and she was thinking of making some instant noodles for breakfast for the two of them.
Lin Chen, this looks great. Is there anything you can't do? Xiao Muxue praised him sincerely. Come and sit down and have a taste. Lin Chen pulled out a chair for Xiao Muxue very gentlemanly.
Xiao Muxue sat down elegantly, picked up the fork, rolled up the pasta and put it in her mouth to chew lightly. It tastes very good, the pasta is very chewy. When Lin Chen saw Xiao Muxue praising him, he was naturally very proud.
Wow, the pasta airlifted from France must be delicious. Ding!
The host cooks for the person he likes for the first time, and is rewarded with God-level chef skills.
Ding!
God-level chef skills have arrived.
In an instant, many recipes flooded into Lin Chen's mind, including world-famous dishes, traditional Chinese delicacies, long-lost famous dishes, home-cooked dishes, Chinese and Western pastries, and so on. It's amazing. He can make all kinds of dishes.
He can be called the top Chinese chef. Mumu, take your time eating first, I'll go make a phone call. Lin Chen immediately called Li Hai and asked him to communicate with the restaurant they had booked for the evening, as he wanted to cook for them himself. Xiao Muxue looked at Lin Chen mysteriously, and she was also looking forward to it in her heart. Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue packed everything, put on parent-child outfits, and set off to Sakura Sea Park with Dabao and Erbao.
Sakura Sea Park.
The cherry blossoms on the cherry trees, that cluster, one by one, layer upon layer, pushing forward and back, white as snow, red as clouds, pink as a baby's shy smile, appear even more graceful against the soft satin leaves. Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue were each pushing a stroller and walking on the cherry blossom avenue. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women, as well as a pair of cute twins, instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. Their parent-child outfits were so beautiful that some photographers came up to chat with them and wanted to take pictures of them. Lin Chen politely refused. Mumu, just walk a little further and you'll be there. Xiao Muxue is so beautiful today, with a nice figure, an extremely beautiful face, and autumn eyes like a pool of spring water. She is more beautiful than flowers and even more lovable. Lin Chen was a little regretful why he didn't drive directly into the villa and took the Cherry Blossom Avenue.
Many men looked at her with amazement in their eyes.
Lin Chen admitted that he was jealous.
Who made his wife so beautiful? You have to finish the road you choose, even if it hurts.
I haven't come to see the cherry blossoms for many years, Lin Chen, it's just as beautiful as I remember it. Xiao Muxue was immersed in the world of cherry blossoms, Dabao and Erbao. You must enjoy the natural beauty today. When Dabao and Erbao grow up a little, we can go to Japan together to see the cherry blossoms in Hokkaido, Lin Chen suggested.
Chodan has a good plan.
After a few years, when Dabao and Erbao have grown up, they will continue to move in a good direction. It will be much easier when the time comes to let the eldest and second babies walk by themselves, Xiao Muxue said with a smile.
Are you tired?
Let me push them both by myself. They walked on Cherry Blossom Avenue for a long time, and Lin Chen was worried that Xiao Muxue was tired.
No, as long as I'm with my eldest and second child, I'm happy no matter what I do. I don't feel tired at all.
Although Xiao Muxue had a little sweat on her forehead, she still insisted on pushing the cart by herself. Fortunately, after walking for another 5 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of Feinian Garden, and Li Hai was already waiting there.
Feinian Garden is a villa specially set up in Yinghai Park to receive distinguished guests. There are 3 ancient cherry trees in the villa. The flowers bloom without leaves and the fragrance spreads far and wide.
Legend has it that they were planted in the Tang dynasty and have been thriving ever since. The cherry blossoms in full swing carry a romantic element, accompanying the lazy, slower pace of spring. The place chosen by Lin Chen is where the red cherry blossoms are on the road and the green willows are beside the pond. It is the best place for the view in the cherry garden. Mr. Lin, the photographer is here, Li Hai walked over and whispered to Lin Chen.
Lin Chen nodded, indicating that he understood.
Xiao Muxue was playing with Dabao and Erbao, holding cherry blossoms and dancing in front of them. Dabao looked calm, while Erbao was beaming with joy, dancing, and happily cooperating with Xiao Muxue.
Mumu, I called a photographer. He is here now. Let's take a photo together later.
Lin Chen walked to Xiao Muxue and helped her remove the cherry petals stuck to her hair.
Ah!
I look too plain for photos. Xiao Muxue drew her eyebrows and put on lip balm today. She also tied her hair into a high ponytail so that she could take care of the baby more easily. With me as the green leaf, you are all beautiful red flowers, Lin Chen teased. He asked the photographer to come on impulse. On Cherry Blossom Avenue, some amateur photographers wanted to find them to be models, so Lin Chen thought it would be best to find a good photographer to take the photos himself. Anyway, I've been carefully retouched, so make me look prettier.
Xiao Muxue was not pretentious.
She had agreed to go out and play today, so she would cooperate with whatever Lin Chen arranged. Don't worry, your photographer will definitely feel relieved when he is doing the post-production, Lin Chen praised Xiao Muxue whenever he got the chance.
Women all like to be praised, especially beautiful women.
They may say no, but they really enjoy the compliments in their hearts.
As expected, Xiao Muxue didn't worry about the makeup issue and was busy arranging the clothes of Debao and Rebirth first.
They all want to appear in front of the camera in their best and most perfect state. The photography team was indeed professional and well-trained, and they instructed Xiao Muxue and Lin Chen on how to pose while holding the baby.
Yes, yes, yes. Move your head closer.
Closer. Don't be shy, beautiful lady. Look at your husband lovingly.
Boss Lin, please hold me tighter.
Two little darlings, look at uncle, yes, smile, smile. Lin Chen also prepared another set of clothes,
which was forest-style casual wear,
very suitable for the occasion.
In response to the photographer's various requests, Lin Chen hugged Xiao Muxue, feeling extremely happy. The photographer arrived and asked Li Hai to give him a chicken leg. Chapter 33 Pressing on the ground and rubbing.
Xiao Muxue and the babies took 2 sets of photos. Lin Chen was originally worried that they would be tired, but he didn't expect that the 3 of them were so excited. After the photoshoot, Lin Chen arranged refreshments in the pavilion, and a guqin player played the instrument on the side. It was the first time for Debao and Rebao to play outside, and they looked around with their curious big eyes. Listening to the pleasant piano music, Rebao started clapping his hands. My little fairy is so smart, she can even clap.
Lin Chen lifted up the second baby in surprise.
Seeing that Lin Chen started to pamper his daughter again and Debao was lying alone in the stroller again, Xiao Muxue smiled and said to Debao, "Debao, mommy is here to hold you.
Let's take a plane together." Flying an airplane is Debao's favorite game.
Girls like the game of lifting things up high, but boys only want tough guy games.
Debao and Rebao played for a long time and felt a little hungry.
Xiao Muxue took them to the guest room in the villa to breastfeed. Lin Chen was worried about her being alone, so he called the villa's private housekeeper to help. After Xiao Muxue left, Lin Chen had no interest in listening to the piano by himself, so he asked everyone to go downstairs and wait. He made tea alone and thought about work. In the past 2 months, under the leadership of Lin Chen, Bokai's investment volume has increased slightly, and it has also handled many non-performing asset projects and bad debt projects. Among the projects handled by Lin Chen, the most impressive ones are the bad debt projects, which were originally unable to continue operating.
Lin Chen repositioned the projects through financial planning and resource reallocation.
After a series of operations, he revitalized countless projects in a short period of time. For some projects that are still valuable, Wakai will continue to invest. For some projects that have average benefits, Wakai will directly sell its equity. Now, no shareholder in the shareholders' meeting dares to question Lin Chen's ability. While Lin Chen was drinking tea alone, Lu Yan happened to have an appointment with the city leaders to come to Feinian Garden to discuss something.
The two met by chance.
Lu Yan had seen Lin Chen's photo, so he naturally knew that the person sitting in the pavilion in front was his mortal enemy. Lin Chen also investigated Lu Yan, the heir of the Lu Group and the current general manager. He was lost as a child and was found by the Lu family 10 years later. The Lu family was small, and Lu's father loved him like a treasure and would grant his every request. In front of his love rival, Lin Chen is very generous. He first greeted Lu Yan, who was standing outside the pavilion. "Mr. Lu, I have heard of your name for a long time." "Mr. Lin, your name is as well known to me as it is to me," Lu Yan said calmly, his face showing no emotion. But Lin Chen could imagine that Lu Yan was his defeated general. How could he be in a good mood when he saw him? Lin Chen laughed even happier. "Mr. Lu, I'm out with my wife and kids today, so I don't have time to entertain you, so I won't invite you to sit down and have a cup of tea," Lin Chen said with a wry smile.
Wife and children. Lu Yan was puzzled. Isn't Lin Chen still unmarried? Is the intelligence wrong? If Lin Chen already had a wife and children, Xiao Muxue wouldn't be so ignorant as to go and accompany him, right? "Oh, by the way, you also know my wife," Lin Chen smiled very naturally. Lu Yan's inner alarm bells rang loudly as he heard Lin Chen say, "It's Xiao Muxue." Lu Yan's face turned pale. He was the one who hooked up with Xiao Muxue. He was the one who had the same fun baby as Xiao Muxue.
Jealousy swept through his heart like a violent storm, and he wanted to beat Lin Chen to death at that moment. Lu Yan was used to being proud, and he couldn't tolerate that the girl he had always liked was taken away by someone else, who even showed off blatantly in front of him. He immediately rushed to Lin Chen and punched him with a strong force.
Lin Chen's athletic strongman status from the system is no joke.
He reacted quickly, immediately grabbed Lu Yan's fist, twisted it with his backhand, and kicked his knee to bend it.
Lu Yan still wanted to rub him on the ground? He also wanted to force him to marry his wife? Let me teach you how to be a good person first. Lu Yan groaned, too painful to speak.
Damn it, you dare to hit me, Lu Yan roared angrily. I swear to God, Mr. Lu, there is video surveillance here. You took the initiative to attack me, and I was acting in self-defense.
Still want to slander him? No way.
Some of the noise here quickly attracted the attention of the security guards. The people who came here were either rich or noble, and the security guards hesitated whether to step forward to separate the fight.
Rich people have a lot of bad tastes. What if they are just exchanging martial arts skills?
Seeing that it was almost done, Lin Chen warned, Boss Lu, stop thinking about my woman, otherwise, you will end up being pinned to the ground and rubbed. Lin Chen loosened his hand, and Lu Yan's muscles were able to breathe.
Lu Yan stood up in embarrassment. Don't be complacent, I will avenge this sooner or later.
After Xiao Muxue fed Dabao and Erbo, they both fell asleep. Young babies sleep when they are full and eat when they wake up.
They are happy little angels.
Xiao Muxue communicated with the personal butler about taking care of the baby, turned on the surveillance video she carried with her, and went out to find Lin Chen.
Unfortunately, I saw Lu Yan getting up from the ground. Her heart tightened and she couldn't help but quicken her pace. What happened? Is Lin Chen injured? Xiao Muxue was anxious.
Lin Chen looked at Xiao Muxue who was jogging over, and the first thing she cared about was whether he was injured.
Don't worry, your man is very strong, you know that. I am definitely not the one who will suffer. What about Dabao and Erbao?
Lin Chen domineeringly hugged Xiao Muxue in his arms, declared his sovereignty to Lu Yan, and did not forget to care about Dabao and Erbao. They slept soundly because they were tired from playing, Xiao Muxue replied. The two of them ignored Lu Yan. You asked a question and I answered it. Lu Yan felt that there seemed to be a chasm between the two of them that he could not cross. But the moment he saw Xiao Muxue, his face was filled with daze. The woman of his dreams was as beautiful as ever after not seeing her for a year. Lin Chen watched Lu Yan staring at Xiao Muxue.
Damn it!
This man was beaten, but he still dared to covet his wife in front of him. Lin Chen protected Xiao Muxue behind him, and Xiao Muxue was warmed by Lin Chen's action.
Stinky Egg is so domineering, so man. She likes the feeling of being domineering and cared for. She rejected Lu Yan directly. Mr. Lu, I, Xiao Muxue, have never liked you, nor have I accepted the idea of marrying you. We have never had any disputes before, and there won't be any in the future. Please don't disturb us.
Lu Yan's heart was broken, but he wouldn't give up easily. Xiao Muxue will one day know who treats him best. If Lin Chen knew what he was thinking, he would definitely beat him up a few more times and call him a psycho. Muxue, we will see each other again in the future, Lu Yan said and turned away.
Lin Chen frowned. It was time to teach the Lu group a lesson. Are you really okay?
Xiao Muxue looked at Lin Chen and asked with concern.
Chapter 34 First Kiss.
It's really okay, he punched me, I crushed him with one hand, and knocked him down with a sweeping kick. Lin Chen looked proud that you are a great man. Seeing that his clothes were indeed wrinkle-free, Xiao Muxue believed him. Next time he dares to attack me, if I'm there, I will definitely help you beat him up. Xiao Muxue raised her little fist and clenched it a few times. Hey, his gentle little cat has these sharp claws.
You are so small, stand back when you encounter danger. There is nothing I can't solve. Didn't Xiao Muxue know that she was giving away her life by going on the field?
Her arms and legs were so small. But she protected his heart, and he loved it. Maybe you'll need my small body to help you someday, Xiao Muxue disagreed with his words that looked down on her. She had a small body but great energy.
She is not really small, okay?
She is big where she should be big, and small where she should be small, okay?
Stinky Egg.
After this little episode involving Lu Yan, Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue became closer. The lunch at the villa is a special cherry blossom dish. Steamed cherry fish platter, cherry shrimp floss, cherry tripe crisps, cherry stuffed steak, salted cherry blossoms, and cherry grapefruit juice. The exquisite cherry blossom plating makes the delicious food even more delicious.
Xiao Muxue couldn't bear to eat it.
Lin Chen's index finger was also excited. Mumu, I just beat Lu Yen, and now my hands feel so sore. Lin Chen opened his mouth wide, as if he was about to be fed. Xiao Muxue said coquettishly, Flower protector, I'll give you a flower to taste. She picked up a Yanjin cherry blossom and fed it to Lin Chen.
Fragrant.
Beautiful. No flower is more beautiful than you, and certainly not as delicious as you. Lin Chen felt happy as he tasted the cherry blossoms. I can't even stop eating. Xiao Muxue elegantly cut the sakura steak into small pieces and picked up a piece for Lin Chen.
Don't just give it to me, try some too.
This cherry blossom shortbread is our signature dish.
Lin Chen also picked up a piece and put it to Xiao Muxue's mouth. Xiao Muxue opened her mouth and took a bite of the cherry blossom pastry with a blushing face.
Petals are falling, cherry fragrance is all around, a beauty is by your side, and the child is sleeping soundly. Lin Chen ate while feeling the beautiful spring day. The cherry blossom banquet in Feining Garden can only be booked 1 year in advance. Even if you make a reservation in advance, you may not be able to get a seat.
How did you get one? Xiao Muxue was also very curious.
She wanted to make a reservation before, but she couldn't. It is a coincidence that Yinghai Park was originally a livelihood infrastructure built by the government. However, Qin Youxiang, the owner of Feining Garden, had strong connections and was able to acquire this land for business. Feining Garden is already a very successful cultural and tourism project, and Qin Youxiang wants to replicate it across the country. After all, Shanghai is where he made his fortune. He planned to build another cultural and tourism project in the suburbs of Shanghai and invited Lin Chen as the investor to go and inspect it together.
Lin Chen has signed up for mineral detection capabilities.
As soon as he arrived at the project site, he discovered that there were mines underground, mainly copper, as well as other associated mineral resources. Lin Chen analyzed the topography and surface soil of this place for Qin Youxiang, and combined with the theory of feng shui, he came to the conclusion with certainty, there is a mine here. Qin Youxiang didn't quite believe it at first, but Lin Chen said that he could pay for the detection and do an experiment for him to see if what he said was true.
Lin Chen is so sure,
The words of the sponsor are more effective than God. How can we let the sponsor pay the money first? Qin Youxiang immediately called in the exploration team without saying a word, and indeed found that the project site was filled with minerals. The preliminary estimate was that the copper reserves were more than 153,000 tons, and there were also associated mineral resources such as iron, silver, molybdenum, and zinc.
Qin Youxiang was so happy that he was dumbfounded.
He said he would give Lin Chen 10% of the equity of this project. Just kidding, if we just treat it as a cultural and tourism project, we will suffer a huge loss. So it's a piece of cake for Lin Chen to make a reservation for a visit to Feining Garden.
After listening to what Lin Chen said, Xiao Muxue was full of admiration for him. Zhou Dan is so good.
She also needs to work hard to make herself better.
You are so awesome.
I am a civil engineering student, but I can't judge underground objects by soil conditions. Please teach me the secret quickly, Xiao Muxue asked seriously.
Can I tell you that the secret is the system?
Lin Chen tapped her forehead and said, to pass on this secret book, you must become my disciple.
I don't want to have a master-disciple relationship with you.
What the hell?
Who wants to have a master-disciple relationship with him?
It's not a bad idea for Debao and Erbao to call you master from now on, Xiao Muxue said playfully.
Hey! You clever little kitty!
You took advantage of this loophole.
You protected me just now, so I want to reward you. But do you want Debao and Erbao to call me master?
I will punish you for this. Lin Chen looked at her seriously.
Xiao Muxue glared at Lin Chen. Reward and punish at the same time. What do you want? You don't want to be a master, but a dean?
Lin Chen smiled without saying a word. He suddenly leaned over, put one arm around Xiao Mushua's waist and the other around her neck, and pressed his warm lips against the red lips he had longed for. Tossing and turning, he greedily grasped her scent and explored every corner vigorously, from gentle to uncontrollable madness. Xiao Muxue was stunned, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Lin Chen pinched her waist and told her to concentrate. After the kiss, Lin Chen contentedly rested his forehead against Xiao Mushua's forehead. Xiao Mushua's hands and feet were weak, and she could only lean on Lin Chen's arms.
My skills are pretty good, right?
Lin Chen asked softly.
The stinky boy is so embarrassed. He just kissed me, but he still wants to share his skills and experiences? You seem to be quite good at it, and you've been through a lot of battles? I learned everything since I met you.
Lin Chen looked at Xiao Muxue with hooked eyes. There is no such thing as 100 battles, only one battle.
Stinky. Hooligan.
How can there be such a handsome guy who is cute yet rogue? You studied linguistics in college, definitely not finance, Xiao Muxue said very affirmatively. I've just taken a course on sweet talk recently, so you have to help me check my learning progress frequently. This is the truth, he has definitely mastered the skill of sweet talk.
I don't want to check. If I check, I will be rewarded and punished. I don't want that. Xiao Muxue pushed his arms away and looked around.
Fortunately, no one was watching, and Xiao Muxue breathed a sigh of relief.
Dabeo and Erbo should be almost awake. Let's go over and take a look.
Lin Chen looked at the surveillance screen on the tea table. Dabeo and Erbo in the surveillance video were still sleeping. Lin Chen stretched out his hand and motioned Xiao Muxue to grab his hand and stand up. Xiao Muxue was shy for a while, but since they had already kissed and hugged, it didn't seem wrong to hold hands. She took Lin Chen's hand and stood up with his help. But Lin Chen did not let go of her hand and held it tightly. No one asked the meaning of holding hands, and a tacit understanding surrounded them both.
Chapter 35 Irregular Heartbeat.
Sure enough, when Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue arrived at the room where Dabeo and Erbo were resting, Dabeo just happened to open his eyes, and his round eyeballs rolled around.
Lin Chen asked his personal butler to go down first, and whispered to Xiao Muxue, father and son are connected by heart.
Xiao Muxue was glad that Dabeo woke up first. If Dabeo had woken up first, he wouldn't have seen his mother and wouldn't have cried. If the second baby wakes up first and can't see her mother, she will cry loudly, as if the whole world has abandoned her. But once the eldest baby wakes up first, the second baby will suck his fingers by himself after waking up, without crying or making a fuss.
Her brother is also her backbone. Let me do it, you go take a rest.
Lin Chen carried Dabeo to the diaper changing table and changed Dabeo's diaper skillfully. After changing, he handed the baby over to Xiao Muxue to feed. Put down the curtains, Xiao Muxue said with a blushing face. She would be very embarrassed to breastfeed in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen also respected Xiao Muxue. Don't worry, I will definitely draw the curtain for you. I'll be waiting for you outside the door.
Call me if you need anything.
After saying that, Lin Chen waited for Xiao Muxue in the corridor outside the room. Fan Yinjuan pays great attention to the personal privacy of its customers, and the rooms where they rest are all in a separate courtyard.
No one will come to disturb you and the landscaping is great.
There are layers of mountains, rocks, winding water, brilliant cherry blossoms and swaying green shadows. Lin Chen sat and looked at the scenery, feeling a sense of openness. After a while, Dabeo finished eating, and Xiao Muxue was about to call Lin Chen in.
Erbo woke up. Xiao Muxue looked at the two siblings unhappily. Did you two little guys agree on this? When one of you is full, the other will wake up immediately.
You little rascals. Fortunately, thanks to the secret recipe given by Lin Chen, as soon as the second baby comes over to eat, the breast milk is quickly filled up again as soon as the first baby finishes eating. Lin Chen, come in, Dabeo and Erbo have finished eating, Xiao Muxue called. You come and look after the eldest baby, and I'll change the second baby's diaper. Xiao Muxue arranged the division of labor between the two. Dabeo, let's go outside and listen to the birds singing first.
Lin Chen picked up Dabeo and walked towards the small pavilion outside the door.
There was a silver-white birdcage hanging in the pavilion, and a pair of emerald-green lovebirds with a hint of orange and red were pecking at food happily.
As soon as Dabeo saw the parrot, his two big dark eyes were unable to move.
These parrots have all been professionally trained, and they can remember and repeat whatever you say to them. Lin Chen took Dabeo's little hand and said, "Hello, Dabeo, hello." The two lovebirds immediately followed, "Hello, Dabeo, hello."
Dabeo seemed extremely surprised and leaned into Lin Chen's arms.
Dabeo, we are good friends with the birds, Lin Chen gently squeezed Dabeo's hand. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, the parrot immediately followed and said, "Dabeo, we are good friends with the little bird." Erbo is the most beautiful little fairy in the world, Lin Chen thought of Erbo. Dabeo hummed twice in agreement. Lovebird, Erbo is the most beautiful fairy in the world. I don't know what touched the lovebirds about this sentence, but they suddenly jumped around happily and called out, "Erbo is the most beautiful, Erbo is the most beautiful, Erbo is the most beautiful." Xiao Muxue heard the conversation between Lin Chen and the parrot in the room, and she had no resistance to Lin Chen's doting tone. "Erbo, we have packed our things, let's go out and see what your father and brother are doing."
Xiao Muxue picked up Erbo and went to the pavilion to find them with the bag.
Mumu, look at these two parrots, they are very smart. Lin Chen immediately presented his treasure.
Xiao Muxue said angrily, I heard your voices in the room, and the happiness penetrated into the room. Do you like them? How about taking these two parrots back? I'll talk to Qin Youxiang.
Lin Chen thought that it would be nice to take such smart parrots back to keep Debao and Erbao company.
In the eyes of outsiders, Xiao Muxue has always been cold and indifferent. She is only lively and playful in front of people she is familiar with.
It's a bit difficult to ask her to accept a parrot that keeps chirping. Xiao Muxue thought about it, and then told Lin Chen what she actually thought. Thank you for your kindness, but I'd rather let it stay here to provide happiness to everyone. It's no longer chirping every day, and I prefer quietness.
Mumu, what you said is right.
Just say whatever you want to say, and you don't need to have any concerns with me. Lin Chen was very relieved.
Why are you always so caring?
Causing her heart to beat irregularly.
The more you understand me, the more you will like me. Lin Chen's face became thicker and thicker.
Don't mention anything you like in front of the babies, you're teaching them bad habits. Xiao Mushue's eyes were full of affection and her cheeks were flushed. The first child should be taught how to get a good wife from a young age, and the second child should be strictly controlled from a young age and not allowed to fall in love too early.
Lin Chen is very sure that this will be the future education policy. 2 children, 2 sets of management policies.
Xiao Mushue nodded in agreement. Debao must never be a scumbag in the future and must not go after other people's girls.
Erbao must protect her well.
The hero sees the same thing as Ms. Li Biyun is not afraid that Lin Chen will become a scumbag. Ever since she saw the clothes he posted on WeChat moments last time, she has often reminded him to be serious about dating and not to let down the girls he is living with.
Ms. Li? Xiao Muxue asked puzzledly. Ms. Li is my mother.
Don't worry, my mother is a very nice person. You will definitely not have any mother-in-law and daughter-in-law problems in the future, Lin Chen assured, patting his chest.
Hey, what are you talking about mother-in-law and daughter-in-law issues?
To be honest, Xiao Muxue is indeed afraid of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, but since Lin Chen said so, his mother should be easy to get along with, right?
Xiao Muxue, you are thinking too deeply, stop. Hurry up and go. Didn't you say you had plans for the afternoon?
Xiao Muxue urged, changing the subject. Let's go, Debao and Erbo, your mother looks so anxious to meet someone. Lin Chen deliberately kept the couple in suspense.
Meeting people? Could it be your mother? Xiao Muxue felt very horrified. You bastard, you want to trick me into meeting her parents before you even confess your feelings to me? Ha ha ha, look at you, your face is so pale with fear. My mother is really a good person and she won't eat people.
But she is not the one you want to meet today. Lin Chen stopped teasing her. Follow me, Lin Chen led the way, pushing Debao, and walking very slowly. Xiao Muxue pushed Erbo and followed closely. They walked through the flowers and willows, passed by the curved pavilion and fake rocks, and after walking for about 8 minutes, they arrived at Yinfeng Garden. Before Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue entered the hall of the courtyard, they heard an old man's hearty laughter.
Xiao Muxue was full of confusion. Who was he taking her to see? So mysterious.
Mr. Bai, I'm sorry to bother you. Lin Chen took the initiative to greet Bai Ziyuan when he saw him.
Bai Ziyuan.
Xiao Muxue was extremely ecstatic at this moment.
Her idol is the national master painter Bai Ziyuan. Chapter 36 Xiao Muxue becomes a little fangirl.
The flowers, birds, fish and insects painted by Shirayuki are lifelike as if infused with souls. He is good at drawing on the mysterious colors of nature, taking intentional colors as the rule, and focusing on giving full play to the freehand spirit of ink and wash and the fusion of emotions and scenes, using scenery to set off emotions, showing sincerity and simplicity, and spirituality and simplicity. Xiao Muxue learned to paint because she was inspired and guided by his paintings.
Unexpectedly, Lin Chen remembered what she said unintentionally.
When she was practicing painting at home, she said to Lin Chen, if I could get Bai Ziyuan's guidance, it would be the greatest wish in life. Lin Chen introduced Xiao Muxue to Bai Ziyuan. Mr. Bai, this is my family member Xiao Muxue, and my 2 lovely twin babies. Bai Ziyuan's beard trembled when he laughed. Hello, Miss Xiao, and the lovely Debao and Erbao.
The idol greeted her. Debao and Erbo, Mom is so happy.
Xiao Muxue was so excited that she didn't know where to put her hands.
Lin Chen found it funny.
Fortunately, his wife was not a fan. If she was blushing and chasing after some handsome young man, he would definitely be jealous.
Hello, Mr. Bai, I have admired you for a long time.
I started learning painting at the age of 6, and I already admired you when I was 7. Xiao Muxue was precocious and had a great talent for painting.
I've seen the work Xiaochen sent me of yours, it's very promising. Bai Ziyuan nodded affirmatively.
Not only did I catch up with my idol, but I also got comments from him.
I am so happy.
The little fangirl Xiao Muxue looked at Lin Chen with shining eyes.
Zhou Dan was really so good to her, woo.
I will definitely help you fulfill your wish, Lin Chen looked back at her lovingly. Seeing the affection between the two young people, Bai Ziyuan couldn't help but recall the romantic times he had with his lover when he was young, and he became even kinder to Xiao Muxue.
Mr. Bai, why don't we move to the tea room so you two can have a cup of tea and talk?
Lin Chen suggested.
Mr. Bai, is it really possible?
Xiao Muxue felt like she was dreaming. Today I accepted Xiaochen's invitation with the purpose of exchanging art with you and learning and improving together, Bai Ziyuan said modestly.
Go ahead, I'll take Debao and Erbao for a walk in the yard.
I have no problem taking care of them both. Lin Chen allowed her to have no worries and focus on doing what she liked.
Lin Chen, thank you so much. Xiao Muxue couldn't contain her inner joy and gave Lin Chen a big hug. With the beauty in his arms, before Lin Chen hugged her back, Xiao Muxue had already let go and happily handed the second baby to Lin Chen, following Bai Ziyuan's footsteps to the tea room like a little fangirl. Lin Chen held his forehead and smiled, the kitten was so cute. Debao, Erbao, it's time to set off on the spring outing again. Lin Chen pushed a stroller in each hand and took them to the courtyard of Yinfeng Garden for a walk. If you want your baby to be smart, learn to communicate, and speak early, you should talk to your baby often. While pushing the stroller, Lin Chen introduced the shapes of the plants in the yard, the shape of the rockery, the height of the swing, the brilliant colors of the butterflies to Debao and Erbao. He spoke to the baby in a very gentle voice, telling him everything he had seen and heard. Debao closed his eyes slightly in the breeze and at his father's gentle voice. Erbao was still the king of support, babbling and waving his hands. Ding! Patience in raising a baby and guiding the baby's intelligent development will reward the host with 10 million tremolo coins. 1 tremolo coin is equal to 1 yuan. Tremolo coins cannot be redeemed and can only be spent on tremolo. Ding! 10 million tremolo coins have been received. The account number is the host's mobile phone number. Vibrato? What is vibrato? Lin Chen said that he searched on his mobile phone in the 2G network era. It was originally a short video and live broadcast platform. It has been rising for a relatively short time, but has expanded rapidly. The number of sign anchors and registered members are comparable to those of large platforms. Lin Chen is not very keen on watching videos or reading Weibo. After all, his time and energy are limited. He used to work hard to improve himself and make money, but now he wants to work efficiently and take care of his family, so he doesn't want to spend too much time on this type of social software. So Cheng Peng often joked that he was an old cadre who didn't look at this or play that, just a typical work robot. He logged into TikTok and checked his wallet, and indeed the balance in his wallet was 10 million TikTok coins. Why don't he just give the account to Xiao Muxue? But if Xiao Muxue saw that he had 10 million vibrato coins in his account, wouldn't she think he was crazy for recharging so much money? Maybe people would think that he recharged to give gifts to some sexy anchor, then he would have no way to explain himself. After thinking it over, Lin Chen decided to put it aside for now. Lin Chen finished talking about the scenery in the yard with Debao and Erbao and stopped to drink some water. Erbao suddenly started crying. What's going on? Lin Chen was confused. He touched the diaper and it was fine. You shouldn't be hungry, right? Didn't you just eat? Lin Chen quickly picked up Erbao and held her upright. Erbao laid his head on Lin Chen's shoulder, his vision and senses suddenly became much broader, and he stopped crying immediately. Erbao often has gusts of wind and bursts of rain. Lin Chen thought, luckily Debao is well behaved. Good things are hard to come by no matter how much you think about them 1,000 times, but bad things happen at the first sign of trouble. As soon as Lin Chen thought of this, the big dog immediately pouted and started crying. The eldest child only cries and doesn't get hysterical like the second child. Lin Chen had no choice but to put the second baby down and pick up the first baby to coax him. The second child is lying in the stroller. What? The view from the high platform is gone? Daddy's embrace is snatched away by his brother? With a cry of wow, Erbao started crying again. Lin Chen was overwhelmed and could only put down the eldest baby who had just stopped crying and pick up the second baby. Erbao returned to his father's warm embrace and stopped crying immediately. Erbao is a little liar who is great at acting. Dabeo was unhappy. He didn't want to lie in this square little car anymore. Dabeo started crying again.
Lin Chen held the second baby in his arms and patted the first baby's chest, but the first baby was still crying.
The second baby now started to babble heartlessly. Phew! All the knowledge in the infant encyclopedia is useless now. How about he hold two at once?
To be honest, Lin Chen was still a little afraid. The 3-month-old baby's waist and back were relatively soft, so he still had to hold the baby with one hand and support him with the other.
Pfft! A laugh came from the side. Who? Lin Chen asked with a frown. A young woman in a light green dress walked out from behind the rockery. Sorry, I didn't mean to peek. I got here very early and you didn't notice.
But I think you don't mind since you need my help now, Bai Zifei said with a smile, pointing at Dabeo who was still crying.
Excuse me, who are you?
Lin Chen was still on guard. Although Bai Zifei was very beautiful, a beautiful woman would not tell others whether she was a bad person or not.
Chapter 37, The Little Tiger. Bai Ziyuan is my uncle, my name is Bai Zifei. Bai Zifei introduced herself gracefully.
It turned out that she was Mr. Bai's niece. Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed because his tone just now was a little serious.
Sorry. Lin Chen didn't bother to say anything to her.
He quickly looked at Dabeo, patted him and comforted him.
His big cotton padded jacket, please stop crying, okay? Bai Zifei came over and said, if you don't mind, I'd like to hug this baby. The baby is so cute.
Lin Chen nodded, thank you.
Bai Zifei was obviously experienced in holding babies and her technique was very skillful.
Dabeo felt very comfortable in her arms and stopped crying after a few times. I have taken care of all my brother's children. Bai Zifei could see Lin Chen's surprise.
Thank you, Lin Chen thanked again.
Lin Chen is not very good at chatting up strange women he meets for the first time except for his wife.
Bai Zifei is a very outgoing person, and she was a little curious. Lin Chen is so young, but he already has a child? By the way, you haven't told me your name yet? Bai Zifei asked. Sorry, I was negligent. My name is Lin Chen, and I came here to visit Mr. Bai today.
Dabeo had been crying just now, and when Bai Zifei introduced himself, he forgot to introduce his name.
You've already said sorry to me twice, it's okay. Bai Zifei couldn't help but smile. Sorry.
Lin Chen really didn't know what to say in order to make the situation less cold. Really, there's no need to apologize, Bai Zifei said helplessly. Lin Chen didn't have the mood to chat with the girl he just met, he was taking care of the baby. Moreover, Erbao stared at him with his eyes wide open, just like Xiao Muxue. It felt as if Xiao Muxue was watching him in the scene, and he felt strange in his heart.
How about we go into the tea room and sit down? Lin Chen looked at the time. Xiao Muxue and Bai Ziyuan had been chatting for an hour, so they should be able to go in. Okay, Bai Zifei pointed at the stroller, do you want to put them in?
Lin Chen tried it and put Erbao in the car first. Good boy, we are going to find mommy, you lie down well.
Erbao seemed to understand and stopped crying. Bai Zifei couldn't help but praise, Erbao is so well behaved, come, Dabeo, you should lie down well too.
Since the younger sister is so cooperative, Dabeo will definitely be obedient.
Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Bai Zifei with gratitude. Bai Ziyuan is worthy of being a contemporary master of painting. He taught Xiao Muxue painting techniques, ideology, and spatial structure.
In just 1 hour, Bai Ziyuan's words were precise, and Xiao Muxue was enlightened and gained a lot of new ideas. No matter what professional field you are in, having the guidance of an expert will definitely broaden your thinking and horizons. Xiao Muxue was very grateful to Bai Ziyuan. Mr. Bai, listening to your words is worth 10 years of reading. In the past, I was always obsessed with painting techniques and neglected a lot. Xiao, you are young, but you have a very solid foundation and very good skills. Keep persisting, and you will achieve great success in time.
Bai Ziyuan recognized Xiao Muxue and thought she was a very good talent.
Being recognized by her idol, Xiao Muxue was overjoyed. Mr. Bai, I will definitely work harder.
Just at this time Lin Chen and Bai Zifei came in with Dabeo and Erbao. Mr. Bai, Mumu, we're back. How was your chat?
Lin Chen saw Xiao Muxue's smiling face and knew that she was very happy. When Xiao Muxue saw them coming back, she got up to pick up Dabeo and Erbao. It is my honor to receive guidance from Master Bai.
Xiao Muxue saw Bai Zifei coming in with Lin Chen and was a little surprised. Lin Chen, who is this? Bai Ziyuan was also an expert at seeing through the ways of the world, and fearing misunderstanding, he said, I wanted to introduce my niece to you, but this girl has been missing since early morning, and only showed up now. Mr. Bai, thank you very much, Miss Bai. Dabao and Erbo were crying at the same time, and I would be helpless without her help, Lin Chen said truthfully. Miss Bai, thank you. Dabao and Erbo are a little naughty. Xiao Muxue could imagine the earth-shaking scene when the two babies made a fuss together. Your baby is very cute, Bai Zifei picked up the teacup and took a sip. Uncle, the scenery here is so beautiful. I'm taking a rest on the rockery and thinking about something. Bai Ziyuan smiled and said, you are always so unconventional, basking in the sun and coming up with ideas. Bai Zifei has a very cheerful personality, and Xiao Muxue couldn't help but praise her. Miss Bai is a person of temperament. Bai Zifei glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't say anything. He just looked at Xiao Muxue with a smile, his eyes full of affection. Mumu, the reason why Mr. Bai is here this time is because he was invited by Lucas, the founder of the Sansheng brand, to give hand-painting training to designers. If you have time next week, you can go to the scene to listen, Lin Chen explained the reason why Bai Ziyuan came this time. Xiao Muxue nodded and smiled sweetly, Lin Chen, I will definitely go next week. Xiaochen, you are just good at taking advantage of others. I have just invited Miss Xiao, Bai Ziyuan teased him. Bai Ziyuan did not act like an elder. He saw the picture Lucas sent, which was a hairpin designed by Lin Chen, and immediately became interested in this young man. After Lucas' introduction, Bai Ziyuan felt that they had met too late and they became close friends regardless of age difference. So the conversations were very relaxed and casual. Bai Zifei was also surprised that Lin Chen was so pleasing to her uncle. Xiao Muxue is really used to it. The man she likes must be excellent and will definitely attract a lot of women. Lin Chen accompanied Bai Ziyuan for some tea, and when he saw that it was almost time, he said goodbye to Bai Ziyuan. Before leaving, Bai Ziyuan gave Dabao and Erbo each a small red purse. There is a little tiger embroidered on the small purse, which represents the zodiac signs of Dabao and Erbo, and a dog's tooth is placed inside. My wife embroidered it by hand. It's a custom in our hometown. It's used to ward off evil spirits and comb children, so they can travel safely, Bai Ziyuan said with a smile. Xiao Muxue and Lin Chen took the small purse very solemnly. Lin Chen knew that Bai Ziyuan's lover was a top-notch embroiderer in China, but she rarely used needles because of her old age and poor eyesight. The little tiger is embroidered vividly, which shows the artist's great skill. This gift is really precious, Lin Chen was very grateful to Bai Ziyuan for his appreciation. Yes, Mr. Bai, we will definitely cherish it. Dabao and Erbo, hurry up and thank uncle and aunt. Xiao Muxue looked at the small purse and couldn't let it go. Dabao and Erbo were also babbling happily, their big eyes full of watery smiles. Big baby and second baby, grow up healthy and happy. See you next time, little baby, Bai Ziyuan smiled and sent them out of the yard. Chapter 38 Cooking for My Wife. As soon as she left the yard, Xiao Muxue raised her phone to show off, look, Mr. Bai added me on WeChat. I did a great job today, so do I get a reward? Lin Chen deliberately leaned closer. Xiao Muxue immediately thought of today's kiss of punishment and reward. She threw out her pink fist and said angrily, as for the reward, I'll give it to you later. Then what reward are you going to give? Want to avoid it? Lin Chen continued to ask. It won't be a surprise if I tell you now, Xiao Muxue kept it a secret. In fact, she hadn't decided on the reward yet. Lin Chen kissed her on the cheek and said, stamp it and the reward will take effect. Xiao Muxue held her face in her hands, you are so annoying, Erbo, let's go quickly. She pushed Erbo and walked quickly to the front. Lin Chen raised the corner of his mouth, and the little kitten ran away shyly. Now he is so shy when being kissed, so what will he do in the future? That would be unacceptable. Lin Chen sent Xiao Muxue and Dabao and Erbo to Bowie Confinement Center, so that Dabao and Erbo could go swimming and Xiao Muxue could have time to take care of her body. After all, they had been playing for a whole day, and the three of them needed to take a break. Where are you going now? Xiao Muxue asked. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled, are you worried that I'll abandon you? Or do you want to know about my schedule? Xiao Muxue knew that this person always liked to take the opportunity to tease her. Yes, I just want to know all of Mr. Lin's arrangements. After all, when Mr. Lin appears, there will always be some flowers and butterflies flying over. I'm just a cactus, covered with thorns. Flowers and butterflies can't get close to me,
unless you ask me to put away all the thorns, Lin Chen expressed his feelings cleverly. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, the nurses next to him covered their mouths and laughed.
Xiao Mushua pushed him away embarrassedly. Okay, go quickly.
Lin Chen knew that she was shy. Be good, I'll ask Li Hai to pick you up around 6 o'clock, I'll wait for you.
Xiao Mushua was a little nervous. What arrangements had he made? Could it be what she thought? Lin Chen went to the swimming pool and looked at Debao and Erbao again.
They were having a great time swimming. He reminded the nurse of the precautions for taking care of the baby before getting up and leaving.
Lingxiao Mansion.
Lingxiao Mansion is a well-known private restaurant in Modu, mainly serving Chinese dishes. Before Lin Chen acquired the skill of god-level chef, his plan was to bring Xiao Mushua and Debao and Erbao to eat here. The environment here is elegant, and the boss pays attention to flower arrangement and food atmosphere creation. Lin Chen felt that Xiao Mushua would like this place. After obtaining the skill of god-level chef, he decided to show off his skills and make a loving dinner for Xiao Mushua. The kitchen waiter has prepared the dishes and ingredients according to Lin Chen's request. They were also a little surprised.
How come rich people all know how to cook? However, they would not ask questions that they should not ask.
They would help Lin Chen efficiently according to the job requirements.
Lin Chen is going to make 4 dishes and 1 soup today.
Black carp lung, braised purple carp, green conch shrimp, linghu snow dumplings and bamboo fungus liver paste soup.
In order to cater to Xiao Mushua's taste, Jiangnan cuisine is the main dish.
Among these 4 famous dishes, the boiled lung and black carp is actually not lung, but the liver of wild black carp commonly known as lung, which is almost lost due to the complicated material collection and preparation.
These are the 2 reasons why Lin Chen chose to cook in Lingxiao Mansion.
In the entire Magic City, only Lingxiao Mansion can prepare the ingredients of green fish lungs. Lin Chen changed his clothes and started to show his skills. Lin Chen chose 10 live black carps weighing 8 jin. Only a little liver could be taken out from each black carp, and the remaining fish meat could not be used in cooking. He first fried the processed fish liver to extract the fish oil, then added bamboo shoots, onion, ginger, rice wine, soy sauce, sugar and other seasonings, and finally thickened the sauce before serving. The taste of black carp lung should be as tender as pig brain and as plump as goose liver.
Frying the liver and the final thickening are the key steps that determine success or failure.
Lin Chen has the skills of a god-level chef, so it is easy for him to make all his dishes 100% perfect.
Lao Yan, the master chef who cooks Jiangnan cuisine in the kitchen, stared with his eyes wide open.
When he looked at the appearance and smelled the food, he knew that these dishes were definitely extraordinary. Even though he had been the chef for many years, he didn't dare to cook easily. Even if he did, he was not sure he could cook better than Lin Chen. This rich man wearing expensive clothes actually did it so miraculously.
Lao Yang secretly wiped his sweat, thinking, is this someone here to mess things up? He had to tell the duty manager immediately.
The manager on duty didn't know Lin Chen's identity either, he just knew that it was a seat reserved by a member. But I didn't know that when they suddenly proposed to cook and asked us to prepare the dishes for them, the price was doubled. The manager on duty was now extremely panicked. If they really came to cause trouble, he would have a hard time explaining himself, so he quickly called the boss of Lingxiao Mansion. Lu Shanwen, the owner of Lingxiao Mansion, was discussing business with others on the golf course. When he heard that someone had prepared a famous dish that was about to be lost in his restaurant, he thought that someone might be here to ruin things. He drove to the store immediately without caring about the matter being finished.
Lu Shanwen is a person obsessed with food.
He doesn't care at all whether he messes up the place or not. Lingxiao Mansion is just a place he runs for fun and to enjoy delicious food. The key point is that when he heard that this person was cooking dishes that required very high technical skills, he was so excited that he came immediately. Lin Chen looked at the perfect reproduction of the 4 dishes and 1 soup, and thought that Xiao Mushua would be able to feel his sincerity in a moment.
Li Hai has already picked up Xiao Mushua and Debao and Erbao.
The spacious RV is large enough to accommodate 2 strollers.
After Debao and Erbao finished swimming, they quickly took a nap. Now they are full of energy.
Debao and Erbao, just wave your hands when you are happy. Xiao Mushua held one of the small hands in each and shook it. What Xiao Mushua is most looking forward to is that her 2 babies will grow up quickly, so that the eldest can carry her bag when she goes shopping, and the second can wear many pretty little dresses and wear all kinds of beautiful hair accessories. It just so happens that today is Saturday, and it only takes 10 minutes to get from Baoyi to Lingxiao Mansion. Lin Chen was already waiting for the 3 of them at the door, and he had even changed his clothes specially. All his clothes smelled of oil smoke, and he was afraid that it would disturb Debao and Erbao. As soon as the car stopped, Xiao Muxue saw outside the car window. Lin Chen was holding a bunch of pink lychee roses in his hand, smiling and blowing a kiss at her.
Lin Chen opened the car door and said hello to Debao and Erbao, my two lovely babies, did you have fun swimming? Daddy is here to pick you up. Mumu, these flowers are for you, I hope you like them.
The pink lychee rose exudes a sweet floral fragrance. Xiao Muxue took the flowers with a shy smile. Thank you, I like it very much.
Xiao Muxue likes its fragrance, which is not strong but light and has a sweet and elegant taste. The flowers are double-petaled, graceful in appearance, and the color is light pink, which is very romantic. Chapter 39 Proposal.
Because of its sweet fragrance and romantic pink color, the flower language is the commitment and determination that lovers will protect for a lifetime.
Does Lin Chen know the meaning of this pink lychee rose? How did he know that I liked pink lychee rose? Forget it.
You can tell who betrayed her just by thinking with your toes.
Xiao Muyu was at home, rushing to finish her IELTS test paper. Suddenly, she sneezed and muttered, "Who was thinking about me, a beautiful girl who makes flowers bloom?"
Lin Chen brought Xiao Muxue and Debao and Erbao into the luncheon box of Lingxiao Mansion. Sure enough, Xiao Muxue praised the decoration design of Lingxiao Mansion. If you keep praising me like this, I'd be willing to become a ghost, Lin Chen teased her.
What are you talking about? Let's not say anything unlucky, Xiao Muxue quickly covered his mouth. This stinky guy, why is he talking about whether he will become a ghost? If he wants to become a ghost, what should she do? Lin Chen understood and said poo, poo, poo 3 times.
Go away, big baby, go away, don't imitate daddy, Lin Chen looked at the little cuties in the stroller and he would immediately tell them not to learn any bad behavior.
Set an example yourself, okay?
Xiao Muxue said helplessly.
Okay, I'll listen to my wife, Lin Chen accidentally said what he was thinking. Hey.
Oh, you're getting carried away, Xiao Muxue's cheeks turned red again.
Humph. Stinky egg just likes to make a big deal out of things.
I often get drunk, all kinds of things, Lin Chen teased her again. Xiao Muxue didn't understand and looked like she didn't understand, but she knew this bastard must have some hidden meaning in his words.
Lin Chen considerately pulled out a chair for Xiao Muxue. Master Mumu, please take a seat.
Seeing that he was talking nonsense again, Xiao Muxue suppressed her smile and sat down gracefully. Lin Chen pushed the strollers of Debao and Erbao next to them so that he could look after them at all times.
Dang, please look at tonight's feast, Lin Chen clapped his hands. The waiters outside the door came in one after another, each carrying a plate.
The manager on duty saw that Lin Chen came to eat with a beautiful woman and a child, and the dishes were brought in, and he finally put his heart at ease.
He didn't mess things up, so he saved his job.
He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Oh no, something bad happened.
I forgot to report the situation to the boss. He came here seriously to cook and eat. Tell him not to come."
The manager on duty broke out in a sweat again and quickly made a phone call. Every time the waiter put down a plate, Lin Chen would read out the name of the dish.
The black carp's lungs are shaped like gold and the marinade is rich and aromatic.
The purple lid is braised, golden and crispy, and is perfect when paired with salty sauce. Biluo shrimp has a fresh tea aroma and elegant color.
Linghu snow dumplings are as white as snow and shaped like dumplings.
Bamboo fungus liver is fragrant, crispy and tender, and the soup is fresh and mellow. With the Xiao family's status, Xiao Muxue could be considered someone who had eaten countless delicacies, but she had never even heard of the names of these dishes. The last sentence of the introduction is the key point. Please listen carefully, Lord Mumu. Lin Chen raised his voice.
Xiao Muxue nodded. What did Chodan want to say?
The above is all the meals that I, Lin Chen, personally made for Xiao Muxue.
This is the first meal, and there will be countless meals in the future. I would like to ask Miss Xiao Muxue, are you willing to eat meals made by Lin Chen for the rest of your life?
Lin Chen slowly took out a Cartier diamond ring and knelt on one knee in front of Xiao Muxue. Please also ask Debao and Erbao to witness that Daddy will definitely take care of you and protect you for the rest of your life.
He knows the language of flowers.
There were sweet fireworks in Xiao Mushue's heart, blooming in clusters here and there, everywhere. She could sense that Lin Chen's arrangements for today were well thought out, including parent-child outfits, group photos, things she liked, and cooking for her. She thought he was just confessing his love, and she never expected that he was proposing to her.
Should she agree?
2 calves were fighting in her heart. Lin Chen saw Xiao Muxue in a daze and knew that he had acted a little too suddenly and might have scared her.
But Lin Chen didn't want to wait at all.
He hoped that Xiao Mushua would appear in his household registration book, and that Debao and Erbo would have a family with a real father and mother. He wanted to solemnly announce to the world that Xiao Mushua was his wife, and Debao and Erbo were his most adorable babies. He wants to give the people he loves a sense of security and belonging. Since the two of them love each other, they have a child. Xiao Mushua must be his, and marriage is only a matter of time, so why not get married early? Mumu, we have known each other for 465 days since the day we met, and have lived together for exactly 100 days.
It only takes a second to confirm that you have met the right person. We have wasted 99 days and 86,400 seconds. Stay with me, marry me. Okay?
Among the calves in Xiao Mushua's heart, there is one that says promise him, which has completely defeated the other that says hesitate, whether to do it or not. From the beginning to the end, she never thought of the word disagree. The extraordinary thing in her life was that she decided to give birth to Debao and Erbo because she met Lin Chen. God has arranged everything, she just needs to take one more brave step forward.
Xiao Mushua was so moved by Lin Chen that she burst into tears and said with a sob, I do.
When Lin Chen looked at her tearful face, he was already a little annoyed, wondering if he was too impatient.
Xiao Mushua's I do drove away the uneasiness in his heart and ignited all the brightness. Lin Chen stepped forward and hugged Xiao Mushua. Mumu, I love you, thank you for promising me.
Xiao Mushua closed her eyes and snuggled into this warm embrace. From now on, we will all be fine.
It will definitely get better and better. Lin Chen took Xiao Mushua's hand and put the diamond ring on her ring finger. LX Forever is engraved on the inner ring, representing the love of a lifetime. It's locked in. You are mine.
Lin Chen bent down and kissed her hand. Xiao Mushua wiped her tears and said, You really didn't prepare anything for me.
You are a really bad person.
Lin Chen pulled her into his chest, lowered his head and kissed her hair. I'm only mean to you.
It's so annoying, Xiao Mushua cried and laughed. Let's go get the certificate on Monday morning, Mumu. Tomorrow is a good day. I've checked the almanac.
Lin Chen wished he could move the Civil Affairs Bureau here.
Okay, I'll listen to you, Xiao Mushua said obediently.
Mumu, you are so nice, he really found a good wife.
The two of them snuggled together quietly, warm and romantic.
Debao and Erbo opened their eyes wide. Their dad and mom are so handsome, beautiful and sweet.
Dad, all we can do for you is to be a quiet little princess. Absolutely no sound, The
two of them stayed together for a few minutes, and then Lin Chen let go of Xiao Mushua, thinking that there was still a long way to go.
Mumu, come and try it quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold for too long.
Lin Chen took her hand and sat down, handing Xiao Mushua the chopsticks.
Chapter 40. What's your name? Husband.
Xiao Mushua tasted them one by one, not caring about dining etiquette, and said as she ate, It's so delicious.
Husband, you are amazing.
Wife, eat more if you like it. Lin Chen helped her serve the food.
How do you know that you like to eat fish liver and shrimp?
Xiao Mushua asked him deliberately, she already knew it well.
Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist.
I must abide by this iron law of the country.
Ahem, I told you the reason is that I bought the latest VR equipment for Xiao Muyu. Lin Chen must not hide anything from his wife. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry for exposing you.
Oh, I thought it was Aunt Shen who said that.
What a bad decision.
He gave away my military advisor all of a sudden. Lin Chen spread his hands. Xiao Muyu gave him a lot of ideas, the most reliable of which were two pieces of information, Xiao Mushua's favorite flavors and flowers. The rest were all extremely unreliable ideas, and the most exaggerated one was that her proposal idea was to ask Lin Chen to dance Little Apple in the square. At that time, Lin Chen lit a candle for his brother-in-law who would propose to Xiao Muyu in the future.
His sister-in-law had a peculiar taste. His wife Xiao Mushua wouldn't like these noisy and ostentatious things.
Come on, take a picture and show it to your dog-headed military advisor, let her know that the VR equipment was not obtained in vain. Xiao Mushua raised her mobile phone, took a picture of her ring finger, and sent it to Xiao Muyu. Xiao Muyu was making a facial mask when she saw a diamond ring on Xiao Mushua's white hand. She jumped up in shock, not caring that her mask had fallen off. Lin Chen, oh no, brother-in-law, you are so cool. Xiao Mushua ignored the series of messages sent by Xiao Muyu and closed her phone with a smile. Lin Chen saw that Xiao Mushua had told Xiao Muyu, so he looked at Xiao Mushua with sparkling eyes. Mumu, can I take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments?
Lin Chen, the friend circle maniac, is online.
He has been suppressing his emotions for a long time.
How could Xiao Muxue not know his little thoughts? I've already put on the ring, so you can give it to me if you want. Xiao Muxue is so considerate.
Lin Chen was so moved that he restrained himself and said, Mumu, let me talk to my parents first.
When we get the marriage certificate, I want to blind them with the sun. Only then did Xiao Muxue return to reality from all the sweetness. That's right.
She wants to meet his parents, and both sides' parents have to meet each other.
OMG, it turns out that marriage is not just a matter for two people. My parents are very nice people.
You are so beautiful, my wife, and the first and second babies are so cute. You don't have to worry at all. Lin Chen was afraid that Xiao Muxue would be nervous. To be honest, I had not been mentally prepared to meet your parents until tonight, but since we have chosen each other, I have to have confidence in you. Xiao Muxue was actually a little worried that Lin Chen's parents would have an opinion of her. Secular people always look at unmarried pregnant women and single mothers with tinted glasses. Dabao and Erbao are related to them by blood, but she is not. She had never considered these situations before, but after falling in love with Lin Chen, she, being a sensitive person, began to have more concerns. She secretly said to herself, be brave and believe in him.
Wife, don't worry. If there are any problems, I will definitely handle them.
I dare not say anything else, but my parents like you, I can guarantee that. Their requirements for choosing a daughter-in-law are exactly what you said. Now I wonder if they are prophets or have traveled through time. Lin Chen was as considerate as ever.
As for your parents, I will visit them and ask them to hand you over to me.
I need the household registration booklet to get the marriage certificate, so I still need to ask them for it.
Xiao Gang and Bai Jiro now have a very good opinion of Lin Chen.
In their opinion, since they have a child, getting married is only a matter of time. Lin Chen has helped the Xiao group so much that Xiao Gang wants to worship him and hopes that he will call him dad as soon as possible. So Lin Chen would have no problems at all at Xiao Mushue's house.
Lin Chen, you are so nice, Xiao Muxue sighed. Still call me Lin Chen? Lin Chen asked her deliberately. Brother Chen? Wrong. Old Lin? Wrong. Xiao Lin? You little rascal, are you deliberately making fun of me?
Lin Chen couldn't help but kiss her hard to punish her. Oh, husband, stop making trouble, I'm still eating. Xiao Muxue immediately became obedient. That's right, just call me husband. Lin Chen gently pinched her soft waist.
It feels so good to be legal. Various benefits are coming.
Xiao Muxue felt itchy because of him and laughed chuckle. Hubby, you should eat quickly too. After saying this for the first time, calling him hubby the second and third time became very natural. Xiao Muxue picked up a piece of meat and put it in Lin Chen's bowl. Wife, I want to eat some other meat, Lin Chen hinted.
You only make these few dishes. Are there other meats?
Xiao Muxue was puzzled. Hubby wants to eat some legal meat, Lin Chen said in a coquettish voice again.
Xiao Muxue understood immediately and her face turned red again. How could she forget about the things between husband and wife? She didn't know anything.
The first time it happened she was very ignorant. Speaking of experience, she has zero experience. No, she needs to learn and make Lin Chen surrender to her skirt.
Xiao Muxue replied softly, you arrange it.
Lin Chen looked at his lovely wife and wished he could pounce on her right away. The eldest and second child didn't even look at their dad, but stared at their mom with envy.
Could it be that dad also wanted to snatch some milk from her? Wow, Erbao suddenly started crying.
The crying of Erbao suddenly broke the beautiful atmosphere.
Xiao Muxue quickly stood up to see what was going on with Erbao.
As soon as she held Erbao in her arms, she immediately laughed. Erbao, this clever little boy, must be tired of lying down. Seeing that Dabao was lying there obediently, Lin Chen quickly picked up Dabao and said, let's laugh at the naughty fairy Erbao. Wife, since you have agreed to marry me, Dabao and Erbao must also be registered under the same household registration with us, and must have the surname Lin.
Lin Chen suddenly said this seriously.
Previously, Xiao Muxue went to register the household registration herself, and the relationship between them was unclear, so Lin Chen acknowledged it. But now they are getting married, and for the future physical and mental health of Dabao and Erbao and for the harmony of the family, they must change it back.
Xiao Muxue naturally understood the relationship and nodded in agreement. Husband, let's do as you say, change your surname, and use the name I gave you.
Lin Chen immediately pinched her shoulders like a lackey. My dear wife, you are so thoughtful and considerate of me.
You came up with a name for it, and I put my last name on it. It's a perfect match. Use a little more strength, Use a little more force on your neck, Xiao Muxue ordered Lin Chen with a smirk. Lin Chen did as he was told. Even if Xiao Muxue said that the sun would rise from the west tomorrow, he would still have to discuss with the sun whether it could rise from the west tomorrow. Chapter 41 Invitation to participate in the food contest. Lu Shanwen was so busy racing that he didn't even have time to answer the call from the manager on duty. The manager on duty stood there dejectedly, wiping his sweat all the time. Seeing Lu Shanwen walk into the store, he immediately went to greet him. I didn't have time to answer the phone just now. What's the matter? Have you already started to mess things up? Lu Shanwen went straight to the point. The manager on duty had an illusion. Why did the boss seem so excited and stimulated? It must be an illusion. Boss, no, I misunderstood that gentleman. He is a legitimate customer, not here to cause trouble. I reported the wrong information and delayed your business. I accept the punishment for this. No matter what, the manager on duty admitted his mistake first. You are not wrong. Come on, take me to see the guest, Lu Shanwen patted his shoulder. The manager on duty was stunned. He was not at fault? Did the boss still think it was the customer's fault? Today might be his last day on guard duty at Lingxiao Mansion. At the door of Lanxin Box. The manager on duty knocked on the door carefully. Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue were being affectionate. You feed me a bite and I feed you a bite to eat. Lin Chen asked in confusion, who was knocking on the door? Honey, please sit down first. I'll go open the door and take a look. As soon as Lin Chen opened the door, Lu Shanwen readily shook hands with Lin Chen. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am the boss of Lingxiao Mansion, and my surname is Lu. Before Lin Chen could react, Lu Shanwen held his right hand tightly. Hello, Boss Lu. Lin Chen also shook hands back in a friendly manner. Hello, sister-in-law. Oh, Ms. Lin, your two little babies are so adorable. Lu Shanwen became very familiar as soon as he entered the door. Xiao Muxue happened to be drinking water, and it took a lot of effort to suppress the urge to spray water. Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue looked at each other. This boss of Lingxiao Mansion is so enthusiastic. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. I came here without asking. Mainly because I heard from our waiter that you prepared a table of delicious dishes, which are dishes that even the best chefs in our Lingxiao Mansion may not be able to make. I am taking the liberty to bother you. Xiao Zhang, please give Mr. Lin a bottle of Chateau Lafite red wine as a gift. Lu Shanwen waved his hand, looking very generous. The manager on duty, Xiao Zhang, happily accepted the task and immediately went to get the wine. He was so happy. It turned out that the boss was not looking for trouble but came to make friends. He had made no contributions and was relieved. Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that this was a foodie boss and this move was a big one. You should know that a bottle of Chateau Lafite red wine is quite expensive, but he just gave it away casually. It really shows that he does what he wants and he can do whatever he wants if he has money. It looks like their romantic dinner for two tonight will become a dinner for three. Lin Chen glanced at Xiao Muxue, and Xiao Muxue nodded. He immediately invited Lu Shanwen warmly. Thank you, Boss Lu, for your hospitality. Come, please take a seat. We have just started eating. If you don't mind, let's have a meal together. Lu Shanwen laid so much groundwork, wasn't it just for the chance to eat this delicious food? After he entered the box, based on his years of experience in the Chinese food industry, he could tell that these dishes were absolutely top-notch. Every time Lu Shanwen took a bite, he would close his eyes and taste it carefully. Lin Chen's dishes are very layered, and this is what can be called delicious food. His Lingxiao Mansion chef is far inferior to Lin Chen's cooking skills. Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue couldn't help but laugh when they saw Lu Shanwen's expression as he tasted the dishes. This boss Lu is a wonderful person. Mr. Lin, thank you so much. Your dish is unprecedented and unparalleled. It's absolutely amazing. Lu Shanwen praised repeatedly. Lin Chen said modestly, just do it casually, as long as you like it. Too modest, too modest. Lu Shanwen really likes Lin Chen's modesty. He is young, handsome, has good skills and is humble. He simply loves him. Mr. Lin, I think your level is good enough to represent the country and participate in the Bocuse d'Or World Cooking Competition. Are you interested in representing China? Lu Shanwen made a sincere invitation. This is the most important purpose of his visit to Lin Chen. The first thing is to confirm his cooking skills, the second is to invite him, and the third is to satisfy his desire for delicious food.
Liu Shanwen is not only the Secretary General of the China Food Association, but also a Chinese judge for the Bocuse d'Or World Cooking Competition. He hasn't had a dish that could wow him in the past 3 years. 20 chefs from all over the country were shortlisted for the Bocuse d'Or semi-final. The chefs who were shortlisted were all of extremely high level, but Liu Shanwen thought that the dishes they cooked lacked soul, and the emotions they injected were not rich enough, and did not meet his best requirements.
But Lin Chen did it. Bocuse has an unwritten rule, which is a privilege for judges.
Before the top 3 finals, the judges can add one more person to compete with all the contestants. As long as you successfully PK all the players, you can directly enter the promotion round. It is extremely difficult to defeat all the players. Such a genius has never appeared in China's domestic competition area. But Liu Shanwen is full of confidence and hope in Lin Chen. Lin Chen had not thought about participating in a world-class chef competition. After all, it was not his main occupation and he was very busy at work. He would also be dealing with his marriage soon, so he probably wouldn't have the time to participate.
Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Liu.
It is really difficult for me to arrange my time to participate in such a long event, Lin Chen expressed his thoughts.
Liu Shanwen was very disappointed when he heard Lin Chen's answer, but he quickly hid his disappointment. Mr. Lin, let's add each other on WeChat. If there is any opportunity in the future or if you change your mind, I'll be waiting for you anytime. Liu Shanwen was not giving up. He didn't care and established a connection first. If he can't take part in the competition, he will still have a chance to eat for free in the future. If he can't attend this time, he can persuade him to attend next time. Liu Shanwen was burning with fighting spirit. More friends mean more paths. In this society, you never know when you will need friends. Lin Chen took out his mobile phone readily and took the initiative to scan Liu Shanwen's WeChat. Liu Shanwen sent his electronic business card to Lin Chen. The business card was as distinctive as he was, with a brightly colored design and a bunch of companies, industries, and titles. You can tell at first glance that he is a rich man. Naturally, Lin Chen also gave his electronic business card to Liu Shanwen. His business card was very simple and elegant. Liu Shanwen was very excited when he saw it. Forgive him for being disrespectful to the chef he admired, who turned out to be the chairman of Buotsai Investment Bank. If Lin Chen is willing to participate in the competition, it will definitely attract the attention of the financial investment circle. Liu Shanwen's determination to recruit Lin Chen to participate in the Bocuse d'Or competition is burning even stronger. Backing down in the face of difficulties? That's impossible. Liu Shanwen felt that he had disturbed them for too long, so he said goodbye. Before leaving, I gave Debao and Erbo a Lingxiao Mansion LP doll, a very cute panda design. Chapter 42. My husband has plans for the night. Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue could not resist Liu Shanwen's enthusiasm and accepted his gift, a 1.5-meter tall ragdoll. Debao and Erbo felt like they were heartless robots receiving gifts. They received 2 waves of gifts today and were so happy. After Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue finished their meal, they drove straight home. Debao and Erbo have formed the good habit of going to bed at 8:30, and they never change it. After taking a shower, Lin Chen paced back and forth in the living room. Xiao Muxue watched as Debao and Erbo fell asleep, then went downstairs to drink some water after taking a bath. The moonlight tonight is exceptionally bright, and there are more stars than usual. Twinkling and jumping. When Lin Chen saw Xiao Muxue coming down the stairs, he immediately went over and held her hand. Wife, please go down the stairs slowly. Lin Chen held her hand seriously. Honey, why don't you carry me downstairs to drink some water? Xiao Muxue said coquettishly. It was exactly what he wanted when his little wife asked him to carry her on her back. Then hold on to me. Lin Chen stood at the next step, squatted slightly, and prepared to catch Xiao Muxue. Xiao Muxue climbed onto his back reluctantly, and Lin Chen held her buttocks with both hands. Oh, Xiao Muxue screamed. This carriage is carrying passengers for the first time, so please be extremely careful, my lady, he said, and then he shook it again for fun. Xiao Muxue was so scared that she immediately hugged his neck tightly. Cough, cough, wife, relax, relax. Lin Chen should have known not to scare her. This is my first time riding in a carriage. Who knew it was so unstable? Hurry up, I want to drink some water, Xiao Muxue said softly. As Lin Chen listened to her soft Wu dialect, he felt like a little bug was crawling around in his heart, making him feel itchy. Hold on tight, next stop is the kitchen sanctuary, Lin Chen recited in a serious manner. Xiao Muxue lay on his back, laughing softly. Why hold it in so hard?
Just laugh if you want to. Lin Chen turned his head and rubbed her face. Stop making noise, I'm afraid of waking the baby, Xiao Muxue explained. The babies will definitely be happy to leave some space for mom and dad to spend their own time together.
This is your idea, not the babies. Their father's thoughts represent them, and they can speak out if they have any thoughts.
Xiao Muxue pinched the flesh on his back and said, You just bully my babies because they can't speak. Ouch, it hurts when you hit me, you really hurt me to death, Lin Chen pretended to cry out.
Xiao Muxue didn't use much force, she just twisted it gently, she swears. Does it really hurt? I really didn't use much force just now. Xiao Muxue blew on Lin Chen's back. I blew on your back. It doesn't hurt at all. Damn, is this a disguised way of seducing him? I'll do it to you after you drink the water. It really hurts. I attempted to murder my husband, but failed. Lin Chen cried out again.
Xiao Muxue realized that he was pretending to be in pain, so she really pinched him with all her strength.
How is it? Husband, do I love you? Beating hurts, scolding is love.
Just now it just hurts, but now it really hurts, and it is also true love. Xiao Muxue urged him to go to the kitchen quickly. Hurry up, I need some water. Lin Chen stopped playing tricks this time, and trotted to the kitchen with Xiao Muxue on his back, saying as he ran, Your husband is really strong.
You will know after trying it.
Xiao Muxue shyly covered her ears and pretended not to hear. When they arrived in the kitchen, Lin Chen carefully put Xiao Muxue down, poured her some hot water, tested the temperature, and then handed it to her.
The water in my cup is at room temperature, how come it was poured out? Xiao Muxue took a few sips of water. How many times have I told you? Girls should pay more attention to their health. Don't always drink cold water. Drink hot water. Lin Chen turned into a caring and warm boy. Xiao Muxue felt as sweet as if she had drunk honey. There is a kind of magic water in China, do you know? What kind of holy water is this? How holy is it?
It's the kind that cures all diseases.
Can lovesickness be cured? Humph, you're not cooperating at all. Wife, tell me, what kind of magic water is this?
It has a mysterious temperature, slowly cooling from 100 degrees to 0 degrees.
Its scientific name is hot water. Ha ha ha, wife, I didn't realize you have a talent for black humor. You're the only one who discovered it. Thank you, it's my pleasure. Honey, honey. What? I'll kiss you if you ask me.
After Lin Chen finished speaking, he lifted Xiao Muxue's chin with one hand and covered her with his lips. Xiao Muxue responded to him in a naive way, hugging Lin Chen's strong waist tightly with both hands.
A kiss.
They both breathed slightly.
Wife, I want to.
Disgusting stinky egg, Xiao Muxue knew what it was, and her face turned as red as boiled shrimp.
She felt everything, it's so scary. Xiao Muxue didn't dare to try it, I'm a little scared. Don't be afraid, leave everything to me, Lin Chen coaxed, I will take my time, don't worry. It's killing me, everything Stinky Egg said is so vivid.
Xiao Muxue buried her head in his chest and responded with a buzzing sound, Lin Chen immediately picked up Xiao Muxue horizontally and said, Wife, let's go to my room. Xiao Muxue's whole body was soft and she followed Lin Chen's ideas.
Just as Lin Chen carried Xiao Muxue upstairs, Xiao Muxue's phone rang.
Honey, put me down quickly, the ringing will wake up the babies. Xiao Muxue couldn't wait for Lin Chen to put her down, so she jumped out of his arms and ran back to the sofa to get her phone.
It was Xiao Muxue's mother Bai Zhiro calling. Muxue, you said that Lin Chen proposed to you?
Bai Zhiro's joyful voice came. Mom, yes, Lin Chen proposed to me. I was going to call you and Dad tomorrow morning to tell them about it, Xiao Muxue said shyly, looking at Lin Chen beside her.
I'm so happy for you. Mom is so happy, Bai Zhiro kept saying.
Her daughter got pregnant before marriage and ran away from home without telling anyone.
She was very anxious.
Now that she saw that the two of them finally got together and Lin Chen was so outstanding, she must be satisfied with this son-in-law. Mom, let's go home for lunch tomorrow at noon, Xiao Muxue proposed her idea. She hadn't been home for a long time. In the past, she didn't dare and was unwilling to do so. But now, because marriage is a matter between two families, she doesn't want to make things difficult for Lin Chen and his family.
Okay. Mom will ask Aunt Wu to make more of your favorite food tomorrow. Remember to bring back Dabao and Erbao, Bai Zhiro reminded. Bai Zhiro asked more about Dabao and Erbao's situation before hanging up the phone. Lin Chen pulled Xiao Muxue over and gave her a big kiss. Thank you, honey. We'll go home tomorrow to get our household registration books. The day after tomorrow I'll officially get my license and start working. By the way, let's go to the Toyo 4S store to order a car this morning, and then go home. Husband, I'll follow your instructions. Chapter 43 My Wife's Shy Invitation. Then my husband wants to make some arrangements and continue what we were doing just now, okay?
Lin Chen stretched out the last syllable.
Xiao Muxue was mesmerized by his low and depressed voice again. Nodded slightly.
Lin Chen immediately picked up Xiao Muxue again, and Xiao Muxue subconsciously put one hand around his neck. Let's go, a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold.
Lin Chen lowered his head and pecked Xiao Muxue's lips.
Xiao Muxue buried her face in his chest in shame, her bare hands tightly grasping the hem of her skirt, her heart beating faster. Lin Chen was holding Xiao Muxue, and as soon as he reached the door, he couldn't wait to put her down. He held her face in his hands and showered her with kisses.
Xiao Muxue leaned weakly against the door, enduring the wandering of Lin Chen's hands and responding to him shyly.
Lin Chen casually pulled out the hair tie that tied up Xiao Muxue's long hair, and her thick and slightly curly hair, like seaweed, fell straight down.
Xiao Muxue is half pure and half charming.
The two of them walked while hugging each other, and both fell onto the soft Simmons mattress. Lin Chen protected the back of her head with both hands, his eyes were jet black, rich and straightforward, and full of love. Xiao Muxue's face was flushed and her lips were slightly swollen, which showed how crazy the kiss was just now. Lin Chen lowered his head and kissed her again, and his right hand reached under the hem of her shirt. Xiao Muxue was stiff for a moment, and Lin Chen pecked her nose and forehead. Baby, relax.
Xiao Muxue's breathing was rapid. Damn it, she couldn't relax. It was too joyful.
With Lin Chen's comfort, Xiao Muxue gradually accepted Lin Chen's recklessness.
Lin Chen felt that Xiao Muxue should be ready. Baby, is it ready?
Xiao Muxue tilted her head, bit her lip, and nodded. Lin Chen immediately unbuttoned his pants and leaned over. This was Xiao Muxue actually facing him naked while she was awake. She closed her eyes and didn't dare to look. Xiao Muxue suddenly remembered that they seemed to have no gadgets to prevent humans from continuing to reproduce.
Xiao Muxue reminded.
Lin Chen felt as if cold water had been poured on his face.
That's right, he didn't tee by that thing. What a mistake. The arrow is on the string, the opportunity is rare, and the atmosphere is so good.
Xiao Muxue immediately pushed him up and pulled the quilt beside her to wrap herself.
Wife, I'm sorry, I'll go buy it right now.
Lin Chen hurriedly put on his pants. Xiao Muxue watched him hurriedly putting on his pants and chuckled.
It seems obvious, but I think everyone pretends not to know. Lin Chen was a little dumbfounded, it seemed to be the case. Can I help you?
Xiao Muxue was too embarrassed to look up at Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at him, then looked at his shy wife. She wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, leaving only her head exposed.
Tell me what you think? Lin Chen asked curiously. Anyway, I just know it. Xiao Muxue was embarrassed to say it too bluntly.
When she was in college, she secretly watched some pornographic films with her classmates in the dormitory.
Because it was so explicit, she covered her eyes while watching it.
Oh, my wife has become successful.
When will she take me to see a porn movie? Lin Chen looked at her with amusement.
It turned out that his wife had secretly watched porn movies by herself.
Forget it if you don't want it. Xiao Muxue couldn't stand Lin Chen's teasing look. She mustered up a lot of courage to say this, okay?
Since my wife has invited me so kindly, thank you for your hard work.
If there are benefits, embrace them.
Xiao Muxue shyly pulled the quilt over her head. Lin Chen rushed over directly. Wife, I'm coming. The moon quietly climbed up to the treetops, hiding its blushing face.
Xiao Muxue was angry. She is so tired. This bastard doesn't keep his word.
Seeing that his wife was angry, Lin Chen quickly coaxed her. Wife, you have worked hard.
You are really a person who doesn't keep your word.
I will ignore you, Xiao Muxue said angrily. Lin Chen was full and looked at her aggrievedly. Your husband is quite capable, there is nothing I can do. I'll stay here for a while.
You go away.
Xiao Muxue found Lin Chen's expression particularly familiar and was frightened.
Honey, you go to sleep first. I'm going to find the baby.
Xiao Muxue immediately trotted back to her room.
Hey, honey, I'll go with you. What was left for Lin Chen was a locked door. He wanted to ask online if a certain ability scared his wife away, should he feel a sense of accomplishment?
He thought about it and sent a WeChat message to Chengpeng. Brother, I have a friend who can help me ask, if his wife can't stand it and runs away, and he still wants to continue at night, is there any way to get his wife to open the door? Chengpeng replied immediately, don't worry, girls are thin-skinned, you just need to be thick-skinned, a strong woman is afraid of a man pestering her.
Lin Chen, they say we are friends now. Chengpeng, I understand. Lin Chen. What do you know? Lin Chen suddenly had an idea. Why didn't he order takeout? Why didn't he just go out and buy a ball himself? What a bad idea.
In order to avoid being upset again, Lin Chen immediately opened a group purchase and bought out all the small umbrellas from several nearby supermarkets.
Phew.
He put down his phone with peace of mind. Supermarket 1, the saleswoman was holding a big bag of stock, her face flushed. Young people's nights are always crazy, it would be great if every night was this crazy, so that we can sell out the stock every day.
Supermarket 2, the salesgirl is blushing as she prepares the goods.
All the items selected are XXL. She thinks she will be very happy if she finds a boyfriend like him.
Supermarket 3, the middle-aged salesman has a blank expression on his face.
He speeds up the preparation of goods.
He cannot work overtime tonight and has to go home to be with his wife. In the early morning, Xiao Muxue came downstairs after practicing yoga.
Her close-fitting yoga clothes outlined her beautiful figure.
She smelled a fragrance from far away on the second floor. Good morning, my dear.
Lin Chen saw Xiao Muxue coming down the stairs, walked over, hugged her and kissed her forehead.
Good morning, honey. Have you made breakfast? It smells so good.
Xiao Muxue's greedy side was aroused. I know you must be hungry after exercising, so I have prepared breakfast for you. Lin Chen made breakfast according to scientific nutritional combinations.
Shrimp and seaweed wonton soup, whole wheat bread, and sesame oil steamed egg. Wow! So rich. Xiao Muxue praised. She consumed a lot during breastfeeding, and a delicious and sufficient breakfast could start a happy day. Eat slowly, Lin Chen looked at Xiao Muxue who was eating with amusement. You should eat quickly too.
I need to eat quickly, otherwise Debao and Erbo will wake up soon. A breastfeeding mother is always ready to solve all problems as soon as her baby wakes up and before they cry because of hunger.
Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Muxue finished eating, she heard Erbao crying. Honey, please take some time to clean up.
I'll go upstairs first, and then she ran upstairs.
Chapter 44 Porsche and Lamborghini.
During this time, Lin Chen was handling work while waiting for the three of them.
It took an hour and a half before everything was ready. Xiao Muxue wore a long floral dress today.
The bright orange color set off her fair skin and beautiful looks.
Wife, you are so beautiful. I am lucky, Lin Chen couldn't help but praise.
Your mouth has been as sweet as honey these days, Xiao Muxue said angrily.
Every day is a good day, and everything you dream of can come true, Lin Chen hummed a song.
Debao and Erbo seemed to understand and clapped their hands.
Daddy's best partner. Lin Chen leaned over and gave Debao and Erbo a gentle kiss on the face. I feel so good. Toyo 4 store.
As soon as Lin Chen's car arrived, Zhang Mi, the VLP customer director of Toyo 4S store, greeted him warmly. Mr. Lin is their top customer who has recharged 10 million.
Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, good morning, welcome to Toyo 4S store.
Okay, take us to see some cars suitable for girls to drive, Lin Chen ordered.
Mr. Lin, do you need these two store assistants to help you push the stroller?
You and Mrs. Lin's baby is so adorable, said Zhang Mi. When the two shop assistants saw Lin Chen pushing two strollers, they immediately came to Zhang Mi and cooperated with him to provide all comfortable services to the customers. No need, we can just push it ourselves, Lin Chen waved his hand.
Well, please follow me, Zhang Mi led the way enthusiastically.
Wife, do you like sports cars or sedans? Lin Chen has studied cars suitable for girls to drive. Xiao Muxue thought about it and still felt that sedans were practical and sports cars were not suitable for people with children. Xiao Gang had bought her a sports car before, but its lines were too tough, so she rarely drove it and always drove the little Mini.
A sedan is better.
Sometimes I can take the babies out with me, which is more convenient, said Xiao Muxue.
Stupid wife, you should say, hubby, I want both a sports car and a sedan, Lin Chen joked.
I seldom drive sports cars, so there's no need to buy one, Xiao Muxue had no desire to stock up on cars.
Be good, I told you before that if you don't spend this money, you are wasting it.
Zhang Mi was a person who was very good at reading people's expressions. For the sake of his own performance, he immediately agreed, Mrs. Lin, you are so lucky that President Lin loves you so much. President Lin has recharged 10 million with us. Zhang Mi silently added in his heart that he would be even happier if he could buy more than 10 million.
10 million?
Xiao Muxue just realized that Lin Chen had recharged so much.
Well, he bought a Maybach GLS worth more than 1 million.
It turned out that if he didn't spend so much money, it would be a waste.
Okay, then husband, do you have any recommendations for sports cars and sedans? I'm dazzled by what I see too, said Xiao Muxue.
Okay, Manager Zhang, take us to see the Porsche 911 GT2, Lamborghini Aventador, Ferrari 812, and Mercedes-Benz S600. Zhang Mi was overjoyed and led the way in front, walking with great speed. Xiao Muxue actually doesn't know much about performance, but basically, the cars in this price range chosen by Lin Chen have excellent performance and driving feel. Lin Chen also told her about turbocharged engines, horsepower, front engine four-wheel drive, and front engine rear-wheel drive, which confused her. So in the end, Xiao Muxue's criteria for taking photos is based on appearance.
Just choose whichever car looks good, I'm so willful. Honey, let's order the Porsche and Lamborghini.
I want the silver Porsche and the pink Lamborghini, Xiao Muxue ordered quickly. Wife, what you chose is exactly what I think is very suitable, and we have a perfect understanding of each other. Lin Chen pushed Debao's stroller, and Debao calmly watched his father showing off his love. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, please bring your baby and go to our VIP room to handle the formalities. Zhang Mi's face was full of smiles. Lin Chen waved his hand and ordered the top configuration, which cost more than 13 million.
VIP room tea room. Lin Chen didn't know that he would meet someone familiar. Damn it. Is it because the feng shui of this Dongyang Forest store and him are not compatible?
I meet him twice every time I come here. Yes, he met his former supervisor Wang Chao again at the Toyo Forest store. When Wang Chao knew Lin Chen's identity, he hated Lin Chen very much in his heart, but he did not dare to provoke or cause trouble. However, he recently hooked up with a big shot in the gay circle. When he heard the big shot mention Lin Chen when he was talking to his family on the phone, the big shot was also very angry. Today he happened to be pestering the boss to buy him a car, and ended up running into Lin Chen again. It was really a narrow road for enemies to meet.
Wang Chao pulled Lu Jia's sleeve and said, Brother, the baby saw the enemy and was so scared.
Lu Jia pulled open his sleeve slightly. Baby, who bullied you? Tell your brother.
Wang Chao deliberately let Lin Chen hear it.
Lin Chen was talking to Xiao Muxue about Wang Chao with his head down. When they heard this conversation, their jaws dropped in shock. Brothers, no, sisters, in public, just be careful to act coquettishly in moderation. Wang Chao pointed at Lin Chen and said, Brother, it was this bad guy who bullied me.
He is Lin Chen. He kicked me out of the company and banned me in the industry. Otherwise, how could I end up on the streets? Lin Chen? It shouldn't just be a coincidence, right?
Lu Jia patted his back and said, Don't be afraid, I'll support you. Wang Chao leaned close to his ear and said, Brother, you have to really fight me.
Lu Jia just said, fuck.
Wang Chao leaned on Lu Jia shyly. Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue were almost nauseous. Lin Chen never expected that Wang Chao would fall to the point of selling out his appearance to make a living. However, Lin Chen brought Debao and Erbao out today. If the other party does not act rashly, he will not act rashly, but he is always on guard.
Lu Jia looked at two baby carriages and said, Forget it, baby, I'm bringing you here to buy a car today. Don't be sad about the past. Be happy.
He whispered a few words of coaxing, and Wang Chao said unhappily, Okay, let them go this time. The two of them had completed the formalities and left.
Lin Chen also breathed a sigh of relief.
He was not afraid of fighting alone, but his wife and children were here. It would be a waste if he accidentally hurt them. The man next to Wang Chao looked like a martial artist, with strong hands and feet and tight muscles.
But I liked the wrong person. Xiao Muxue's idea was the same as Lin Chen's.
For some things, just tolerate him for a while and don't rush into words and hurt your family. I'm sorry, wife, for letting you hear such dirty words.
We won't come to Japan anymore. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Muxue apologetically. Husband, you impressed me today.
This is the character of a man who can do great things, Xiao Muxue complimented him.
Chapter 45, Dealing with Father-in-Law.
As soon as Zhang Mi walked into the VIP room, she heard Lin Chen say that he would never come to Dongyang again.
What happened?
He immediately went up to apologize and said, Boss Lin, I just heard what you said.
Is there anything wrong with our service? Did it upset you and Mrs. Lin?
It's feng shui, Lin Chen said lazily. Zhang Mi kept apologizing and even said that she would give Lin Chen a maintenance package as a gift. Lin Chen was also a grassroots employee, and it was not Zhang Mi's fault. It was just that Zhang Mi's attitude was too sincere, so Lin Chen began to sympathize with him. Manager Zhang, just kidding. I'll come to you next time I buy a car. Lin Chen's reassurance made Zhang Mi feel more at ease. Xiao Mushui gave him a thumbs up again. What a vision.
Debao and Erbao also clapped their hands to show their agreement.
Because the silver Porsche 911 GT2 is not common and the pink Lamborghini Aventador is a custom-made car worth tens of millions, the Toyo 4S store does not have the car in stock and it will take 3 working days to deliver it to their home. After completing the formalities, Lin Chen and Xiao Mushui went straight back to the Xiao family. The Xiao family is a native of Shanghai. Their ancestors bought a lot of land in Shanghai in the early years, which laid the foundation for their fortune. The Xiao family manor covers an area of 1 acre and is mainly built in Chinese style, incorporating many of the unique residential customs of the Magic City. Xiao Gang and Bai Jiro sat on the sofa for a while, then got up and went to check the door.
Xiao Muyu was eating melon seeds on the sofa and couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Mom and Dad, you guys are making me dizzy. My sister sent me a message saying that we'll be there in about 5 minutes. Please sit tight. Xiao Gang said unhappily, you are the only one who talks too much.
Xiao Muyu ignored Xiao Gang's words.
Whoever takes it seriously will be exhausted.
Xiao Gang has never visited Debao and Erbao, and Xiao Muyu can't guess what he is thinking. But probably it's because he feels guilty and doesn't dare to meet her, or he wants to save face and doesn't want to give in first.
The latter is more likely.
5 minutes later, Lin Chen, Xiao Mushui and others arrived at the gate. As soon as they parked the car, Xiao Gang, Bai Jiro and Xiao Muyu came out to greet them. Lin Chen took the initiative to greet them. Hello, Mom, Dad, and sister-in-law Muyu. Yeah, Xiao Gang restrained his enthusiasm when he saw them, and put on his airs as a patriarch again.
Humph, you little brat, now that he is your father-in-law, it's Lin Chen's turn to be warm and affectionate to him. Lin Chen and Xiao Mushui chose to ignore his arrogance. Bai Jiro was very happy. Okay, I'm glad you're back. Mom and Dad, these are some gifts that Mu Shui and I brought for you.
I hope you like them. Lin Chen took out the gifts from the trunk.
Xiao Gang doesn't smoke or drink, and his favorite thing on weekdays is drinking tea.
Lin Chen specially asked for help from his connections, and by chance, he got the top quality tea from the mother tree of Dahongpo and Wui Mountain. The most valuable tea tree in Wui Mountain is Chidan, the mother tea of Dahongpo. There are 6 trees left now, and the yield is very low. It is usually the first choice tea for entertaining state guests or heads of state. The more high-end the product, the simpler the packaging, which usually only has Wui Mountain Chidan Mother Tree Dahongpo written on it.
Xiao Gang's eyes widened. Is this the Dahongpo from the mother tree of Wui Mountain that he knew? You know, he used all his connections but couldn't find even half a gram of tea. Don't get too excited. We don't even know if this is true or not.
Lin Chen brought Bai Jiro a set of anthocyanin skin care products, which are not available on the market because they are specially supplied to the Queen of England. The gift for Xiao Muyu was quite simple and powerful, a limited edition bag from Shangjia, and this bag was chosen by Xiao Mushui. As soon as Xiao Muyu saw the bag, she shouted, "Long life brother-in-law." Bai Jiro took the initiative to push the stroller and asked them to go into the house first. Xiao Mushui hasn't been home for more than a year, but her home remains the same as before, without any change, which makes her feel a little at ease. Lin Chen squeezed her hand, giving Xiao Mushui a warm strength.
Bai Jiro and Xiao Muyu held Debao and Erbo respectively and simply couldn't let go of them.
Xiao just wanted to go up and see the baby, but no one asked him to come over, so for the sake of face, he sat aside and stretched his neck to look.
He looked at Debao and Erbo at one moment, and at Dahongpo Tea at another, feeling torn between the two.
Lin Chen and Xiao Mushui were sitting on the sofa and laughed when they saw this scene.
They understood Xiao Gang's little thoughts very well. Just don't let him see Debao and Erbo, don't let him open the tea leaves and take a look, let him suffer on his own.
Ha ha ha.
Lin Chen felt very happy inside.
Bai Jiro held Erbo in her arms. Xiaochun, Mushui, we have prepared a children's room and a playroom for Debao and Erbo, come up and take a look. The group went upstairs in a lively manner, leaving Xiao Gang sitting alone downstairs.
No one called him.
He appeared calm on the outside, but was panicking on the inside.
Alas! He was abandoned. However, he could try the tea while everyone was going upstairs. Bai Jiro put a lot of thought into the arrangements for the eldest and second babies. Debao's room is decorated with a Bing Dwen Dwen theme, while Urbo's room is decorated with a cute Shui Ran Ran theme.
The game room is a bit exaggerated, with a climbing wall, trampoline, slide, wooden horse, and whack-a-mole game machine. Lin Chen was very satisfied. It could be seen that they had put a lot of thought into the babies' rooms and playrooms.
His lovely babies deserve everyone to be nice to them.
Bai Zhiro pointed at the rock climbing wall and said, "This is what your father asked to be added here. This is his dream of rock climbing.
Since Dad can't fulfill his wish, he will rely on the baby?"
Xiao Muyu ruthlessly exposed Xiao Gang's thoughts. Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue looked at each other with smiles in their eyes.
"Sister-in-law, you're sharp."
Lin Chen praised her, which made Xiao Muyu very proud.
"Sister, did you see that?"
"My smart brain must be a super genetic mutation," Xiao Muyu said proudly.
"Erbao, don't learn from your aunt," Bai Ji said softly to Erbao. "Erbao, from now on, your aunt will protect you."
"If you hang out with me, you will have a good life," Xiao Muyu said with chivalrous spirit. Bai Zhiro couldn't help but pat her on the head. "Lady, be reserved." Xiao Muyu made a face at everyone. Ladies had nothing to do with her. There was a bell-like laughter coming from upstairs.
Xiao Gang blocked out everything at this moment and concentrated on making tea.
He took out his long-treasured purple clay teapot, which he usually only took out to take care of but was not willing to use often.
Boil the tea set with boiling water, add the tea, and observe the tea. This Da Hong Pao is even, the leaves are tight and strong, slightly twisted, the color is glossy, the leaves are soft, bright and even, and the red edges of the leaves are obvious. Just smell the tea leaves, and you will smell the subtle fragrance. It is the best tea.
Xiao Gang continued to follow the steps, adding water and smelling the fragrance. The rich orchid scent filled his nose and the tea soup was bright yellow. He carefully poured the tea in the scented cup upside down onto the teacup. As soon as you take a sip, the aroma rushes straight into your nose and spreads over your lips and tongue. Smooth, fresh, and with a distinct rock flavor.
It is the real Mother Tree Da Hong Pao tea. Chapter 46, Household Registration Booklet.
Xiao Gang once had the honor of tasting authentic Mother Tree Da Hong Pao tea, but he could only taste one cup.
But the taste is unforgettable.
The one Lin Chen gave him is purer than any he had tasted before.
He looked at the weight written on the bottle, 50 grams. 2 bottles in a box, 100 grams in total. How did Lin Chen get so much of this rare and famous tea?
You know, a single gram of Mother Tree Da Hong Pao has been auctioned for a sky-high price of 200,000 yuan per gram. 100 grams, which is worth 20 million. It's not that he can't afford the money, but rare things are in short supply. Even if he can afford 20 million, he may not be able to buy it. Xiao Gang's attitude towards Lin Chen suddenly became active again, just like when Lin Chen came to Xiao Group to help solve the problem. Lin Chen looked at the high pile of food in the bowl and knew that the tea leaves had taken effect. "Good son-in-law, come, try some more of this fish, it's very delicious." Xiao Gang picked up another piece with chopsticks. Lin Chen responded swiftly, "Thank you, Dad."
Xiao Muxue reminded, "Dad, you should eat more." "Dad is eating, you guys should eat more."
"Oh, do you like today's dishes?"
Xiao Gang's face was flushed.
"It's delicious," Lin Chen replied. "Xiao Chen, come home often to eat in the future," Bai Zhiro said lovingly.
Xiao Muyu didn't understand what was going on, so he leaned closer to Xiao Muxue and asked, "Sister, what's going on? Did her father suddenly see a ghost?"
His enthusiasm frightened her.
Was he possessed? Did he travel through time? Oh my god, she must have read too many tomato novels. She is hallucinating.
Xiao Muxue shrugged. She felt very clear-headed.
No wonder Lin Chen said that this tea was a killer move. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks and looked at Xiao Gang and Bai Zhiro very seriously.
"Mom and Dad, Mumu and I have discussed and decided to get the marriage certificate next Monday, which is tomorrow. I hope to get your support. The subtext is, bless us and then give us the household registration booklet." Xiao Gang slammed the table with his hand, and Bai Zhiro quickly grabbed the corner of his clothes. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Xiao Gang coughed twice and said, "Support, support, must support, I am so happy." As soon as Xiao Gang spoke, everyone felt relieved.
Lin Chen blinked at Xiao Muxue. "How is it? Did he say that there is no problem with the mother-in-law and father-in-law?" Xiao Muxue also responded with a wink. "I knew you were very powerful." Xiao Muyu also wanted to wink. She winked at Debao and Erbao. "It's really not easy for you two, you were shown off every day."
She wanted to invite her pen pals to play PUBG online together to comfort her young heart. After dinner, Xiao Gang took the initiative to ask Bai Zhiro to get the household registration booklet for Lin Chen. We will leave Mu Shui to your care.
Mom and Dad, don't worry. I will take good care of them.
When my parents come to Shanghai tomorrow, our two families will have dinner together in the evening. Lin Chen proposed a plan for the two families to meet. This morning, Lin Chen had already called Lin Shuyi and Li Biyan and booked flight tickets for them to arrive in Shanghai at noon tomorrow. Lin Shuyi and Li Biyan were busy building a house and had not wanted to come to Shanghai. But when they heard Lin Chen say that the proposal was successful, they decided to come over to meet the parents of both parties. They immediately asked for leave from their work unit leaders and entrusted the supervision of the house to a relative to take temporary care of it. The luggage is packed and I'm waiting to fly to Shanghai tomorrow. Okay, Xiaochen, just tell me the place and time. Bai Zhiro took over and handed the household registration booklet to Lin Chen. Mu Shui, whether you are married or not, please come back often to visit Mom and Dad. Bai Zhiro still felt a little reluctant in her heart.
Xiao Mushue's eyes were a little wet. Mom, we will.
Bring Debao and Erbo here and let me hold them. Xiao Gang took the initiative to ask after hearing Erbao's giggles. Lin Chen and Xiao Mushue went to the crawling mat and picked up Debao and Erbo. Xiao Gang was clumsy and didn't dare to hug the baby. I'll sit down first. Xiao Gang quickly sat down on the sofa. Lin Chen gently placed Debao on Xiao Gang's hands, and Xiao Gang held Debao with his somewhat stiff hands.
Bai Zhiro smiled and said, "Your father has forgotten how to hold his baby. I will be able to do it soon."
When Xiao Gang was told that he couldn't do it, he immediately felt embarrassed. It took Xiao Mushu a long time of guidance before Xiao finally learned how to hug. The eldest child is patient enough to wait for his grandfather to learn how to hold him. But the second child would have cried after being tossed around for so long.
Look, these eyes, this mouth, they look like me, ha, they look like me.
The more Xiao Gang looked at Debao, the more he liked him.
This one obviously looks more like her sister.
Xiao Muyu also came over to take a look. Like his mother, that means he looks like me, because I am his son, Xiao Gang retorted. Okay, like you, so much like you. Xiao Muyu didn't dare to pull the hair off the tigers, but just make him happy.
Erbao, let Grandpa hug you too. Xiao Gang wanted to hug Erbao.
He knew that Erbo was the little angel who knew how to act coquettishly, and he had heard Bai Zhiro praise Erbo many times. As soon as Erbao entered Xiao Gang's arms, he started pinching his nose with his little hands.
Erbao is so smart. He knows this is a nose, Xiao Gang laughed.
Erbao might want to explore the black hole, Xiao Muyu interrupted fearlessly.
Xiao Gang glared at her. Black hole? What kind of a weird adjective is that?
Xiao Mushue laughed all of a sudden. Erbao can touch the nose of whoever he likes. I knew that Erbo still loves Grandpa very much, Xiao Gang praised Erbao.
Lin Chen now looked at Xiao Gang's enthusiasm and thought, wasn't he very cold before? He even implicated my babies. Xiao Gang pretended to ask Lin Chen casually, "Shen, how did you get that tea? It's very authentic. Can I have another box? Does this old man want another box?"
In order to get this box of Dahongpo that could bribe him, he put a lot of effort into Qin Youqiang.
Oh, it would be nice if I could make a wish to the system. Dad, it's not that easy to get this Dahong Pao. If it were that easy, wouldn't you have gotten 8 or 10 boxes long ago? Xiao Gang smiled awkwardly. That's true.
Xiao Mushue tried to smooth things over. Dad, these 2 boxes of Dahong Pao alone are enough for you to be the best among tea lovers. When Xiao Gang heard this, he felt relieved. This circle of tea lovers is also a circle of chairmen, bringing together chairmen of major tea-loving companies.
They compete in tea and also in financial resources. Debao suddenly started crying. Xiao Gang was immediately at a loss. Are you uncomfortable with Grandpa holding you?
Xiao Mushue took Debao over and said, Dad, it's okay.
Debao might be hungry. He will be fine after eating. Xiao Muyu volunteered to help Xiao Mushue bring Erbo upstairs.
Bai Zhiro also knew that the 2 sisters might want to whisper something to each other, and besides, she had to stay downstairs with Xiao Gang and Lin Chen.
Chapter 47. Be good tonight. Xiaochen, when are you planning to hold your wedding? Bai Zhiro asked the question that concerned her. Mom and Dad, our idea is to hold a grand wedding in Hawaii.
Don't worry, I will make sure that this wedding will make Mu Shui happy, and everyone will feel our happiness.
However, the wedding needs to be prepared.
We plan to hold it when the babies are 1 year old and let them be our flower girls.
After we get the marriage certificate, we will hold a family engagement party first. Xiao Gang and Bai Zhiro both nodded in agreement.
Xiao Gang felt that Lin Chen might not listen to his suggestions, so he simply didn't mention them. As long as the wedding was grand and lavish enough to highlight the status of the Xiao Group's daughter's marriage, it would be enough. Bai Jiro was very satisfied with their thoughtful consideration. When the baby could walk, she would be a flower girl and participate in mom and dad's love.
It was so romantic. Xiao Mushue's room upstairs.
Xiao Mushue was lying down to feed her baby, who was eating in small bites.
Xiao Muyu asked curiously, "Sister, if the baby starts to grow teeth, are you afraid? Some babies will bite their mothers, but I think that Erbao and Debao probably won't do that.
They are very well behaved and understand everything I say." Xiao Mushue is very confident in the babies.
Sister, you haven't told me how you and brother-in-law got together?
Xiao Muyu used his hands to make the gesture of two little people putting their mouths together. Xiao Mushue said angrily, "You clever little thing, your brother-in-law is a very warm-hearted man who considers everything for you, wholeheartedly, sincerely and kindly, brave and resourceful. He is like the Prince Charming I imagined when I was a child, riding a horse towards me, invincible, and overcoming all difficulties and obstacles." Xiao Muyu's eyes were full of love. "Oh my god, my brother-in-law is so romantic. And he also gave me a sense of security, took care of my emotions, cherished my hobbies, was sometimes overbearing, and sometimes very talkative. Muyu, I couldn't resist him and would fall for him sooner or later, but I didn't expect that I would fall so quickly."
Xiao Mushue's face was full of memories. He's rich, handsome, and loyal, a perfect brother-in-law.
Xiao Muyu's opinion of Lin Chen suddenly improved.
Well, next time when she sells information, she won't accept his gift.
Xiao Muyu looked at Xiao Mushue with a smirk on his face. "Sister, you look good today." Xiao Mushue carried the well-fed second baby to the side of the bed and then brought the first baby over. "Your sister has always been so nice, stop making wild assumptions," Xiao Mushue said.
"TSK, I didn't say anything, and you said I was making associations. You obviously have something to hide. Do you, Xiao
Muyu continued to ask without giving up. You big head ghost, stop driving in front of the babies." Xiao Mushue saw through her heart. "Sister, harmony, democracy, freedom and prosperity are the boss's ardent hopes for our country.
Don't be shy," Xiao Muyu said with a grin. "You are so young, don't pay too much attention to this. When will your IELTS test results be released?"
He forced her to ask the killer question.
Woo, you are all bad people. Why am I always the one who gets hurt?"
Xiao Muyu hung his head, looking as if he had lost all hope in life.
Xiao Mushue's topic was cleverly revealed. The dahompo was only brewed once, and Xiao Gang brought the tea. He then pulled Lin Chen over to sit and drink tea.
Lin Chen happened to chat with him about the 100 acres of residential development and pre-sale positioning.
Seeing them talking about work, Bai Jiro went to make fruit plates and snacks for them.
Xiao Mushue coaxed Debao and Erbao to sleep, and the two sisters went downstairs to help Bai Jiro.
"Chen, this project will definitely pay off. I can control the quality very well.
Zhao's brand has a good reputation.
You just sit back and wait for your share of the profits."
Xiao Gang was absolutely confident when talking about this project.
Lin Chen did remind him, "Dad, things have been a bit uneasy lately, and we need to be wary of some people.
Although we have replaced many people with ulterior motives, we are afraid that there will inevitably be omissions. This project is the first battle of the year, and we must do well."
"Don't worry.
After the capital injection, Zhao's other projects have stabilized and started to have a good cash flow. When someone comes in, I'll play with him.
After suffering a loss once, do you think I'll fall in the same place again?"
Xiao Gang also listened to Lin Chen's words. Okay, as long as the old man can be vigilant, Lin Chen felt relieved.
"Chen, if you have any good projects that can make money now, please let Dad keep an eye out for them." Xiao Gang knew that Bo Kai had also invested in many government infrastructure projects this year. After all, everyone is keeping an eye on the projects.
Generally, the return on investment of government infrastructure projects is very low, and investors will not focus on such a small return, but rely on other profit points to make money.
"Dad, don't worry, I will arrange everything."
Even if his father-in-law didn't ask, Lin Chen would still consider it. In addition to this relationship, Xiao Gang did have a good reputation in project contracting.
Xiao Gang showed a satisfied smile.
"This son-in-law is very smart."
Chen, this tea is so delicious, you should drink more too. Come, have some fruit first." Bai Jiro was naturally happy to see the two of them talking happily. "Tea and snacks will be ready soon."
Bai Jiro knew that Lin Chen liked to eat egg tarts, so she specially made cranberry cheese egg tarts and taro cheese egg tarts. When the fragrant egg tarts were served, Lin Chen knew that his mother-in-law loved him from the bottom of her heart.
After finishing tea and eating snacks, Lin Chen and his friends were ready to leave. Bai Jiro kept asking them to stay for dinner. Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue couldn't persuade Bai Jiro, so they ate dinner before returning to Fengyuan.
It was already 9 o'clock when we returned to Fengyuan. Debao and Erbo had fallen asleep in the car. Fortunately, they had taken a bath at Zhao's house. These two little lazy pigs could fall asleep anytime and anywhere when it was time to go to bed. Bai Jiro repeatedly said that Xiao Muxue was like this when she was a child and was very easy to take care of.
Aunt Chen also returned to Fengyuan.
She was surprised to find Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue leaning against each other watching TV series.
Moreover, Xiao Muxue was watching a meaningless comedy, and Lin Chen was enjoying it very much.
Xiao Muxue also fed Lin Chen and acted like a spoiled child occasionally.
Aunt Chen was overjoyed, the couple she was rooting for finally came true. Ha 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 ha.
In order not to disturb the young couple, she went back to her room early to watch TV series. Xiao Muxue twisted Lin Chen's waist and said, "Sit still." Lin Chen smiled and whispered something in her ear. Xiao Muxue nodded and leaned on his shoulder shyly.
But it's only a little after 9 o'clock now.
It's later.
Okay, honey, I'll watch TV with you for a while.
You have to listen to me later, be good. Lin Chen gave her a head pat.
Xiao Muxue's performance tonight was really good.
Yu Hua has been very confused these past 2 days.
Isn't their boss a workaholic? He has never rested on weekends. In the past 2 days, he asked Lin Chen about some project ideas, and his reply was, "You decide?"
Yu Hua fell into deep thought, feeling that something big had happened in the past 2 days.
Chapter 48. Get a certificate and get a super reward.
In the morning, Xiao Muxue got up in a hurry, took care of Debao and Erbo, and even made a special facial mask.
Lin Chen, it's all your fault.
Look, I didn't sleep well last night, and I have dark circles under my eyes.
What should I do when I take the ID photo later?
Xiao Muxue also blamed herself for being greedy for beauty. Lin Chen felt refreshed in the morning and silently accepted whatever his wife complained about.
Hey!
Aunt Chen saw them coming out of Lin Chen's room together in the morning, and silently served them a nutritious breakfast to replenish their energy and spirit.
Debao and Erbo were both very well behaved today.
They turned over and played by themselves when they got up in the morning.
Bai Jiro knew that they were going to get the marriage certificate in the morning.
Aunt Chen was home alone, and was afraid that she couldn't take care of the children, so she came to Fengyuan early.
"Mom, we just had breakfast. Would you like some porridge?"
Xiao Muxue put on bean paste-colored lip balm today, and her smile looked even gentler.
"I've already eaten,
you guys go and do your own thing," Bai Jiro urged them to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Chen checked the documents and drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Xiao Muxue. There weren't many people queuing on Monday morning, so Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue completed the formalities quickly. The staff member of the Civil Affairs Bureau who stamped the marriage certificate asked as usual, "Mr. Lin Chen, Ms. Xiao Muxue, today is a sacred day.
Please answer my question solemnly. Are you getting married voluntarily?" Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue answered without hesitation, "Yes."
Lin Chen also added, "My wife is willing to marry me, which is the happiest thing for me."
Lin Chen's voice was so gentle that Xiao Muxue blushed. The staff member said, "After review, you meet the requirements for marriage registration. Please collect your marriage certificates."
After saying that, the staff member took a large steel stamp and clicked it twice, and the marriage certificate became legally effective. Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue were holding their marriage certificate, grinning from ear to ear.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding love, which has been certified by the national law. The host will be rewarded with 500 million yuan for wedding preparations and an island. Ding! 500 million yuan for wedding preparations has arrived. Ding! Checked in to Bahamas Darby Island.
Lin Chen exclaimed, "Wow, this system is really awesome." Knowing that he wanted to have an island wedding, we gave him a private island.
He is really a winner in life.
Lin Chen put his arm around Xiao Muxue's shoulders and said, "Wife, let's take a picture." They held up their marriage certificate and took a photo together. Post suites in the circle of friends, with photos of the couple holding their marriage certificate and photos of their first and second children. "Mrs. Lin, there are 4 of us in one house, 3 meals a day, 4 seasons a year.
I am so lucky to have you to spend the rest of my life with me. Mr. Lin, there are 2 lucky moments in life. One is meeting you, and the other is going all the way. For the rest of our lives, we will be together as a family. Lin Chen's circle of friends exploded immediately. Xiao Muyu left the same message on each of their moments. What a happy event! What a happy event! I wish my sister and brother-in-law a happy marriage. Remember to send a red envelope to me, the military advisor. Thank you. Love you. Changpeng, brother, congratulations. Happy wedding. You already have 2 sons. I strongly request that you come to meet my sister-in-law and my nephews and nieces. Yu Hua, happy wedding, boss. Your baby is so cute. Also, remember not to take too long of your wedding leave. Lin Chen responded with a lot of hammers. Shira Nobuyuki, congratulations. Happy wedding. By Zifei, happy wedding. Lucas, wow, happy wedding. Can I invite the bride and babies to be my models? Compared to Lin Chen's lively circle of friends, Xiao Mushue's circle of friends was full of shocks. No one would have thought that the most beautiful girl in their school is already married and has children. Xiao Mushue is usually very low-key and not very sociable, and she has little contact with her classmates in junior high and high school. The reason she added her college classmates on WeChat was because she needed to collect information from classmates for course assignments or some required school activities. She basically didn't contact them on a regular basis. She took a year off from school and all her classmates graduated. Xiao Mushue was also glad that they had graduated, as there were fewer people she knew who had to ask her questions in person. Li Biyun widened her eyes, rubbed them again and again, and asked Lin Shuyi with her phone in hand, "Old Lin, can you help me check, who is this? Is this our son's WeChat?" Lin Shuyi looked at Lin Chen's profile picture and nickname. Yeah, why not? Li Biyun immediately clicked into Lin Chen's circle of friends. "Lao Lin, I think I'm dreaming, please take a look." When Lin Shuyi saw the marriage certificate, she exclaimed, "Oh, my daughter-in-law is so beautiful and my son has such good taste. Wow, these 2 little babies are so cute." Lin Shuyi was about to ask what Li Biyun meant when he suddenly realized, "These are my grandchildren." He immediately called Lin Chen. Lin Chen and Xiao Mushue had just completed the household registration transfer procedures and were preparing to go home when they received a call from their father. As soon as the phone rang, "Xiao Chen. Do I have grandchildren?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "You discovered the surprise. Lin Chen, can you give me an accurate answer?" Li Biyun snatched the phone. Yes, absolutely, Lin Chen could imagine the expressions of his parents. "You bad boy, why are you telling me this now? This is such big news. Just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you." "Oh, my daughter-in-law Shue has been wronged. I'll definitely deal with you when I get there," Li Biyun said in a flurry. Lin Shuyi snatched the phone back and said, "Let's go to the airport right now and change the ticket to the nearest time." They couldn't wait for the 11:30 flight and had to go immediately. Lin Chen waved his hands helplessly. "Look, my surprise is gone, and I still have to be beaten. How unfair. I think you deserve to be beaten. I told you to tell me earlier, but you insisted on giving your parents a surprise. Isn't this shocking?" Xiao Mushue looked at Lin Chen speechlessly. Sometimes Lin Chen acts like a naughty child, especially in front of his parents. Lin Chen embraced her with his big hands. "Don't worry, my dear, I'm here for everything. There's nothing that parents can't handle. You're the best." Lin Chen finally discovered who Rebirth inherited his adoring nature from. The flight that Lin Shuyi and Li Biyun changed their flight schedule to take off at 10:30 and arrive at 11:30. Lin Chen looked at the time and saw that there was still plenty of time, so he went back to the company to have a short meeting with Yu Hua. "Honey, accompany me to the company. I'll pick up my parents in about half an hour." Xiao Mushue was also curious about the environment and people in Lin Chen's company, so she agreed to go there together. Bokai Investment Building. The receptionist downstairs watched as the man known as the youngest diamond-level chairman of Bokai walked in holding the hand of a girl. The girl was quite pretty, and seemed a little shy. She broke free from Mr. Lin's hand and refused to let him hold it. "Oh my god, President Lin's doting smile is ruined. Those sisters in the marketing and finance departments are going to be sad together." At this time, Lin Chen walked over to the girl at the front desk and said, "Xiao Zhang, this is my wife. Next time she comes, let her take the dedicated elevator upstairs. What this means is that she can pass directly without making an appointment, and you should be very nice to her because she is his wife after all." The girl at the front desk nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Important news, Mr. Lin got married. He also brought the chairman's wife to inspect. The news spread throughout the entire Bukai building in less than a moment. After Lin Chen took Xiao Muxue to the elevator reserved for senior executives, Xiao Muxue teased him, "Why is Mr. Lin always so scary? Why does it seem like this beautiful girl is afraid of you?" "There's nothing I can do. My family members are strict.
I dare not show my handsome and charming smile to the flowers and plants outside. I can only pretend to be a serious old man," Lin Chen joked back.
"Today is the first day for the family members to take up their posts.
Please don't act like a serious old man to the family members.
There is only one attitude towards family members."
Lin Chen bit Xiao Mushue's ear again.
Ding!
We have arrived at the 35th floor. Yu Hua knew that Lin Chen was coming to have a meeting with him in the morning, and he thought that the boss was obsessed with work and wanted to go to work directly after receiving the certificate.
When he saw Xiao Muxue, everything became clear to him.
"Ha, you are here to declare that you are a married person.
There's nothing that requires you to meet with him recently, right? Urgent and important matters should be handled by him alone, right? Hello, sister-in-law, this is your first time here.
Please take a good look at our place and see if there is anything that needs improvement," Yu Hua said very politely.
"Hello, Mr. Yu, thank you.
I'll just sit here for a while and hope I won't disturb you at work," Xiao Muxue also said politely.
"Wife, just come to my office and we can chat for a while."
Lin Chen wanted to laugh when he saw Yu Hua's unfathomable look, but held it back.
Meeting room.
As soon as Yu Hua entered the conference room, he began to talk about the recent important projects and his handling results. Lin Chen listened patiently. "Mr. Yu, you are a great talent, a top student, and you have handled these projects perfectly."
"Boss, you keep flattering me. You must have some ideas."
After working with him for a few months, Yu Hua understood him.
"My idea is very simple.
I plan to turn 10 million into 600 million.
Isn't this project interesting?"
Super leverage. Lin Chen didn't believe that Yu Hua was not interested.
Sure enough, Yu Hua immediately became interested. "What project?" "This project is not complicated. I can make complicated things simple."
"Boss, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us now."
"Okay, you register a trading company first. I don't mind low returns or even losses. Use price war to enter this market. After you enter, I will tell you how to use this super leverage. I will send the information to your WeChat now."
Lin Chen sent the project overview he wrote to Yu Hua.
Yu Hua is also a smart man.
As soon as he saw the information, he knew what Lin Chen wanted to do. This project is definitely profitable, but he is more interested in the specific gameplay of super leverage.
"Okay, that's it. We can have any online communication or meetings. You know I have a wife, the kind recognized by the law, and I'll be busy recently."
Lin Chen walked out of the meeting room with his long legs. Yu Hua was left with a look of despair on his face.
Do singles deserve this? Should single people be abused repeatedly?
He should just go back to work, he loves his job.
Chapter 49, Meeting Gift from Parents-in-Law.
At 11:30, Lin Shuyi and Li Biyan got off the plane. Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue were waiting for them at the exit. As soon as they saw Lin Shuyi and Li Biyan coming out of the station, they immediately waved. When Lin Shuyi and Li Biyan saw the two of them, they were think, "Wow, they are such a perfect match." Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue called out mom and dad at the same time, and Lin Shuyi and Li Biyan smiled like flowers. Before Lin Chen introduced Xiao Muxue, Li Biyan had already gone up and held Xiao Muxue's hand.
"This must be Muxue, so pretty."
"So pretty, what a good child. Here, this is the first meeting gift from mom to you." Li Biyun was so happy that she immediately took out a red envelope and gave it to Xiao Muxue.
Originally she was going to give it to him after she got home, but Li Biyun couldn't help but love Xiao Muxue.
Xiao Muxue was naturally very happy that her mother-in-law was so kind to her. She accepted it generously and said, "Thank you, Mom." Lin Chen felt proud that his wife was so loved by his parents.
"Mom and Dad, let's go home first.
Your eldest grandson and little granddaughter are waiting for you at home."
"Ah. They're twins, a boy and a girl."
From the photo, Li Biyan couldn't tell the gender and thought they were twins. Lin Shuyi said, "This is the appearance of our Lin family's ancestors, and a pair of golden boy and jade girl came to my house. Oldly, pinch me and see if it's real."
Li Biyan clapped his hands and said, "Hurry back to see my grandson and granddaughter. I don't have time to pinch you."
Lin Chen had already told them earlier about investing money to make money and buy a house and a car. But Lin Shuyi and Li Bian never expected that it would be such a big and beautiful villa.
When Lin Shuyi and Li Biyun saw the cute Dabeo and Erbo, they couldn't take their eyes off them.
The two of them each held one, and they were both very fond of it. Li Bian took out 2 red envelopes from her bag and handed them to Dabeo and Erbo respectively.
Dabeo, Erbo, we are too busy today. This is the first time you meet our babies, so Grandpa and Grandma will give you big red envelopes as a New Year's gift.
We will have gifts for our Dabeo and Erbo later, Li Biyun said lovingly.
Mom, please don't spoil Dabeo and Erbo.
Lin Shen felt that his status in the family would be 0 in the future.
Our eldest and second child are smart, cute, and well-behaved. They are Grandma's little darlings, Li Bian ignored Lin Shen.
As expected, his status was gone. Lin Shen looked at them with amusement, with a good baby on the left and a good baby on the right, trying their best to amuse Dabeo and Erbo. Lin Shen and Xiao Muxue automatically sat aside and watched the 2 elders play with the baby and chat.
Lin Shen asked Xiao Muxue in a low voice, "Wife, isn't Mom at home? Why can't I see her?"
Xiao Muxue replied in a low voice. She went back first and said she was going to prepare her outfit for the evening. After Xiao Muxue said this, Lin Shen also understood what his mother-in-law was thinking. Bai Jiro was very considerate. In order to allow the 2 in-laws to focus on interacting with the baby without having to entertain her, and also to prevent them from feeling restrained when meeting for the first time, she went back before they arrived.
Li Biyan held Dabeo and sat next to Xiao Muxue. "Muxue, you've worked so hard.
If this rascal of ours doesn't treat you well in the future, Mom will be the first to punish him with family rules."
Lin Shuyi also nodded to express his opinion.
Just in the car, I heard their love story. They met in college, separated because of misunderstanding, had a child. Xiao Muxue decided to give birth to the child alone, met again during a difficult delivery, and finally overcame all difficulties and obstacles to be together. Both of them were easily moved, and their eyes were filled with tears when they got off the car. Lin Shen was helpless. Sometimes a white lie is a way to protect the one you love, as long as the result is good. Lin Shuyi continued, "When your mother was young, she always wanted a daughter. In the end, we didn't have one, which became a pity.
We must have loved you like a daughter."
Xiao Muxue was very touched by the care they showed her.
Xiao Muxue likes simplicity very much. The atmosphere in the Lin family is so warm.
Both her father-in-law and mother-in-law have very good personalities, and there are no complicated relationships between sisters-in-law.
It is indeed an ideal family relationship for her. Dabeo and Erbo didn't feel any strangeness at all when they saw their grandparents.
Especially the second baby. As soon as she was held in our arms, she started to show off in various ways, waving her hands, kicking her feet, blowing bubbles, and trying her best to attract everyone's attention to herself. As soon as she was put on the mat, Dabeo turned over once, and she turned over twice in a row. Everyone was laughing so hard that they praised Erbo for becoming a big Hollywood actor in the future. The word actor has been deeply implanted in Erbo's little head since he was an infant.
Dabeo is still calm and composed.
Lin Shuyi says that Dabeo is most like Lin Chen, as Lin Chen was also so quiet when he was a child. The family was so absorbed in watching and playing with their children that they forgot they were hungry until Aunt Chen called them. Then they realized it was time for dinner.
Li Biyun urged them to eat first while she looked after Dabeo and Erbo first.
Lin Chen received a phone call while eating.
"Hey, Pingzi, what's going on?"
Cheng Pang said excitedly, "Lao Chen, I recently encountered a good thing.
A boss wants to take me out to fly solo.
The guarantee of flying solo is also available. Jinqiu Real Estate has given us the exclusive agency for the project.
I think you are smarter than me, brother. I want to hear your advice on something else." "Jinqiu Real Estate? Isn't that owned by Lu's Group?" Lin Shen asked. "Pingzi, brothers should speak frankly if there is anything between us. Our boss's surname is Shan. His idea is that he will invest and I will do the work.
I will have a small share, and the actual operation of the company will be done by me, but he wants me to be the legal person of the company."
"I don't mind being the legal person, we are operating normally and we are not afraid of anything.
But since Boss Shan thinks so highly of me, I suddenly have some concerns. Cheng Pang is a very reliable person who will make his own understanding and analysis when it comes to fame and fortune. It is indeed rare that he does not get lost in the sudden opportunities." Lin Shen thought about it and said, "Pingzi, don't worry about this.
I will help you check it.
I have arranged a meeting between our 2 families tonight. I will arrange someone to investigate your case today.
You wait for my reply.
There is no rush to make any decision.
Hey, Lao Chun, our uncle and aunt in Shanghai?
You are so unkind of you for not telling me in advance. I will arrange a welcoming party for uncle and aunt.
Come on, brothers, don't be shy with each other. Come over to my house for dinner when you are free.
After they finished talking, they hung up the phone. When Lin Shuyi heard that it was Cheng Peng who called, the kid even said that he wanted to welcome them, and kept saying, Pengzi is so thoughtful, so thoughtful. Lin Shuyi picked up some interesting stories about Lin Chen's childhood and told them to Xiao Muxue. Xiao Muxue smiled so much that her eyes became crescent moons.
After Debao and Erbo fell asleep, Lin Shuyi and Li Biyun still sat beside them, watching over them reluctantly.
It was only after Lin Chen suggested taking them to their room to rest first and wait for the eldest and second child to wake up before playing that he persuaded them to go back. Xiao Muxue chose their room on the first floor so that they didn't have to climb the stairs. When Lin Shuyi and Li Biyun arrived at the room, they found the patterns of the bedding, the arrangement of the curtains, the murals on the wall, etc. were all very stylish. They were extremely satisfied with the decoration of the entire room. It was obvious that the decoration was created by Xiao Muxue. Moreover, Xiao Muxue not only prepared high-end skin care products for Li Biyun, but also prepared a lot of clothes for the two elders.
Li Biyun had never worn such a beautiful cheongsam or such a pretty skirt.
She thought her daughter-in-law had such good taste, so she immediately asked Xiao Muxue how to match them. The two were chatting animatedly, while the father and son of the Lin family were laughing on the side.
When a woman starts to pursue beauty, it really doesn't matter to the men. 6:30 in the evening, Lingxiao Mansion. Lu Shanwen has now become one of the most active people on Lin Chen's WeChat. Good morning greetings every morning and good night greetings every evening.
If Lin Chen didn't know Lu Shanwen's intention, he would almost think that Lu Shanwen had some strange thoughts about him.
Good resources should definitely be used. Lin Chen asked Lu Shanwen to reserve the best box in Lingxiao Mansion for him.
Without saying a word, Lu Shanwen took out the Wenxin box, which was usually not open to the public and was only used for him to receive important guests. This box also displays a lot of antiques, including a Ming Dynasty imitation fish and algae pattern multicolored vase, Gu Kaiji's painting Yuntai Mountain, Wu Daozi's 87 Immortals scroll.
Xiao Gang arrived at Lingxiao Mansion first. He was quite knowledgeable about antique calligraphy and paintings.
He had never expected to see authentic calligraphy and paintings by Gu Kaiji in Lingxiao Mansion.
He was intoxicated by the paintings. Chapter 50, Meeting of Parents of Both Parties.
As soon as Lin Chen and his group arrived at the Wenxin box, they saw Xiao Gang talking on the phone with a good friend, enthusiastically talking about Gu Kaiji's authentic works. When Xiao Gang saw them coming, he quickly said something nice and then greeted Lin Chen and the others with a smile. Lin Chen smiled secretly, looking like he understood everything. He had a pretty good grasp of every step of the strategy. Lin Shuyi and Li Biyun felt a little nervous. After all, they had heard from Lin Chen that their relative was the chairman of a large group, and they were a little worried that the other party might be aloof. But they didn't expect that their father-in-law and mother-in-law were so friendly and had such nice smiles, which immediately made them feel relieved. When we met for the first time and had dinner, no one talked about the details of the wedding, but just praised each other. Bai Zhiro, mother-in-law, you have educated Xiaochen so well. He has achieved so much at such a young age. Li Biyun, my mother-in-law's education method is still better. She has taught Mu Shui to be so excellent, well-educated, and considerate. It is Xiaochen's blessing to marry Mu Shui. Xiao Gang, indeed. Lin Shui, I just hope that my second baby will be like mom when he grows up, and then I will be satisfied. Li Biyun, Erbo is so smart and cute, it's all because of Mu Shui's hard work in raising him. Come here, Mu Shui, let me pick up a piece of fish belly for you. This is the most tender and freshest. Bai Zhiro, Xiaochen, you should eat more of these shrimps. Mom knows you like them. Li Biyun, mother-in-law, the earrings you are wearing today are so beautiful. Bai Zhiro, mother-in-law, your clothes are very well matched. The Chinese teacher has a very literary temperament. Xiao Muyu opened his cell phone under the table and created a group of 3 people. Xiao Muyu, awesome. I learned a lot today. Xiao Muxue, eat well. Lin Chen, sister-in-law, play well and assist, your sister will give you a gift. Xiao Muyu, yes, sir. Xiao Muxue. The meal was very pleasant, and when it ended, Li Biyun and Bai Zhiro made an appointment to take the babies to the park for a walk next time. Maple Garden. Debao and Erbo were also tired from playing today and fell asleep as soon as they got home. Lin Chen took Xiao Muxue to his room and gave her a massage. Hubby, your cooking skills are good enough to be mastered, Xiao Muxue sighed comfortably.
There's nothing your husband can't do.
After pressing the button, Lin Chen half leaned against the bedside table.
Wife, lie down and have a rest first. My parents and I will go to discuss some things about the engagement banquet. You don't need to worry about it. Just be a beautiful bride.
Lin Chen saw that she was a little dazed.
He knew that she didn't sleep well in the afternoon and must be a little tired. I asked Aunt Chen to sleep with the baby.
You can sleep here peacefully tonight, Lin Chen patted her back.
Xiao Muxue was half asleep and half awake, so she said bye to him in a daze.
Here, Lin Shuyi and Li Biyun were also discussing the engagement banquet. Lao Lin, you see, the children have paid for the house construction, and we have saved all our money. We can use our savings for the engagement banquet and choose the best things we need, Li Biyun planned.
Lin Shuyi nodded in agreement. We should respect the children's opinions and see what they want to achieve, right?
Magic City is a big city, and the old ways in our town may not be fashionable.
Yes.
I am always at the forefront of fashion in this town, so I cannot appear to be out of date in Shanghai. Li Biyun is very receptive to new things, and her Chinese teacher is very tolerant. You are the most beautiful flower in our town, old Li.
I think my daughter-in-law has good taste.
The new style you changed to today looks great, Lin Shuyi always coaxes Li Biyun. Yes, I took a photo and showed it off in our dance group. They all praised me as the youngest grandmother. Mu Shui will have to be in charge of the engagement party, Li Biyun said proudly. Lin Chen listened outside the door for quite a while. He didn't mean to eavesdrop on it, but he heard his parents praising his wife and couldn't help but want to listen a little longer.
Lin Chen knocked on the door. Lin Shuyi opened the door for him. Xiaochen? Come in. Their room has a large balcony.
After sealing the windows, they put a leather sofa and a coffee table in it, which is perfect for enjoying the roses in full bloom outside the window. Lin Chen got straight to the point. Mom and Dad, tonight I want to discuss with you some things to do at the engagement banquet and wedding, and also listen to your ideas and see if there are any steps that must be taken. Lin Shuyi said without hesitation, I was just talking to your mother about this.
Everything should be based on the ideas of you young people. The customs of the older generation are not fixed. We are not the kind of unenlightened parents.
Li Biyun also agreed. Xiaochen, Mu Shui is so good, you should listen to her ideas more. A woman gets married only once in her life, and her ideas are very important. Lin Chen flattered her. My God, Comrade Lao Li is indeed a good Chinese mother-in-law. I have to propose to the country to give you an award as a benchmark for praise.
Li Biyun couldn't stop smiling and patted Lin Chen's hand. You are the only one who is good at talking. You should say more nice things to Mu Shui.
Say nice things earlier, and she won't have to work so hard and bear it for so long. Li Biyun took the opportunity to warn Lin Chen that her son must be a good husband like his father. Lin Chen immediately raised his hand. Mom, I swear I will be a good son, a good husband, and a good father. The Lin family's genes are not bad, Comrade Li, please rest assured, Lin Shuyi has confidence in his son.
Mom and Dad, let's get down to business. I'm going to tell you the truth.
The engagement party will be held in Shanghai, and I plan to hold the wedding on an island.
You don't have to pay for anything. You also know that I am now the chairman of BOK.
The return on investment in the project is very high, and you can all see how much money I make. Lin Chen paused and pointed to the house.
Mu Shui and I have discussed this engagement party.
It's mainly for the two families to have a meal together. I'll give you 5 million to buy the items needed for the engagement.
If there's any extra, you can keep it for yourself. If there's any less, tell me and I'll make up for it. Lin Shuyi and Li Biyun were shocked. 5 million. Or was it just for buying things? Is their son already so rich? Excellent.
They knew their son was very capable now, but they didn't expect that he could easily spend 5 million.
They haven't even seen 500,000.
Lin Shuyi carefully placed his hands on Lin Chen's shoulders, his eyes sharp and bright. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat.
Could it be that old Lin still didn't believe what he said?
He had to explain to him in detail the income and stock value of the chairman of Bokai, and then he would believe it.
Lin Shuyi stared at Lin Chen for a few seconds, and finally spoke. Son, what do you invest in? Which stocks do you buy? Hurry up and give Dad some advice. Dad still has some savings to play with. Chapter 51 Family Outing. What? You still have some savings?
You, old Lin, are so good that you even secretly hide some private money. Lin Shuyi's salary was all handed over.
Li Bian was annoyed that he still had savings that she didn't know about. The situation was not right.
Lin Chen smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, I will transfer the money to your cards later.
You can decide what to buy. You can go with Mu Shui.
You can talk about the rest slowly.
I'm going to bed first." Lin Chen ran away immediately after saying this.
Lin Shuyi kept apologizing to Li Bian, saying that the savings were bonuses and prize money, which were not included in the name of salary. He was confused for a moment and stayed quietly. Lin Chen didn't hear the rest of the story because he ran faster than a rabbit.
He had seen many such scenes when he was a child.
Yu Hua is very efficient and his operations are very effective. For the trade project mentioned by Lin Chen, he completed the company registration and qualification declaration within 3 days. We then began to contact major domestic and foreign trading companies as intermediate suppliers to build up the import and export supply chain. Lin Chen targeted the oil line and started trade circulation with Shanghai, Suzhou, and Nanjing as pilot cities. His strategy is fast shipment, low price, low profit, and fast turnover. As soon as Yu Hua started the operation, he understood what Lin Chen meant.
The larger the company's turnover, the greater the leverage coefficient. It was indeed easy to work with smart people.
Lin Chen felt that he could take 2 days off to spend some time with his family.
So, Yu Hua worked overtime and was busy all the time. Is it my fault that I am too smart? This is the third time that Lin Shuyi and Li Biyun have come to Shanghai.
The first time was when they sent Lin Chen to college, and the second time was when he found a job after graduating from college. The two of them came to find out where his rented house was. Every time I took the train, I spent all my time on the road, so I was in a hurry and never had a good time visiting the Magic City. This time, Lin Chen planned a good route for them and took them out to play. Because we were going to take our eldest and second child out together, the attractions we chose were the Oriental Pearl Tower, the Bund Pedestrian Street, the Wildlife Park, and Tianzifang, which are suitable places for the elderly and children to travel together.
Lin Chen acted as a photographer along the way and took countless photos of them.
Xiao Muxue and Li Bian bought exactly the same dress in the pedestrian street. They were colorful and ethnic style. They were so happy that they put them on right on the spot, saying that they wanted to take beautiful mother-daughter photos together. Debao and Erbo also received loving gifts from their grandparents, including jade pendants, small fans, small clothes, toys, etc. Li Biyun and Xiao Muxue went shopping. Lin Shuyi was responsible for carrying the things, and Lin Chen was responsible for swiping the card. A perfect division of labor among the family. In the evening, Lin Chen made a reservation at Feining Garden and ordered the Sakura banquet again, so that Lin Shuyi and Li Biyun could try something new.
Xiao Muxue could not forget the deliciousness of the cherry blossom banquet. Along the way, she and Li Bian described the beauty, aroma, and taste of the banquet. This also made Li Bian look forward to it. Sure enough, when the cherry blossom banquet started, Li Biyun was reluctant to eat such delicious food. She kept taking pictures and sending them to her sisters in the dance group. To let them see the prosperous life in the big city of Shanghai, she also brought local specialties for the sisters and arranged everything perfectly. Coincidentally, Qin Ziqian was also in Feining Garden tonight. He knew that Lin Chen had come with his family, so he told him in advance and came over to meet him and say hello. When Lin Chen heard the knock on the door, he knew that Qin Ziqian had arrived. As soon as the door opened, Qin Ziqian spoke in his signature loud voice, with a touch of joy, "Uncle, Aunt, and Mrs. Lin, hello. I heard that Mr. Lin was here, so I came to bother you." Lin Chen smiled and patted his shoulder. "Boss Qin, it's our honor that you come to visit us." Lin Shuyi, Li Biyun, and Xiao Muxue also greeted him. Lin Chen introduced Qin Ziqiang to everyone. "Boss Qin is the owner of this villa. Thanks to Boss Qin's arrangement, we have a cherry blossom banquet every time." After Qin Ziqiang greeted them, he called the waiter over, added cherry wine and the newly arrived lobster to their cups, and then took his leave. Lin Chen knew that Qin Ziqiang didn't just come over to say hello, he probably had something to talk to him about, so he said to Xiao Muxue and the others, "I'll be back in 10 minutes, you guys eat slowly first." As soon as Lin Chen left, Li Bian asked Xiao Muxue, "Muxue, what does Xiao Chen do now? I still don't know what Bokai Investment Bank is specifically. Now the people who come and go are all big bosses. Is he busy with work?" Xiao Muxue patiently told her about some of the businesses of Bokai Investment Bank, including mergers and acquisitions, fund management, project financing, venture capital, etc. Lin Shuyi and Li Biyun were a little confused. Xiao Muxue simply concluded, "Investors, if you need money, go to them." Lin Shuyi and Li Bian suddenly realized that their son was in charge of such a large company.
Qin Zichang set up a tea pavilion in the middle of the lake in Feinian Garden, not far from the box where Lin Chen was. "Mr. Lin, please sit down." Qin Zichang made tea and invited Lin Chen to sit down.
"Mr. Qin, is there any news about the matter I entrusted to you?" Lin Chen asked directly without further ado. Mr. Lin is really smart.
"Yes, I just learned about this." Qin Zichang poured the tea into a cup, placed the cup on the tea mat, and pushed it in front of Lin Chen. "This is indeed an opportunity to make a fortune, but if you are not careful, you will get yourself into trouble," said Qin Zichang.
Lin Chen frowned. "What's going on?" "Someone has set up a trap to lure your friend into it. The means used are extremely dirty.
They will set up a trap where all the house payments are handed over to the sales agents.
The final outcome will be that someone will run away with the money.
As a legal person, your friend will have to bear all legal responsibilities and pay debts." Qin Zichang explained the relationship in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Qin Zichang has extraordinary connections in both the black and white worlds, which is why Lin Chen asked him to inquire about others inviting Changpeng to form a partnership.
It's not hard to guess. I already know who is behind this.
"They couldn't touch me, but they touched my friend." Lin Chen was so angry that veins on his hands bulged.
How should we deal with it? Do you need my assistance? Qin Zichang offered to help. Boss Qin, I'm very grateful that you could help me get this information. I'm dealing with this person right now.
"Everyone is playing, it just depends on who plays it better," Lin Chen sneered. Qin Zichang saw that Lin Chen was confident and he also knew him and knew that he would handle it well.
Take tea instead of water, and wish you good luck.
"Thank you." Lin Chen drank it all in one gulp. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he returned to the box.
How come he was out for less than 10 minutes? Why did Lao Li's eyes change when he looked at him after he came back? Xiao Muxue looked at him tenderly and lovingly, and Lin Chen could sense her admiration for her.
Lin Chen was so happy that he ate 2 more bowls of rice. After all, he still has to work hard at night and eat more to have the strength to work.
Chapter 52, Making breakfast for the whole family.
The weather in Shanghai today is sunny, 28, southwest wind.
It's a good day for everything. Lin Chen got up at 7 in the morning to make breakfast.
He wanted to show off his cooking skills to his parents. Put soybeans, red dates, red beans, black beans and purple sweet potatoes in a blender and cook them with one click. Lin Chen blended the blanched spinach into juice, mixed it with the dough, and covered it with a wet cloth to let it rise naturally. Then cut the pork belly, cabbage and radish into shreds. Stir the cabbage shreds with salt for a few minutes to remove the water. After the water is drained out, mix them with the carrots and meat. Crack in the eggs, pour in the flour, add a little water and stir. Put into the pan and fry until both sides are golden brown. Take out the dough that has been proofed and shape it, roll it out with a rolling pin, put the prepared meat and shrimp fillings in, and put your hands together to form a beautiful ingot shape. One portion of dumplings is steamed and the other portion is used to make pot stickers. Aunt Chen was the first to arrive at the kitchen. She was surprised to see Lin Chen cooking. Lin Chen asked her to go and have a rest and come out for breakfast later.
The second person to arrive in the kitchen was Li Biyun.
She wanted to let Xiao Muxue taste her specialty chive dumplings today. When she came in, she saw her son making breakfast.
"Xiaochen, when did you learn to cook? Wow, you cook it quite well. It's Mom who has buried your culinary talent." Li Biyun couldn't help but picked up a piece of dumpling and put it into her mouth. The food was juicy, fresh, smooth and sweet.
"This is so delicious, much better than your mom's," Li Biyun kept praising. Lin Chen looked at her with amusement. "If you like it, eat more."
"No, I'll wait for everyone to eat together."
"By the way, your cooking skills are so good, you should cook for Muxue often in the future."
"Don't let Muxue cook, it will hurt her hands," Li Biyun reminded.
Lin Chen applauded the harmonious relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. "Comrade Laoli, you are worthy of being the vice president of our community's Women's Care Committee."
"Okay, just for your love for family, I'll cover all your meals for today." "Okay, but I have to make it clear in advance.
I'm afraid that after you eat the food I cook, you won't be able to eat the food my dad cooks." Lin Chen agreed immediately.
"All the meals your father cooks are made with love."
"If you can't eat the meals, just eat the love meals." Li Biyun hummed a little tune proudly as she walked out of the kitchen and went for a stroll in the small courtyard.
Lin Chen smiled secretly. It was really a beautiful sunset love.
The weather has started to get hot these days, but there is a big temperature difference between morning and night, so Xiao Muxue put away Debao and Erbao's thick winter clothes. Take out thin long-sleeved and short-sleeved shirts. Young babies are afraid of heat, so they can wear short-sleeved shirts when going downstairs to play, and change into long-sleeved shirts when they get home and turn on the air conditioner.
Babies can't speak, so adults can only pay more attention to them. The temperature of the baby's hands and feet cannot be used to judge whether the clothes are appropriate. You should feel the temperature behind the baby's neck. If the back of your baby's neck feels a little cold, it means he is cold and needs to put on more clothes. If the back of your baby's neck is warm, the clothing is just the right thickness. If the back of your baby's neck is hot and wet and he keeps scratching his ears, it means he is wearing too many clothes. Take off the clothes quickly. Raising a child requires careful attention to every detail. Xiaomuxue was fortunate that neither her mother nor her mother-in-law had ever made any remarks about how to dress, like there is a kind of cold called grandma thinks you are cold. When Li Biyan saw Xiaomuxue open the door, she knew that Debeo and Erbo should have woken up and finished their breakfast, so she came up to help Xiaomuxue take them downstairs.
Come down and have breakfast, Lin Chen shouted. Lin Shuyi had just woken up as well. The mattress in the room was so comfortable. In his hometown, he always woke up at 6:30 in the morning, but these past few days he slept until after 8 o'clock. When he heard Lin Chen talking about breakfast, he also felt hungry. Xiaochen, did you do all this? Lin Shuyi didn't quite believe it. When he was taught to fry eggs when they were little, he could burn the pan. Old Lin, the times are advancing, and I have to advance with them. There is no market for men who can cook, Lin Chen praised Lin Shuyi in disguise. Li Biyan often had the last class, and it was very late when she came back to cook. Over time, cooking at home became Lin Shuyi's job. Whether it can pass the test or not, you have to let your dad try it and then give his opinion, Lin Shuyi likes such pleasant words. Dad, Lin Chen's cooking skills are absolutely great, I guarantee it, Xiaomuxue stood up for her husband. Lao Lin, you know what, Xiaochen's cooking is really delicious. Come, everyone, sit down and eat, Li Biyan called, and also asked Dan Chen to join in. When Lin Shuyi tasted it, his eyes lit up, and a sentence from the TikTok video immediately came to his mind: what a damn delicious food. The seemingly ordinary dish leaves a lingering fragrance in your mouth. Xiaochen, cook more for Muxue in the future. Your mother always says that eating the food I cook is the happiest thing for her, Lin Shuyi said while eating, reluctant to put down the bowl. Lao Lin and Lao Li are indeed a couple. Mom and Dad, I'm also learning how to cook now, and I'll cook for you later. Xiaomuxue felt very happy while eating the dishes made by Lin Chen. If she cooked for him, he would probably feel very happy too. Muxue, let Xiaochen do it. Your wife is meant to be loved, Li Biyan put a piece of shrimp dumpling into Xiaomuxue's bowl. Mom, you're right. I have a lot of complimentary food recipes in my mind. You three just wait to eat them. Seeing everyone finish their meal, Chef Lin Chen felt extremely satisfied, even more satisfied than signing a project with a small goal. The two families were arranged to have dinner together tonight, still in Lingxiao Mansion. This time, everyone agreed on the date and some details of the engagement party, and the engagement party was scheduled for 3 months later. Lin Shuyi and Li Biyan stayed in the Magic City for a total of 3 days and were about to return to Su Town. First, they needed to go back to build a house in their hometown, and second, there were many things to prepare for the engagement party, so they both needed to go back to hand over their work and take a long vacation before coming back. Lin Shuyi and Li Biyan looked at Debeo and Erbo reluctantly, and told Lin Chen and Xiaomuxue to send them more videos and photos. Debeo and Erbo seemed to know that their grandparents were leaving them. Even Debeo, who usually didn't cry, started crying loudly with Erbo. Grandma's darling, don't cry, your crying makes Grandma's heart break. Li Biyan could not even move her legs to walk out the door. Xiaomuxue was afraid that they would cry until they vomited milk, so she quickly coaxed them, be good, baby. Grandpa and Grandma are going back to our hometown and will be back soon to play with you. It took a long time of coaxing Debeo and Erbo with toys before they stopped crying. Seeing that the two of them stopped crying, Lin Shuyi and Li Biyan felt at ease to take the plane back to Su Town. Botsai Investment Bank. Chang Ping had just returned to Shanghai from a business trip. As soon as he received Lin Chen's call, he rushed to Boki Investment Bank without stopping. Chapter 53, Counterattack against Lu. Lin Chen made tea in the reception room and waited for his old friend to arrive. It was Chang Peng's first time to take the exclusive elevator and he was very excited. As soon as he entered Lin Chen's reception room, he was full of praise. Mr. Lin, this tea house must be about 300 square meters, it's quite luxurious. Chang Peng's occupational disease is that when he arrives at a new place, he pays the most attention to the price, size, and decoration. Mr. Chang, you have a keen eye, Lin Chen asked him to sit down.
Is this teacup the one that was sold at a sky-high price before the new year?
I forgot what the kiln change process was called. Cheng Peng looked at the pattern on the teacup carefully.
Yes, it's the oil drop Tianmu teacup. A good friend bought it a few years ago and gave it to me.
I just took it out to appreciate it and couldn't tea bear to take it out to drink tea. Lin Chen slowly turned the teacup in his hand. The kiln-fired starlight on the wall of the cup changed instantly, and the tiny stars in the universe could be seen, like lightning in fog. The oil drop Tianmu teacup is an extremely precious type of Jin teacup.
Oil drop is rare, and Lin Chen's teacup is first class in terms of both its preservation state and its firing technique. Lao Chen, your friend is too generous. He is simply inhumane.
He is the combination of all the local tycoons. Cheng Peng started to tease again.
I'll introduce you to each other later and ask him to be generous to you too, Lin Chen said with a smile.
Lao Chen, no, Mr. Lin, then it's a deal. I'll hold on to your thighs tightly. Cheng Peng was very happy. You know, this kind of customer has extremely high demands and budgets for purchasing real estate.
A high net worth client.
However, there is an important matter to deal with right now. Lin Chen restrained his expression.
As soon as Cheng Peng talked about business, he immediately became serious. Is there any news about that matter? Speaking of which, I am also guilty of you, brother.
If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have thought of touching you. Lin Chen first told him about the dispute with Lu Yen, but concealed his morbid coveting of his wife.
No matter what you do, protecting your family's reputation comes first.
In short, Lu Yen will not let me go, but I am cautious enough and do everything legally and in compliance with regulations.
He was so angry that he came up with this crooked idea.
In other words, Lin Chen felt that it was unwise for Lu Yen to spend his energy on dealing with him.
It is not easy for a family that has been rich for generations to cultivate an heir.
The fact that Lu Yen can take over the Lu Group shows that he is quite capable. But once people have bad intentions and sow the seeds, they must bear the consequences. Lin Chen would plot against someone he disliked, but he disdained to play tricks.
It's so infuriating. Lao Chen, tell me how to deal with him, I will definitely cooperate.
Screw the legal person, screw the equity, it's all a scam. Cheng Peng's temper came out.
Don't worry, I asked you to come here today because I have made full preparations.
Lin Chen poured tea for Cheng Peng. The tea can calm people's minds when it enters the body slowly.
Pengzi, let's not be impulsive.
I know you resigned to start your own business and have a heart for entrepreneurship.
I support you very much. However, this project needs someone I trust enough to implement it.
I want to explain all the links in it to you clearly.
Each link is closely linked, but it is not complicated. You will understand if you help me run a business. You don't have to worry too much.
I'll take care of everything. Our Bukai's general manager Yu Hua will be in overall control.
If you have any questions, you can ask me or him.
Lin Chen considered for a long time and decided to let Cheng Peng be responsible for the specific implementation of this trade project.
Cheng Peng is flexible enough and has rich experience in real estate sales and asset operations.
He has his advantages in the other hidden structure in trade projects involving non-performing assets. Besides, Cheng Peng was targeted because of him, so he also had to make proper arrangements for his brothers.
Lao Chen, thank you for your trust.
As long as you say it, I will do it without any hesitation, Cheng Peng promised, patting his chest.
Okay, wait a moment.
Lin Chen took out his cell phone and called Yu Hua, asking him to come to his reception room. I'll call Yu Hua over, and we'll have a short meeting today to talk things out. You should also digest it when you go back, said Lin Chen.
By the way, should I reject the sales agency directly? Cheng Peng asked.
He still wanted to see if Lin Chen had any other plans. You little jerk over there, you just pretend to agree first and deal with them, then find a chance to get their Jinqiu Real Estate's private contract. As long as you do it, there will be traces left, Lin Chen sneered.
I'm eager to try.
Cheng Peng has a chivalrous heart.
No matter what, personal safety comes first.
This is my only request, Lin Chen said solemnly.
Don't worry, I promise I won't do anything dangerous, Cheng Peng said seriously.
The two chatted for a few more sentences and then Yu Hua arrived. Lin Chen introduced the two of them to each other and told Yu Hua about his idea and planned to let Cheng Peng participate. Yu Hua was naturally happy. He was very happy that someone came to help him. There were many projects now and the team was short of manpower.
There were not enough people. Mr. Yu, it's not convenient for Cheng Peng to join the company now.
When the time comes, you can arrange a part-time senior consultant position for him. The salary standard will be based on our director level.
Lin Chen also took Cheng Peng's living problems into consideration.
He was not asking his brothers to take the risk together. In addition to the profit ratio he promised, he had to guarantee Cheng Peng basic living expenses.
Cheng Peng was particularly touched.
You know, the salary of a director at Boki Investment Bank is extremely high in the industry. Lin Chen really considered everything for him. Most of the money he had earned was sent back to his father for medical treatment and recuperation. His mother had no job and he had a younger sister who was in school, so money was needed everywhere. That was why he worked hard to make money like a wound-up spring. Now that his brothers had been arranged, he would follow Lin Chen from now on. After the three of them finished discussing everything, Lin Chen left Yu Hua behind and asked Cheng Peng to go back and prepare.
What time do you have an appointment with Mayor Zhou tomorrow? Lin Chen asked.
Yu Hua said without hesitation, I have an appointment with Mayor Zhou at noon.
I will bring a technical director with me.
They invested in a government ecological restoration project, which was basically a charity project, so they had to make up for it from other projects. Lin Chen set his sights on the land reclamation project that had just been approved by the state. He had the ability to make investment forecasts and knew at one glance that the project would definitely make money. The risk control of land reclamation projects is unique and the profit points are obvious.
The plan you made is very good. I have added an exit mechanism and have sent it to your email. Boss Lin, tomorrow's time is almost up, shall we go together?
No, I will take the baby to get vaccinated tomorrow morning.
I will go there directly then and arrive before 11:30. By the way, you know what vaccinations are, right?
Lin Chen smiled again. Yu Hua was hit hard again, single and childless, he was struck down by the lightning of showing off, and he can only be happy when working. Chapter 54 Sign and Chief Physician Level Child Healthcare Medical Skills.
Xiao Mushua has already made an appointment with Huimei Women and Children's Hospital at 9:30. At exactly 9 o'clock, Lin Chen took the three of them and set off. Huimei Women and Children's Hospital is a private hospital. The advantage is that everything is by appointment only and service is one-on-one.
There is no need to wait in line or run out of vaccines, and you can get the best service. This was the first time that Lin Chen and Xiao Mushue took the baby out for vaccination alone. A few months ago, Lin Chen had just taken over Boki Investment Bank and dealt with the crisis of the Xiao Group. The baby had missed several vaccinations, so this time he insisted on going with him.
Wife, what vaccine are we going to get this time? This time it's time to get the 13-valent pneumococcal vaccine.
Since birth, my baby has received all the vaccines, both self-paid and free, Xiao Mushue explained. I saw the video of Debao getting the injection. He was very brave and didn't even cry last time. Lin Chen touched Debao's little hand.
Brave? Really? You'll know soon, Xiao Mushue smiled without saying anything.
That was the result of her editing.
I don't think it hurts. When I was a kid, the nurses would always tell me that an injection is just like an ant sting, it doesn't hurt at all, so I didn't feel anything. Lin Chen talked about the injections he got when he was sick as a child. Oh my god, you are not afraid of injections. The nurse is just comforting you. There is no injection that doesn't hurt, Xiao Mushue didn't believe it.
Ha, wife, it turns out you are afraid of injections. You are such a coward, Lin Chen teased her. It hurts, but I'm not afraid, Xiao Mushue shrugged, indicating that you can't do anything to me.
As they were talking, they had already arrived at the vaccination department on the second floor.
Lin Chen took Debao and Erbo aside, while Xiao Mushue took 2 vaccination books to the nurse's station and asked the nurse to prepare the vaccines. When Debao and Erbo saw the person in white clothes in front of them, they were a little scared and held the quilt tightly with their little hands. In the baby's unconscious world, they will still clearly remember certain characteristics of something, just like seeing someone in white clothes means getting an injection, and an injection means pain.
Brave Debao and Erbo, don't be afraid. We are giving you injections to drive away the bugs.
Bugs are the worst kind of villains, Lin Chen coaxed the 2 babies, shaking a small red ball in front of their eyes to attract their attention. Debao and Erbo are almost 4 months old. They are particularly interested in red balls and love to chase them the most. If they are changed to blue balls or red squares, their interest is halved. The gentle nurse came over and said, Lin Shiming, Lin Sanqing, the parents of the 2 babies, the vaccines are ready. I will help you bring the babies in. Thank you, sorry for the trouble, Xiao Mushue said. The vaccinating doctor picked up the vaccine box and showed it to the doctor.
Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, please take a look.
These are 2 boxes of imported 13-valent pneumococcal vaccines.
Here are the manufacturer's name, production date, and expiration date. You can check them against the data on the computer.
Lin Chen and Xiao Muxue looked at it carefully and checked it 3 times.
Okay, it's correct. Okay, now I'm going to open the vaccine.
Please watch carefully.
It is completely sealed and has not been opened.
Lin Chen saw news reports about hospitals giving children the wrong vaccines or using expired vaccines, and these incidents all happen in large hospitals.
When it comes to babies, you should be careful about everything. Don't be afraid of 1,000 things, just be prepared.
They take every process of vaccination very seriously. Please ask Mr. Lin and Ms. Lin to take off the baby's pants and spank his left thigh.
Fix the baby's legs and don't let him move around. Let Debeo fight first, Xiao Muxue said.
The second baby will cry for a long time after being beaten, so let us arrange for the older baby first. Lin Chen hugged Debeo tightly and pressed down on his legs with his right hand, so that Debeo could not move at all.
Dad Lin, relax. Just control the baby and don't move.
Seeing that Lin Chen was facing a great enemy, the doctor asked him to relax. Basically, fathers who bring their babies for vaccinations are more nervous than mothers.
Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. Good baby, the doctor will just give you a gentle massage and it will be all right. The doctor was really quick.
Before he could even finish his words, the needle was inserted and then pulled out. When Debeo was getting the injection, his expression was still calm, and as soon as the needle was pulled out,
wow! He burst into tears.
Lin Chen held the cotton swab to Debeo, but Debeo struggled so hard that the cotton swab was about to fall off. He quickly stood up, holding Debeo in his arms, and walked around to coax him. Debeo was really sad, and 2 strings of tears kept falling. Lin Chen took out the little red ball to tease him, but it was no use.
Husband, hold Debeo upright and let him lie on you, Xiao Muxue reminded Lin Chen. Sure enough, as soon as he was held upright, Debeo gradually stopped crying.
Lin Chen patted his back slowly and breathed a sigh of relief. The second child looked at the first child crying and played with his fingers with a heartless smile. But as soon as Xiao Muxue held her and sat her on the stool for the injection, she reacted immediately. Before the needle even got close to her, she kicked and twisted her legs into a knot. Xiao Muxue felt that Erbao's strength was almost as strong as hers, and it was too difficult to tie her up. Lin Chen was holding Debeo in his arms, calling his little cotton-padded jacket, "Erbao, it's just an ant stinging you, don't be afraid, don't be afraid, Daddy was very brave when he was little." Erbao didn't listen at all and was rolling around in his own world.
The nurse next to them immediately went to help, but Erbao struggled violently.
Xiao Muxue was afraid that the injection would hurt her, so she picked her up and comforted her. It was difficult to coax her to stop crying, but as soon as Xiao Muxue sat on the stool, she started crying again. Lin Chen was helpless.
It was not easy for Xiao Muxue and Aunt Chen to bring Debeo and Erbao to get vaccinated.
He would definitely come when all the babies get vaccinated in the future.
Honey, let me hold the second baby, and you hold the first baby. I'll try to get her the injection.
As soon as Erbao was in Lin Chen's arms, she stopped crying and looked at Lin Chen with her innocent big eyes, thinking that her father had come to rescue her. Lin Chen and her put their heads together and played the game of bullfighting, which was the favorite interaction between Erbao and him. Erbao's attention was attracted by Ding Nyonyo, and Lin Chen quietly sat down and held her legs. The doctor was quick and inserted the needle immediately before the baby could react.
As soon as the injection was given, Irma started crying immediately.
After crying for a few times, the doctor pulled out the needle. Everyone felt relieved the fight was finally over.
Ding! The host took the baby to get vaccinated for the first time and successfully checked in.
The host is rewarded with child healthcare medical skills and physician certificate, and the skill level is chief physician.
Ding!
Children's healthcare medical skills have arrived.
Ding!
Doctor's certificate has arrived. Lin Chen's mind suddenly filled with a lot of child health knowledge, covering childcare, nutrition, disease, prevention and diagnosis, physical exercise, psychological and physical development, education, and so on.
He now knows everything about children's various symptoms, problems, and healthcare. Chapter 55. A good brother came to the dinner party.
In the VIP lounge of the vaccination department, the doctor explained to them one by one the precautions to take after the vaccination. After breastfeeding babies receive the vaccine, they should be given some water to drink, as the 13-valent pneumococcal vaccine can easily cause a low fever. Generally speaking, if you encounter this situation, you can reduce the temperature physically and drink more water, and the symptoms will gradually ease and disappear, and there is no need to use medication if a low-frequency high fever occurs. You should be sent to the hospital in time. Lin Chen is now quite clear about the precautions and treatments after vaccination, but he also respects the doctor and listens to her patiently. They stayed in the VIP lounge to observe the baby for half an hour, and after confirming that there were no adverse reactions, Lin Chen sent the three of them home. After returning home, Lin Chen and Aunt Chen reminded them of some precautions and asked them to pay attention to the baby's conditions before going out to keep the appointment. "Wife, I have a social event at noon, so I won't be home for lunch," Lin Chen said to Xiao Mushua. Xiao Mushua gently helped him straighten his collar, but Erbal pulled it so hard that the edge of his collar became a little curled. "Be careful on the road. Don't drink if you can. And don't drive after drinking." Xiao Mushua knew that men were ambitious and some social engagements were inevitable, but she still wanted to give him some advice in her heart. Okay, wife, if you don't give me a..." Lin Chen pointed to his mouth. Xiao Mushua looked back at Aunt Chen and whispered, "Everyone is here." Lin Chen quickly pecked her on the lips. "You didn't see it." Xiao Mushua's eyes sparkled, and she pushed him out the door shyly. "Hurry up and get out, don't be late." Lin Chen chuckled, his face full of happiness, and walked briskly to the garage. Lingxiao Mansion. Yu Hua communicated with Mayor Zhou's secretary and told him before they left, and then they started cooking. Yu Hua had just communicated the order of serving dishes with manager Xiao Zhang of Lingxiao Mansion when Lin Chen arrived. "Mr. Lin, you're here at 11 o'clock, that's pretty fast," Yu Hua said to him jokingly. "The children's vaccines are all completed in 1 minute. As soon as I tell the babies not to feel any pain, they obey me," Lin Chen boasted about his achievements as a dad. Awesome. I wish I had such an obedient baby," Yu Hua said enviously. "First, you need to have a wife," Lin Chen stretched out a finger. Yu Hua was very regretful. Why did he bring up the issue? "Boss Lin, does your sister-in-law have any younger sisters or best friends? Introduce one to me? My sister-in-law is just 18 years old." "You are dreaming. Go away," Lin Chen immediately refused. 18 is good. You can't date a man who is too young, as you'll be easily cheated, Yu Hua spoke from experience. "Looking for an old man like you? That's not a good idea either," Lin Chen said mercilessly. "How cruel. I have to take a day off tomorrow. Besides, I'm only 30 after the Chinese New Year, I'm not old at all." Yu Hua was admitted to university at the age of 16. He was born with a high IQ. Then why don't you go to South Africa to investigate the market? The project is easy, so you can take a vacation there. You just rely on the fact that we have similar interests and appreciate each other. If I don't work, I will shine in Shanghai and make an impact in South Africa." Yu Hua didn't want to go to South Africa. He went there the year before last and got tan like charcoal. It took him 3 months to become white again. It was quite interesting for Lin Chen to bicker with Yu Hua after work and leisure time. "Thank you, President Yu, for bringing our Bukai to a better tomorrow." "That's very nice to hear," Yu Hua raised the corners of his mouth with satisfaction. "Let's talk business. Your plan is perfect, but there are some things that cannot be compromised, and some things that can be compromised. You know what I mean, right? The biggest problem with this type of project is the repayment, and the time cannot be guaranteed. After the indicators of key land consolidation projects are sold, the money does not go directly into the account of the joint project company of the enterprise. Therefore, they want to control the key elements in the contract, the occupied territory, the core high-risk areas, and will not give up an inch. Today's dinner is very important. The plan is perfect, and the key elements in the contract are the focus of discussion with the senior leaders. Once they are discussed, the rest will be handed over to the people below to implement. Leaders only give tasks and look at the final results." During the waiting time, Lin Chen and Yu Hua carefully discussed how to cooperate, designed several paths, and used guidance to achieve the ultimate goal. Mayor Zhou was also a man who paid attention to time. "We agreed to meet at 12 o'clock, but he arrived at 11:55. Of course, it is also because the person who asked him out is quite powerful, otherwise he would not look at him differently." In addition to his secretary, Mayor Zhou also brought another person with him. Lin Chen had also seen this person. He is Wang Chao's good brother, Lu Jia. Lin Chen and Mayor Zhou had dined together several times and were familiar with each other. After greeting each other, they sat down. Mayor Zhou started by introducing Lu Jia to the two of them.
Boss Lin, Boss you are both young entrepreneurs in our Magic City. This is the new Director Lu of our Magic City Police Department.
He has made many great contributions.
Today you all get to know him. The newly appointed Chief of Police, that has quite an important title. Director Lu is young and promising, and at first glance he is a capable person.
Lin Chen would naturally say good things to everyone he met, and would not be prejudiced against him because of Wang Chao. At the dinner, he handled business impartially. Mr. Lin, Mayor Zhou, and I have praised you many times.
It's our first meeting today. Nice to meet you, Lu Jia smiled playfully.
Seeing that the other party didn't point it out, Lin Chen naturally pretended not to know his identity as a good brother. Lu Jia knew that Lin Chen had a misunderstanding about him, but this was a job assigned by his previous superiors, the case was closed, and he had completed his mission. He didn't bother to explain, and there was no need to explain, especially since the person was Lin Chen.
This land reclamation project will involve demolition. There are some historical issues left over in the area.
Xiao Lu will assist you in dealing with them when the time comes. Mayor Zhou mentioned the reason for bringing Lu Jia here and also proposed the work content.
Work is all about human effort, right? Mr. Lin, Lu Jia drank a cup of hot tea.
With Director Lu's help, we will naturally get twice the result with half the effort. Lin Chen's subtext is that if you cooperate and do a good job, things will progress quickly. Of course, even if he doesn't cooperate, he can still accomplish it. Get twice the result with half the effort. Even without the twice, things can still be accomplished.
The root cause of all historical problems is mostly due to interest issues and insufficient money. Can everyone sit down and have a good talk? It just so happens that he has nothing but money.
Yu Hua took up the topic appropriately, then Mayor Zhou, how about we start serving the food and talk while we eat?
Okay, Xiao Yu, you arrange it.
Mayor Zhou had a very good impression of Hua, who always did a great job.
Chapter 56, Further Expansion of the Empire.
Lu Shanwen had been pestering Lin Chen before, insisting that he come to teach them how to cook. Lin Chen couldn't stand his nagging, so he agreed to Lu Shanwen's request, gave instructions to the chef, and ordered a few new dishes. Now, Lingxiao Mansion's specialty, Jiangnan cuisine, is getting better and better and is gaining great fame. Mayor Zhou is a native of Jiangnan.
His appetite was whetted as soon as he tasted these authentic Jiangnan dishes. The leader enjoyed the meal and the discussions went much more smoothly.
Mayor Zhou, we have no problem with the other requirements you raised, especially the industrial introduction and industrial integration of the later projects. Bokai's related chains are very complete, and we will select the best resources from the entire industrial chain for introduction.
But there is a new consideration, and I would like to ask the leaders to think about it. It involves the issue of project payment.
We hope that after the indicators are sold, the funds will be directly transferred to our project company account.
Mayor Zhou smiled and wiped his mouth with a tissue.
Boss Lin, there is no precedent like this in any of the projects in Shanghai.
Lu Jia said nothing, tapping the table lightly with his fingers. Precedents are meant to be broken, Mayor Zhou.
Besides, this is not a national precedent. In the Water Province, they are relatively advanced in this project. They have already tried it out first and adopted the method of using corporate projects for settlement. The degree of marketization is very high, Lin Chen said in an orderly manner. Among the projects across the country, Shuwei Province has done the best in urban-rural integration. Because of the superior conditions and high degree of marketization, investors have become more active, Yu Hua added. Mayor Zhou put down his chopsticks and looked at Lin Chen. This year, we have cleared a lot of contracts with illegal clauses.
This precedent may become a typical one. Mayor Zhou, we understand your considerations. We are just afraid that there will be any emergencies, and we cannot trouble you every time.
It is very difficult to collect the money this time, and it affects our employees who rely on our livelihoods. Yu Hua showed a sad face as he had to pay the wages without being able to collect the money. Mr. Yu, we are here to help the leadership solve the problem. Mayor Zhou is dedicated to supporting the economy and definitely wants to help us.
We need to think about whether there is a feasible method and then ask for your instructions, Lin Chen continued. Lu Jia twitched his lips and said, you two continue acting.
Mayor Zhou was young and energetic, and Lin Chen's words about supporting the economy touched his heart.
Boss Lin, whether it is feasible or not depends on the enterprise. Mayor Zhou, do you think it's feasible for me to change my thinking?
I hope you can consider the settlement time and the project contract. After the indicators are sold out, You will lead a team to transfer the funds to our project account within half a month. Lin Chen put forward his request again.
Half a month is not easy.
After all, the project involves many departments and the financial review will not be that fast.
Lu Jia spoke the truth without any intention of deliberately making things difficult for anyone.
How about this, Mr. Lin? I promise you, once your sales targets are met, I will organize the transfer of the proceeds to your project company's account within 1 month, and you can just go ahead and do your job. Mayor Zhou thought for a moment, then agreed readily.
Thank you for your strong support, leader. It is because of your full support for our company that we can be bolder in reform and innovation. Leader, I would like to toast you.
I'll drink it first. Lin Chen raised a glass of red wine and drank it all. Yu Hua poured him another glass of red wine and added tea for Mayor Zhou and Lu Jia, as they both had to go back to work in the afternoon and were not able to drink. This cup, I will bring our Yu Hua with me to toast Mayor Zhou and Director Lu.
Thank you very much.
Lin Chen and Yu Hua toasted Mayor Zhou and Lu Jia together, and both the host and the guests were happy. The subsequent topics were all very relaxed, and Lu Jia did not deliberately make things difficult for him, which surprised him a little. However, Lin Chen thought that the other person was just doing his job and was not a bad person.
They just have different views on gender.
Mayor Zhou had another schedule at 2 o'clock, so the dinner ended before 1:30. Lin Chen and Yu Hua saw Mayor Zhou off, and Lu Jia drove back to the office by himself. The driver sent by Li Hai directly sent Lin Chen and Yu Hua back to the company.
Their car was first parked at Lingxiao Mansion, and someone would be arranged to pick it up later.
As soon as you sit on the leather sofa of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, you will feel comfortable all over. Lin Chen unbuttoned a button, tugged at his collar, and smiled with pleasure.
Yu Hua praised, Boss Lin, I am convinced. Ha 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 ha.
Their goal is to get the other party to organize and return the money within a month.
But you cannot state your purpose directly.
If you do, the effect will be greatly reduced and your leader may even not agree.
Collecting payments is the company's business. If you ask your leader to do it, he will definitely not be happy.
So Lin Chen first proposed a method that was more difficult than the goal, and then praised the leader. When the leader did not agree to the first difficult solution, he proposed a relatively easier solution, leaving room for the leader to back down. If the leader wants to do something big, he can't reject everything they propose, so he will agree to a way that doesn't involve him getting into trouble. Lin Chen calculated every step, the other party's psychological considerations and changes extremely accurately, and Yu Hua admired him very much. Lin Chen raised his lips and said, find high-quality targets for Bokai and inject fresh blood.
I want to piece together our empire piece by piece. The words are bold and the blood boils.
As soon as Yu Hua returned to the company, he was like a chicken with blood pumped up, holding meetings one after another, spinning like a spinning top and unable to stop. Soon, it was time for Xiao Muxue to go to school. The school started early, but Xiao Muxue communicated with her tutor and decided to complete the preliminary preparations for her thesis at home first. However, her major involved modeling and experiments, so at this stage, she had to go to school. Lin Chen wanted to send Xiao Muxue to school in the morning, but Shanghai University and Boki Investment Bank are located in the north and south of Shanghai respectively. Xiao Muxue asked Lin Chen to go to the company, and she drove her Porsche 911 there herself.
She was also reluctant to leave.
Since the birth of her first and second child, she had never been away from them for more than 3 hours. Now when I go to school, I spend most of the day doing experiments.
Xiao Muxue secretly made a plan to complete all the modeling and experiments within a week.
Lin Chen asked Aunt Chen to find a reliable Aunt Wu from her family to help take care of the baby. Xiao Muxue felt more at ease knowing that Bai Jiro and Xiao Muyu would come to Fengyuan frequently. One floor of the San Shanghai-end office building officially had a sign hung today, Xingming.
Xingming is the name of the parent-child clothing brand jointly created by Lin Chen and Lucas. Xingming is taken from the names of De Bao and Erbao.
In the Xingming showroom, bright spotlights shine on the clothes on the hangers. Lin Chen looked at the 15 finished products with great satisfaction. Chapter 57 De Bao and Erbao live broadcast to attract fans. In order to make these 15 sets of parent-child outfits in different styles appear to be in the most perfect state, Lucas has worked hard and is extremely demanding. Lucas, everything is ready, we can start the fire. Lin Chen's handsome face was filled with unruly arrogance. At this time, Lucas thought Lin Chen was extremely handsome, but compared to his looks, she was more interested in his money. To correct, it is the money he can help her earn.
Mr. Lin, I have been stuck in a bottleneck for 3 years. Today I feel like I have been reborn from the ashes. 3 days later, we will officially cut the ribbon.
I am already looking forward to the attention of the fashion industry, said Lucas.
Are the models for the show that day ready?
The theme of this show is family, and the models Lin Chen asked her to find are not professional models, but celebrity families. The so-called celebrity family means that both the husband and wife are celebrities, and they also require the other party to have children.
Xingning will hire as many people as they have children.
In short, it's a family-wide battle. For 15 sets of clothes, I need at least 10 sets of models. There are many celebrity couples now, but it's not easy to find famous ones.
Should the main spokesperson come from among them?
And I'm going crazy and find 9 sets of celebrity families. Well, 9 sets is not impossible, but I'm afraid of any accidents, so I have to take precautions. Before Lin Chen met Lucas, he knew that she was a workaholic. Now that he has gotten to know her well, he adds another label to her, chatterbox.
A talented, beautiful woman who is also a workaholic and a chatterbox. Suddenly I feel that Yu Hua is a good match for her.
Lin Chen stopped her mumbling and said, Lucas, I will be responsible for taking care of the last group of families.
Who is it? Which company? Is it more famous than the one I'm looking for?
Lucas wondered. They are definitely both top tier, Lin Chen said with certainty.
A top tier couple with kids? Are you kidding me? Lucas felt like she had searched the entertainment industry several times, but there weren't many who met her requirements. Ah!
She screamed suddenly. Lin Chen was shocked again by her scream. Oh my god, it's a good thing his wife doesn't get startled like this so often, otherwise he would have to have his heart checked every month.
Is it that so and so? Is it that so and so? Who are you talking about?
Lin Chen looked speechlessly at the somewhat disheveled beauty in front of him.
The rumored movie star is secretly married and has a child. Lucas suddenly had an idea. The news will come out quite quickly.
You will know when the time comes, Lin Chen kept it a secret. The high-end circle resources given by the system are not in vain. Lin Chen is now continuously connected to a lot of resources, and he can handle a lot of things.
I'm going crazy. My idol is really married and has children, but I support him, so don't look at me like a crazy fan. Lucas immediately noticed Lin Chen's eyes, and she had a good idea.
Mr. Lin, can I ask you a favor?
Lucas grabbed his sleeve pitifully.
I'm married, so keep your distance, don't mention others when you talk, don't grab my sleeve, and just say what you want to say. Lin Chen immediately brushed Lucas' hand away.
Lucas immediately took a step back. Can you help me get a photo of my idol, the kind with an autograph?
Of course, private photos would be better, and I don't mind showing some chest muscles. Lucas looked at her shyly.
You don't mind, but he might.
However, I promised you, considering how hard you've worked recently.
Lin Chen didn't expect Lucas to be a fan. Lucas just wanted to give him a big hug at this moment.
Lin Chen touched her forehead with her finger, distance. Lucas said with a silly smile, keep your distance. Lin Chen checked the time on his phone and said, it's almost time.
You should arrange your work first. I have a meeting later. Farewell, Mr. Lin. Take care, Mr. Lin.
Please come this way, Lucas said with a smile and politeness.
Lin Chen turned around and left immediately in annoyance. Maple Garden.
Xiaomuyu set up the tripod, turned on the camera of his mobile phone, tidied his hair, and started the live broadcast.
Hello, my little cuties, I am your good friend, the Rain God. Xiaomuyu's signature sweet smile appeared on the screen.
Xiaomuyu is now a well-known gaming anchor on TikTok with 600,000 fans.
Oh, yes, I won't be live streaming PUBG or playing online games today. Not playing today either. My name is Your Friends. It's a very impressive name. You want to take me to eat chicken, right? Thank you, but no need. I can eat by myself. I can take you flying. Let's get down to business.
I'm taking care of the baby today.
My little cuties, our little one is super cute.
My friend whose name is a cat, the baby is not mine, it belongs to my sister. My dears, today's live broadcast will only last 5 minutes.
My mom is out shopping. She will be back in 5 minutes. If she sees me live streaming with my baby, you won't be able to see me tomorrow. Who said that I am like a man who can't even take care of a child? I can prove it. Okay, no more talking. I have to feed the baby now.
Aunt Chen and Aunt Wu looked at Xiaomuyu's live broadcast with curiosity, and found it quite interesting. Auntie Chen, please heat up the milk before giving it to me. Xiaomuyu placed the mobile phone holder in front of Debao and Erbao.
She adjusted her position so that she would not be too close to Debeo and Erbao. As soon as the big-eyed cute kids Debeo and Erbo appeared on the screen, the barrage of comments exploded.
Debeo has a kind of aloof and cool vibe, with an expressionless and cool little face. The second baby is soft and cute, with rich expressions.
Her black eyelashes are longer than the first baby's.
Xiao Muxue gave her a pink ribbon hat today, which is simply super adorable.
Wow! Rain God, are your babies twins? They are so cute.
The one upstairs, the rain god, said they were twins, a boy and a girl.
Both boys and girls are so rare. The babies are so pretty and have such fair skin. I am so envious of them.
Prepare to form a team to go to Sister Rain God's house to steal the child. Prepare to form a team to go to Sister Rain God's house to steal the child +1. Prepare to form a team to go to Sister Rain God's house to steal the child +2.
Everyone calm down.
I'm doing a live broadcast today to show you that I'm actually quite capable of taking care of children.
I'm not a tough lady. Xiao Muyu quickly stood in front of the camera, blocking Debeo and Erbo.
The comments were full of comments like grouped together to steal the baby is so cute. And Rain God, please stop blocking me from seeing the cute baby.
Xiao Muyu was surprised to find that Debeo and Erbo were the type who attracted fans.
The live broadcast room, which originally had only 6,000 people online, was suddenly flooded with 100,000 people. Xiao Muyu's number of fans is also increasing rapidly. Chapter 58, the babies attracted over 100,000 fans in 3 minutes.
Xiao Muyu's expression on the screen could be described as confused.
What she didn't know was that her expression had been screenshotted by some fans and made into emoticons. 1 face is confused, 2 faces are confused, 3 faces are confused. The number of people in the live broadcast room was still increasing, and it stopped when it increased from 100,000 to around 250,000. A bunch of newcomers are asking in the comments,
where are the cute twins? Has the baby been stolen? Please answer, Anchor.
Rain God, I love you, please move aside so I can take one more look at these cute babies.
I don't know if you're new here, but this has to be the most beautiful baby I've ever seen. Twins. Twins +1.
Bai Jiro just got home at this moment, and Xiao Muyu quickly said goodbye to everyone and ended the live broadcast. She ran to Debeo and Erbo and said, my dears, I will rely on you to increase my followers in the future. She operated the account for several months, even secretly playing games at home in the middle of the night, before she accumulated 600,000 followers. Within 3 minutes of Debeo and Erbo appearing on the screen, she gained 100,000 followers. Please grow up quickly, Auntie will hang out with you, Xiao Muyu said to them earnestly.
Debeo and Erbo's faces show that they don't want to pay attention to you.
They continue to be cool as they should be, and they suck their fingers as they should.
They are still babies. Shouldn't you be responsible for making money independently?
Bai Jiro walked to the baby and said, Xiao Muyu, what are you mumbling about?
Nothing.
Debeo and Erbo told me that the weather is really nice today, so we'll go out for a walk later, Xiao Muyu said nonchalantly.
Bai Jiro looked out the window at the gloomy sky. Did her Xiao Muyu get so mad from reading a book a while ago? Is this good weather? If you have nothing to do, go to the kitchen and see if the milk is thawed.
I asked you to come and see the baby, but you open your phone and talk to yourself all day long, Bai Jiro frowned and said with disgust.
I'll be there right away, Xiao Muyu put the phone in his arms and trotted to the kitchen.
With the blessing of the Super Milk King given by Lin Chen, Xiao Muxue has an abundance of milk.
The family also bought a freezer to store milk.
Xiao Muyu looked at the freezer full of milk and had a feeling, nephews and nieces, look, that is the kingdom my sister has built for you.
Auntie Chen, is the thawed milk ready?
Xiao Muyu saw Auntie Chen still rinsing it with running water.
Xiao Muyu was quite curious. Why not just heat it with hot water? Wouldn't ice melt more easily?
Curious baby Xiao Muyu also asked Aunt Chen directly. Second miss, if you use hot water to melt ice directly, the nutritional value of breast milk will be greatly reduced. If you rinse it with running cold water or let it thaw naturally, and then use warm water to warm the milk, it will not cause the loss of nutritional value in breast milk.
Aunt Chen was also educated by Lin Chen. She didn't know it before. So there are so many requirements.
Xiao Muyu was glad that she didn't ask her to warm the milk.
She must have used hot water to melt the ice.
After Aunt Chen warmed the milk, Xiao Muyu gave it to Bai Jiro.
You should learn how to feed the baby too.
You will have to learn it even when you get married, Bai Jiro stuffed a bottle of milk into her hand.
Xiao Muyu was eager to try.
She was supposed to feed her first and second baby today, so she could learn first and do the live broadcast next time.
Mom, I'll feed Debeo. Debeo is easy to feed.
Xiao Muyu sees that when her sister feeds Debeo with a bottle, Debeo always eats very quickly.
Erbo is a little rascal.
He eats a few bites, plays for a while, and then stops to eat a few more bites.
As a newbie, she decided to try Debeo first.
She picked up Debeo, picked up the bottle and stuffed it into Debeo's mouth.
Debeo sucked on the pacifier and blinked his dark eyes and long eyelashes twice.
Debeo, suck it, after you finish drinking, your aunt will take you out shopping, Xiao Muyu coaxed him.
Debeo was unmoved and just kept sucking on his pacifier. Xiao Muyu looked at Erbo. What the hell? Erbo has already started drinking half of it. Is it too late to change people now? Mom, why doesn't Debeo drink? Xiao Muyu asked for help.
Baizhiro glanced at them and said helplessly, Muyu, if you hold the bottle like me, it has a tilted arc.
How can he drink if you hold it like this? Xiao Muyu immediately apologized to Debeo. Debeo, it's my fault. Do you think it's okay to drink it like this?
She watched Baijiro's movements and adjusted the bottle.
Sure enough, Debeo started to drink it gulp. After Debeo finished drinking, Xiao Muyu sighed that it was not easy to raise a baby.
Fortunately, she did not directly broadcast the feeding live, otherwise she would have made a big fool of herself. After the two babies finished drinking milk, Baizhiro, Aunt Chen, and Aunt Wu took them for a walk in the community.
Xiao Muyu lazily lay on the sofa and turned on vibrato.
There were already over 999 private messages. She took a quick look and found that they were all asking her when she would start live streaming with her cute kids again. Xiao Muyu took a screenshot and originally wanted to send it to Xiao Mushua, but when he came to the last minute, he changed his mind and sent the screenshot to Lin Chen.
Brother-in-law, look how popular Debeo and Erbo are.
They appeared on screen for 3 minutes and attracted more than 100,000 fans.
Can I bring them to appear on screen together in the future?
When Lin Chen received Xiao Muyu's message, he didn't quite understand what she meant.
What did she mean by appearing on camera? What did she mean by gaining fans?
There are also messages saying that they want to form a group to steal children. He dares to steal his own children, he must be tired of living. Immediately, a phone call came over. Xiao Muyu, give me a list of the people who want to steal Debeo and Erbo.
Xiao Muyu was confused twice in one day. Brother-in-law, you misunderstood. No one dares to steal the children. Don't you always surf the 5G network?
Forming a group to steal children is just a joke to show that everyone likes the babies very much, Xiao Muyu hurriedly explained.
Why did her smart brother-in-law become so irrational when it came to the matter of Debeo and Erbo? You can't use jokes, Xiao Muyu, what do you want to do? Speak clearly, don't be so unclear.
Lin Chan's anger subsided a little.
Xiao Muyu was still very eloquent.
He talked about bringing Debeo and Erbo to the TikTok live broadcast today, and praised Debeo and Erbo's invincible looks that attracted fans to new heights. She wants Debeo and Erbo to come to her live broadcast room from time to time in the future to create some new topics for her live broadcast room.
Games plus cute babies are super popular now.
Lin Chen had 3 black lines on his forehead. Debeo and Erbo were so young, he definitely would not agree if they faced the camera for too long.
Brother-in-law, please don't reject me yet. Just play for 10 minutes each time, okay? Please. Have you asked your sister? Brother-in-law, you are the head of the family, I will definitely ask you first.
Xiao Muyu knew that once he asked Xiao Mushua, the matter would come to an end. Xiao Mushua would definitely refuse her on the grounds that Debeo and Erbo are still young and can't always look at the camera.
Lin Chen thought for a moment and asked, you want to increase your followers, right? Chapter 59 10 million followers plan, clean up and wait for you.
Xiao Muyu nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, yes, but not entirely. I just wanted to start a new topic, but suddenly I realized that Debeo and Erbo are much more awesome than me, so I came to seek my brother-in-law's opinion. Xiao Muyu is usually carefree and jumpy, but when it comes to important decisions, he will report first and will not act on his own. I will help you increase your followers by 10 million. When Debeo and Erbo are older and can talk, you can invite them to the live broadcast. If they agree, I will not interfere. But before that, you are not allowed to have any ideas about them anymore. They are still too young, so you still have to pay attention to protecting the baby's privacy. Lin Chen still wanted to protect the babies.
10 million fans. That would make you a big anchor on TikTok. Brother-in-law, I bow down to you. What should I do?
In a few days, I will have a ribbon-cutting ceremony for a new brand, Xingming.
You just need to come to the scene.
The definition of game anchor can be broader. A plan has already formed in Lin Chen's mind. Benefit others, yourself and others, a win-win situation.
When Xiao Muxue finished the experiment and returned home, Lin Chen was already at home, playing with Debao and Erbao.
Lin Chen felt very distressed seeing that Xiao Muxue had been leaving home early and coming back late these days in order to shorten the progress. Wife, let me massage your shoulders and help you relax. Lin Chen put his arm around her shoulders.
Honey, I'll need your service later.
I'm going to wash my hands and hold my baby first. Xiao Muxue missed her baby so much.
Debao and Erbao were both lying on the mat, looking at Xiao Muxue cutely, and Erbao was even drooling.
Xiao Muxue chuckled, "Hubby, Erbao is drooling when he sees me." Erbao saw his cow coming back and got greedy, Lin Chen joked.
Xiao Muxue acted fierce and said, "The little tiger's mother could be a cow?" Erbao, are you scared?
Oh whoa.
Is Xiao Muxue still making fun of herself now?
She felt that she was infected by Lin Chen. Debao, Erbao, Daddy is so scared, you must protect him. Lin Chen pretended to tremble.
I'm going to eat you, Xiao Muxue couldn't help laughing.
Wife, I'll wash it and wait for you to eat it tonight. Lin Chen drove the car unexpectedly. Xiao Muxue blushed and ran to the bathroom to wash her hands.
Honey, I'm now wondering if the baby is starting to grow teeth. The baby started drooling today and kept chewing on his teeth or toy.
However, Debao showed no signs of drooling. Although they are twins, a boy and a girl, there are still some differences between them.
No way, they are only 4 months old, how can they grow teeth so quickly?
Judging from Lin Chen's medical skills, it is very likely that she is losing her baby teeth.
My second baby's gums are itchy now. She won't have teeth coming out right away.
She will stop drooling after a while, until her baby teeth come out. But we need to observe whether she is drooling because of her baby teeth. Xiao Muxue looked at him with a serious face and said, "Why do I feel that what you said is so familiar?"
It sounds like what the doctor said during the last physical examination. Are all the medical skills in the world the same?
Lin Chen laughed and said, "All books are the same, so you should read more books, read more newspapers, and sleep less when you have nothing to do."
Husband, you are a competent dad.
You know everything I ask you, said Xiao Muxue, a little fan. Your husband has arranged something big. Lin Chen told her about Xiao Muyu's live broadcast with her baby and his plan to help Xiao Muyu gain followers.
Husband, you are a genius.
You have effectively combined various resources and integrated everyone's needs. You spend the least money and do the most profitable things.
Xiao Muxue's eyes were sparkling, flashing with infinite admiration.
Your husband is so great, will you give him a reward? Xiao Muxue held Erbao in her arms, moved closer to Lin Chen, tiptoed, and kissed him.
5-star review?
Xiao Muxue asked him playfully, tilting her head.
I give you 4.5 stars. The less half star gives you room for improvement.
Ah.
I thought you were going to say 5 stars aren't enough and give me 7 stars.
Lin Chen felt that his wife might have been abused by Xiao Muyu recently.
Did she read a novel about a domineering CEO?
Lin Chen was thinking seriously about enrolling Xiao Muyu in a French class, a piano class, or other classes, and giving her a few sets of study papers.
Xiao Muyu sneezed loudly.
She was writing back to her pen pal seriously, telling him how dazzling her nephew and niece were when they appeared today, and how smart her brother-in-law was and how he came up with some great ideas to help her. I typed a 3-page letter, read it carefully, and clicked send if there was any problem.
Xiao Muyu has been writing letters to this pen pal for 2 years, communicating via email.
It originated from a time when she went to Beijing for a trip and picked up a piece of paper on Shangshan Mountain. There was a sentence written on the paper: "We are destined to be pen pals, regardless of the hustle and bustle of the world or the spring flowers, snow and moon, and we can be each other's tree holes." At the end of the conversation, he left an email address, ja56878@163.com. The 16-year-old girl had all kinds of guesses in her mind, but she was more excited and curious, and she also thought it was very cool. Xiao Muyu wrote the first letter to the other party very seriously, signing it as Rain God. Unexpectedly, the other party replied the next day, signing his name as Shoulderblade. Xiao Muyu was shocked by his name, but his reply was full of humor and aroused her interest. So, the first, second, third. The letter contains some of my thoughts, future wishes, trivial things around me, no matter how big or small, just as I please. Xiao Muyu was in his second and third year of high school at that time and was quite busy. He could only reply to letters twice a week at most. On the eve of the college entrance examination, he could only reply once a month. But the other party was also very busy. Once he was very slow in replying, taking nearly 3 months to reply.
Xiao Muyu wondered why the reply was so slow. But we agreed not to ask each other.
We just enjoyed the process of waiting for the letter and had a stranger friend with whom we could talk freely. And so, 2 years passed. The last time, Shoulder Blade's reply mentioned that he had come to the Magic City. Xiao Muyu pretended not to see it and continued with his daily life.
Lu Jia had just finished handling a big case in the middle of the night and rubbed his eyes. Ding ding, the email message rang. It's an email from the rain god.
He clicked it carefully and read it word by word. The beautiful eyebrows and eyes have removed the do not disturb strangers during the day, and have become lively and touched by the fireworks of the world.
He murmured, Rain god, Xiao Muyu. How come he only found out about this today? And because of the undercover incident, her family misunderstood his sexual orientation, which was a headache. At this time, his phone rang. It was Lu Yan calling. Lu Jia, I just want to ask you one question, will you help the Lu family?
Lu Yan's breathing was disordered. Lu Yan, my last name is Lu, but I'm not a real member of the Lu family. I hope you don't go astray and let down Uncle Lu's expectations.
I can't help you with this.
Chapter 60 Xiao Muyu said, hurry up.
I've been pushed to this point, can't you stand by me for once?
Well, no.
You're so cruel. Lu Yan slammed the phone in frustration. Lu Jia put the phone aside indifferently and laughed. Lu Yan got lost when he was 2 years old.
His mother cried so much that she became insane. They searched for him for a year but couldn't find him. To comfort him, his father adopted a boy of similar age and brought him home. That boy was Lu Jia. But no one expected that Lu Yan would be found when he was 8 years old. The real boss is back, and Lu Jia is like an abandoned child again, with no one paying attention to him in the corner.
The Lu family no longer mentioned Lu Jia to outsiders.
Gradually, everyone knew that the Lu family had only one prince, Lu Yan. In order to exclude Lu Jia, Lu Yan did a lot of bad things. Lu Jia was eventually forced to sever his adopted son relationship with the Lu family and join the army on his own. In the army, he risked his life to win great exploits.
After demobilization, he went to the police station, where he was reused for his outstanding performance in investigation and drug enforcement.
A while ago, with his outstanding talents and identity, he infiltrated the criminal community as an undercover agent and took down the largest drug trafficking gang in the country in the past 10 years. He won first-class merit and was promoted to the position of police chief. My fate with Xiao Muyu began with an extraordinary impulse, a desire to reveal a devastated heart. He left a piece of paper and met a kind and wonderful girl. So far, he is waiting for her to grow up. The news that Sansheng Group was going to launch the parent-child brand Xingming spread like wildfire and attracted a lot of attention in the fashion industry. Before all kinds of media hyped up the event, Bai Jiro and Xiao Muyu had already sent invitations to some very influential ladies, opening up a high-end circle to capture targeted customers. After the media publicity was released, what triggered the craze was the models of this fashion show, all of whom were popular male gods and goddesses, as well as their adorable children. But the most mysterious thing is the heavyweight guest mentioned in the promotion. Many people have even set up a vote on Weibo to vote on who the heavyweight guest is and who can make fans even crazier. With the good response, Lin Chen started the second step of the plan, which was limited reservations. Sansheng's official website just released 10,000 pieces, and they were sold out in seconds.
Lucas looked at the backstage data excitedly. Boss Lin, should we increase the dosage?
You can add another 10,000 yuan.
These are products that can be mass-produced.
The high-end quota will only be open to those who become our members. In Xingming's high-end setting, customers can become members by recharging 3 million in membership fees. The threshold of 3 million is not high and can be converted into consumer cash. In addition to customized services, members will also receive special gifts from Xingming, invitations to theme dinners, etc. every month. Lin Chen and Lucas reached a high degree of consensus on whether or not to offer discounts for the opening of the high-end store.
Absolutely no discounts. It has to be expensive.
These rich people will not be happy if it is not expensive. They are unwilling to wear cheap haute couture, especially parent-child wear.
Of course, if it's cheap, it's not haute couture anymore.
After reading the data, Lucas rushed to the backstage to check the clothes and accessories, verify the process, rehearse the model walk, and communicate the details with the model. The store was going to officially open tomorrow, and she was so busy that she was dizzy. It was not until 12:30 in the evening that she dragged her tired body out of the door of San Shang. Before leaving, she specifically instructed the security guard to be alert on duty tonight and to protect all items in Xingming's office. Lin Chen is also busy working at home now. Dabao and Erbo had already fallen into a sweet dream, and Xiao Mushui accompanied Lin Chen to work. Lin Chen was busy with his things and she was busy with hers. The two of them were busy together, without talking, but they felt particularly at ease and sweet. After both of them finished their work, Xiao Mushui started to choose clothes.
Honey, which dress should I wear to attend the opening of Xingming tomorrow?
Now Xiao Mushui's clothes and Lin Chen's clothes are placed in the same cloakroom, with the clothes close to each other, just like the two of them are as close as they are. This white one looks very fairy-like, but it's too plain.
No.
This is the theme style of Xiangjia this year.
No, it's too conspicuous.
It's not appropriate to wear this at the opening ceremony of my own clothing brand.
Honey, how about this purple evening gown?
When Lin Chen saw that the back was completely empty, he immediately said, "Wife, you look good in anything, but this purple is too old-fashioned."
No, don't worry about it. Let me help you take a look. Old-fashioned?
Then she decided not to wear this one.
Xiao Mushui decided to put this dress at the bottom of the box.
Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind.
Honey, why don't we wear parent-child clothing of our own brand? If Dabao and Erbo wear them too, we will be the living signboard. My wife is smart. Ask Aunt Chen to help us iron our clothes tomorrow morning. Honey, you don't know how the instructor praised me today.
Xiao Mushui smiled with curved eyebrows, revealing a quiet and ethereal temperament. Lin Chen held his cheek. Hurry up and tell me, I really want to hear it.
My instructor said that I was the best student he had ever taught.
I managed to complete all the experiments within 5 days. You should know that the last senior who finished the experiment ahead of schedule took 8 days.
When it comes to academic masters, Xiao Mushui is definitely one. Study master, I want to reward you. Lin Chen pounced on Xiao Mushui and tickled her. Ouch, ouch.
Stop it, stop scratching. Xiao Mushui was laughing so hard that she almost couldn't breathe. Her soft palm pushed Lin Chen's chest, lighting the fire without her realizing it.
Wife, how about we discuss the origin of life and learn about Adam and Eve?
Lin Chen stopped and whispered in her ear. It was gentle and warm, and Xiao Mushui's ears felt numb and itchy, and her body softened involuntarily.
Chodan has more and more tricks up his sleeves now.
He even said that she and Xiao Muyu were reading a domineering president novel together. She thought that he was the one reading the domineering president novel with Xiao Muyu.
No.
Before she could say anything, Lin Chen kissed her lips. He left his mark on her lips and tongue like a violent storm, yet he loved her tenderly and lovingly.
Is it okay? Lin Chen asked in a low voice. Hurry up.
Xiao Mushui responded to him proactively, wrapping her snow-white arms around his neck. Lin Chen chuckled, then picked up Xiao Mushui sideways, and they both fell into the soft Simmons mattress.
A beautiful night.
Xiao Mushui got up in the morning and rubbed her waist.
It was so sore.
Fortunately, she had finished her experiments and didn't have to go to school, otherwise she would be exhausted. She looked at the bed next to her and found it was empty.
Lin Chen went out to work very early in the morning, so why isn't he tired?
Xiao Mushui went to Dabao and Erbao's room, estimated the time, and let them sleep for a while before waking them up.